early 2012. Join me, Chamber. We both sought the Ancient One for answers, but she failed us. Not only did she refuse us the truth, she led us astray from the path we were meant to walk. In a dimly lit apartment that smelled faintly of incense and dust, a figure stood tall. A man with streaks of gray in his hair, his eyes darkened by ritual paint, gazed intently at the young man before him. His presence was heavy, calm, yet threatening. Chamberlain Blake rubbed his eyes, barely upright from bed. A yawn escaped his lips. This definitely wasn't how he expected his morning to start. But before we dive into the chaos, who is Chamberlain Blake? To answer that, we need to rewind a bit. Not to the beginning of time, just far enough. Once, he was Peter Swan, an ordinary man from a world governed by mediocrity and malice. A forgettable soul in a forgettable life. That all ended when a toddler, of all things, threw a kitchen knife at him in public. Yes, a baby, with a knife. One could argue fate is cruel, or has a wicked sense of humor. He died, just like that. But instead of an afterlife, Peter Swan woke up in a new world. Not just any world, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At first, it felt like a blessing, a second chance. But then came the fear. Aliens, gods, infinity stones, Thanos, half the universe about to be dusted in a few short years. With no inherited power or plot armor to protect him, he ran. Away from a family that didn't love him. Away from a life that never started. With every penny scraped from odd jobs, he made his way to Nepal, searching for humor.Taj, seeking a way to survive. But instead of Mordo or the Ancient One, fate placed Kaecilius in his path, a newly promoted master sorcerer, still years away from betraying humor.Taj. Chamber remembered the moment vividly. Fear, suspicion, relief. Kaecilius didn't kill him. Instead, he trained him, and Chamber excelled. In a single year, he rose above the basics, hailed as a prodigy. At 15, he was the youngest to graduate from student to full-fledged sorcerer. He should have been celebrating his freedom, taking a short vacation, exorcising a few low-level spirits, earning quick coin. But now, just days after his departure from humor.Taj, Kaecilius stood before him, offering an unholy alliance. Despite their missions and shared memories, Chamber never saw Kaecilius as a true mentor. He knew the man's fate. He had hoped he could delay it, maybe even change it. But clearly, it had arrived early. Could his presence have triggered this? Was it the butterfly effect? No time to think. Kaecilius was waiting for an answer. I refuse, Chamber said without hesitation. A translucent spear shot toward his face. Kaecilius didn't ask why. He didn't negotiate. He attacked. Instincts kicked in. Chamber flipped from the bed, conjuring an eldritch whip midair, lashing it around Kaecilius' ankle. It barely slowed him. Kaecilius severed the whip with a flick, launching another spear. Chamber ducked, yanked the bedside table with telekinesis, and hurled it forward. It wasn't meant to stop Kaecilius, just to buy time. He slipped on his sling ring and carved a portal to a random alley. But time wasn't on his side. A spatial crack tore through the room, consuming him in an instant. Shit. Mirror dimension. A realm where the one who shapes it controls all. And Chamber? He'd barely begun to study it. A new portal opened. Kaecilius stepped through, flanked by 2 red-robed zealots. There's nowhere left to run, Chamber, Kaecilius said coldly. Be grateful. I'll ensure you receive a proper burial. This wasn't the man Chamber once trained with. His eyes, once bright, were empty. Chamber had tried to save him. Jokes, conversations, anything to make Kaecilius see there was light left in the world. But grief is a powerful poison. Master, you don't have to do this. Chamber pleaded. There's still time to turn back. Kaecilius shook his head. You're wrong. I embraced darkness not for answers, but for vengeance. The mirror dimension twisted. Roads spiraled. Buildings turned sideways. The ground beneath Chamber's feet curled upward, locking his ankles in place. He reacted fast, transfiguring the stone beneath him and snapping free. Just in time to dodge another spear. Another zealot lunged. chamber blocked with twin tau mandalas, whirling like a dancer in a storm. His heart raced. Please work. He slammed his palm to the floor. A ripple surged. Pillars of stone burst from the ground, encircling him like a blooming flower. It was raw, chaotic mirror magic, but it was enough. He conjured another portal, aiming for a distant country. But Kaecilius acted faster, intercepting the spell, destabilizing the portal. The other side turned pitch black, swirling like a void in space. Chamber hesitated. That hesitation nearly cost him everything. A spear pierced his chest from behind, right through the heart. His eyes widened. Blood trickled from his mouth. He staggered back. Kaecilius watched without a word. The zealots sneered. With fading strength, Chamber fell through the unstable portal, vanishing into the dark unknown. The portal snapped shut behind him. Should we follow? One zealot asked. Kaecilius stared at the spot where Chamber vanished. No, he's already dead. He turned away. A new portal opened, and Kaecilius vanished into its light, the zealots following in silence. Chamber didn't know how long he had been falling. Around him stretched an endless void, chilling blackness interwoven with hypnotic swirls of iridescent colors. He floated, helpless, suspended in a realm that defied time and space. He felt unsettled, as if something unseen watched him from within the darkness. Then suddenly a glow, a small orb of light, no larger than an eyeball, appeared before him, shifting through 6 vibrant colors like a living rainbow. What? He whispered, eyes fixed on the floating anomaly as it circled him, casting a soft glow on his bloodied chest. Drawn to it, Chamber's hand twitched, ready to reach out. But the orb darted forward, vanishing directly into the gaping wound in his chest. What? Chamber gasped, instinctively reaching for the hole. Before his fingers could touch it, the world went black again. Elsewhere, Lady Seraphal, we have a direct order from Lady Leviathan. A devil spoke, his voice laced with irritation. The church insulted her name. We're to destroy 3 of their churches and execute the respective popes. A glowing summoning circle flickered out beneath a cluster of trees surrounded by mountainous terrain. 5 devils stood at its center. I understand, Seraphal responded, her voice soft but steady. Petite in frame, but commanding in presence. She had long black hair cascading down her back and striking amethyst eyes that gleamed beneath the sun. Despite her youthful appearance, there was nothing childish about the aura she carried. We're 10 miles outside Jerusalem, her aide added. This place reeks of angels. Seraphal tilted her head. Isn't that where Jesus was crucified? Indeed. And though they crucified the big GS son, he sneered, his apostles turned the tide. Christianity flourished regardless. These days, the Mamluks rule here. Christians, Jews, and Muslims coexist uneasily. Seraphal nodded thoughtfully. All right, split up. I'll scout the south side. Wait, Lady Seraph. Too late. With a flash, she was gone. Moments later, phew, I hate this, Seraphal muttered, leaning against a crumbling wall in the shade of a market street. When will the war end? The Great War had raged for 1,000 years. The tension between factions, devils, angels, and fallen was nearing its peak. One misstep, and all-out destruction would follow. Seraphal sighed. Jerusalem bustled with life. Camels trudged through stone-paved streets. Merchants bartered under the desert sun, and children laughed without a care in the world. Peace. Something she'd never known in the underworld. Something she feared she'd never see again. Then, her senses flared. A ripple in the air. A pulse of raw, chaotic energy. She spun around, eyes narrowing. A rift. A black hole tore into the sky, swirling with unstable magic. The humans gasped, dropping their goods in awe and panic. A miracle, someone cried. God has returned to us. Seraphal cursed. No, this is bad. Camouflage, she whispered, her form vanishing from mortal eyes. Then the rift spat something out, someone. A body. A boy. No, a man, with a gaping hole in his chest. He should be dead, but something about him. His magic. It was dense, unrefined but potent. A human? No, not with that much mana, Seraphal muttered. With swift reflexes, she caught the figure mid-air, cradling him carefully. From the ground, it looked like the body floated. Murmurs turned to cries of hysteria. He's flying. It's a sign from the heavens. Knowing this would only spiral out of control, Seraphal vanished again, taking the unconscious stranger with her. A crumbling hideout, far from prying eyes. Seraphal reappeared inside a dilapidated structure, crumbling stone walls and shattered beams surrounding her. She gently laid the figure down. He's dying. Reaching into a pouch, she pulled out a shimmering red chess piece. A bishop, no larger than a walnut. A prototype, created by Ajuka Beelzebub himself. Ajuka, if this doesn't work, I'm giving you a brain freeze, she muttered, pressing the evil piece onto his chest. Nothing. For several seconds, it lay inert, lifeless. She sighed. What did I expect? It's still a prototype. Then it glowed. The bishop radiated crimson light, spreading like veins across his body, wrapping him in a cocoon of energy. The hole in his chest shimmered as muscle and skin began to knit together, sealing the fatal wound. It's working, Seraphal whispered, on her voice. The light faded, leaving behind a smooth chest where death had once claimed him. She leaned closer, brushing her fingers over the newly formed skin. You smart bastard, Ajuka, it actually worked. She could already sense it. His magic was no longer just human. It was morphing, converting. He was becoming a devil. Sometime later, Chamber awoke to sunlight warming his skin. His eyes fluttered open, vision blurry, then gradually clearing. The details were sharp. Too sharp. Every speck of dust, every creaking board, every buzzing fly, it all flooded into his senses. He could smell sunlight. What the hell? He moved to sit up, then froze. I wouldn't move just yet, a voice called out. Turning slowly, his eyes widened. A woman stood in the shadows, like a character from a fantasy novel. Long, dark hair, purple eyes that sparkled like gems. She wore ornate black and red armor, trimmed in blue, a carved dragon etched into her chest plate. Her skirt, oddly simple, fell to her knees, and she was stunning. Hello, human? Are you okay? She asked, suddenly waving a hand in front of his face. I'm fine. Just who are you? Oh, thank the devils, she sighed. I thought the evil piece had a side effect or something. Anyway, since you asked, I'm Seraphal Citri of the Great Citri clan. Though I doubt you've heard of us, considering how I found you. Chamber blinked. Citri? That sounds familiar. Questions flooded his brain like a tidal wave. Wait, Great Citri clan? Where am I? How did I get here? Why am I alive? Why are you wearing armor? Whoa, calm down. Seraphal raised her hands, laughing. All right, one at a time. You're in Jerusalem. Human calendar, year 1410. Devil calendar, 1008 DC, devil creation. I found you falling out of a portal in the middle of a street. If I hadn't taken you, the church would have gotten to you first. The evil piece saved you, though I won't tell you more until I know if you're friend or foe. And this armor? I'm in the middle of a war. Holy light attacks aren't exactly pleasant, you know. She crossed her arms with a proud smirk. Chamber stared, mind racing. 1410? Jerusalem? Devil years? Then came the final question. What year is it? Seraphal's grin faltered. Like I said, it's the year 1410. And just like that, everything clicked. He wasn't in the Marvel universe anymore. He was in an entirely different world. A world of devils, dragons, angels, gods. High school DxD. And Chamberlain Blake was now a devil.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Shit, did I somehow manage to open a portal to the past? And what does she mean by devil creation? What kind of year is that? So many questions quickly flashed in Chamber's mind, yet all remained unanswered. Why do you seem so pale? Noticing the look on Chamber's face, Seraphol expressed her concern towards him. What am I? What do you mean? You don't know what you are. Seraphol raised an eyebrow in concern. Why do I feel different? I feel stronger, healthier, and my sight seems so sharp. Chamber repeated, but with more clearance, referring to the changes that he felt when he woke up compared to before. Oh, you meant that. I don't know how to break this down to you, but like I said earlier, I used a thing called evil peace to bring you back from the brink of death. And when I said by bringing you back, I meant turning you into a devil like me. Thud. Seraphol had no idea what happened, as she only felt that the human-turned devil's heartbeat in front of her had increased, followed by the stunned expression on his face. Look, I know it sounds bad, but believe me, it's not. The advantages far outweigh the opposite. Seeing that she got Chamber's attention, Seraphol knew that the teen in front of her seemed to be interested more in the advantages, so she started with that. First of all, as you said earlier, you feel stronger, healthier, and what was the last? Sharper? That's because by turning into a devil, you also inherit our traits. Sensing the confusion, Seraphol clarified. In case you don't know, even the weakest devil could take on 50-armed humans. So imagine how strong you are now, considering your strength was around low-class devil before you turn into one. My strength was low-class devil? So the devils have some kind of tiering system for their strength. Chamber concluded in his mind. And now that you have turned into a devil, I'd say your strength doubled, and probably on the threshold of mid-class devil. Though that doesn't mean you could fight one, though. A mid-class devil is slightly valued in the army, and sometimes considered as the top minions aside from the high-class devils. High-class devils? Chamber's ears perked up upon hearing that there was a higher level in their strength system. Oh, curious are we? If you are, then behold, you are currently looking at one of the high-class devils in existence. Puffing up her chest in pride, Seraphol crossed her arms under her large bosom and raised her head as she closed her eyes, bearing a smug expression on her face as if saying, "Praise me, human." Unbeknownst to her, Chambers simply just looked at her with an indifferent face. This is a high-class devil? Where the red or black horns? The long pointy tail? Red skin? Is she really a devil like the people described? Chambers' face twitched several times as he sighed in disappointment, which was unfortunately heard by Seraphol. Why do you sound like you're disappointed? Seraphol pointed. It's nothing, Miss Seraphol. It's just I didn't expect that a devil would actually look charming and beautiful instead of the scary and buff devils that people describe your species as. Chamber closed his eyes and shook his head as he casually replied. It may be a casual reply to Chamber, however. To Seraphol, two words kept ringing in her ears. Charming. Beautiful. Before she knew it, a blush crept up to her cheeks, which Seraphol quickly hid before Chamber resumed his attention to her. Noticing that Seraphol turned her back on her, Chamber got confused. Shit, did I say something wrong? Maybe I was being racist, and she got offended. Goddamn. Just as Chamber was about to go and apologize, pain suddenly assaulted his entire body, as if lightning just zapped him in a single second. Left shivering and mitigating the pain, Chamber was unable to apologize as Seraphol finally turned around after successfully calming herself down. What happened to you? Worries filled her face as she crouched in front of Chamber and helped him sit back down, making him lean his back on a wall. And nothing. I was just about to apologize to you for coming out as rude and racist about your species, when suddenly my entire body was zapped by lightning. Please don't tell me the disadvantage of being a devil is getting zapped randomly. Finally recovering and getting a breather, Chambers slowly explained. Getting zapped? Ooh, you mean that kind of zap. Did you just try to mention Big G's name in your mind? Suddenly, Seraphol's confusion was replaced by realization as she slapped her forehead for being dumb and asked, Big G? What do you mean? Who's that? It was Chambers' turn to be confused this time. The Big G from the Bible. You know, creator of heaven and earth and stuff. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Big G from the Bible? You mean Gaga? Chamber was once again left shivering and trying to mitigate the pain in his body. Yeah, I wouldn't say his name if I were you. It's kind of a devil thing to have a weakness towards anything that is holy and his name is considered as such. With an apologetic look on her face, Seraphil wryly smiled as she explained. So whether you utter his name out loud, or even your thoughts, you would get touched by his holy light, which you now know is painful and feels like you were being burned for a single second. Huff, huff, that's bullshit. After finally recovering, Chamber leaned himself back on the wall as he cursed. I know, but it is what it is. Seraphil just shrugged her shoulders, as if expecting that kind of reaction from him. After all, that was also her reaction when she mentioned God's name during her 10th birthday, when she wished for the Satans to defeat God and was left shivering in pain on the floor that day. What kind of logic is this? I don't remember MCU or even the Marvel comics having this kind of history in the past. In fact, Chamber was right, because if this is indeed part of the history in the past, he would have known, considering the Kamartaj library has access to several diaries of ancient sorcerers starting from 100 BC to the present time. But there was no mention of evil pieces or devils being able to turn humans into devils through a thing called evil piece. They didn't even mention that there could be devils as beautiful and charming as Seraphil. Either they're lying about the devils, which is unlikely, or he's not truly in the past of his world, but traveled to another again. That means I died, right? But that's impossible. I still wear the same robe. Not to mention there's a bloody hole on my robe, which means what happened to me earlier is real, but it didn't exactly kill me. Once again, Chamber was once again left with so many questions in his mind. Anyways, where was I? Oh right, the advantages. Well, aside from the increase in strength, especially at night, you'd also live long enough to outlive an entire generation of a human family. Isn't that amazing? From what I heard, you humans always covet for the so-called immortality, right? You're right. Just as Chamber wanted to refute her words about humans coveting immortality, suddenly he remembered about the Ancient One, who coveted immortality not to live forever, but so she could keep protecting Earth until she found a suitable successor. Huh. Seraphil once again bore a smug face, as if telling Chamber, I knew it. And the disadvantages? Upon asking, the smugness on her face fell apart as quickly as it appeared. Well, the disadvantages aren't that bad. Just a few like the one I mentioned earlier, like the weakness to anything holy. And, sensing something amiss, Chamber pressed on. And you'd be hated by quite a few people. It's not like it's bad. Seraphil smiled awkwardly under the blank expression of Chamber. Do you mind elaborating on that? What do you mean by few? More specifically, who? Chamber leaned forward and squinted his eyes. Like, everyone, aside from ourselves, everyone in the world hates us. From what I know, though, every single faction in the world used to hate the big G of the Bible for stealing believers and stepping on their territories just to spread their belief. But ever since Lucifer rebelled and turned into a devil, the hate shifted from the big G to devils. So what you're trying to say is, in exchange for personal power, I'll become an enemy of the entire world? Yes. How about you then? What do you gain from all of this? Surely there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right? Chamber crossed his arms, eyeing the charming girl in front of him in suspicion. Free lunch? What's lunch? She tilted her head and asked out of confusion. Sigh, what I meant is that there's nothing in this world that comes for free. So what do you get in return for turning me into a devil and giving me all these benefits and drawbacks? What do I get? Nothing, I think. The piece was just created to turn a human into a devil, and it's still a prototype. So aside from me, no one else in this world can turn someone into a devil. So consider yourself as the first reincarnated devil. Now, I don't know what you want, and I don't think you'd appreciate the fact that you own me for your life, but the best decision you can make for now is to follow me back in the underworld. The human world is the territory of almost every single faction, and we, the devils, have a very small and weak influence here. If you stay here all alone, trust me, even with your strength, you won't last a single week before an archangel descends from heaven and kills you. Once she was done speaking, Chamber was left contemplating his future decisions. As a matter of fact, Chamber kinds of agree with Seraphil. As a former human, he knows how hated the devils are, and since he's now one of them, it would only be proper for him to blend in among them. But the real question is, why can't he just turn back into a human and live happily ever after? And so, Chamber asked the same question to Seraphol. I'm not sure about that. Ajuka never told me about that. Maybe we should go and ask him about it. So that still leaves to me going to the underworld. Chamber muttered to himself, not liking the fact that he was going to a place that he considered hell, since that's what the Bible says about the place of the devils. Lead the way. With a final sigh, he finally gave the okay sign to Seraphol, who jumped in excitement. All right then, let's go. I have so many places to show you, and I'm sure Ajuka and Surzex would absolutely love to meet you. Without thinking about it, Seraphol grabbed Chamber's hand and cast the common teleportation spell. Soon, a bright light blue circle with various symbols appeared on their feet, making Chamber flinch in surprise and wariness. Don't worry, it's just a teleportation circle. It's for faster travel. Seraphol, noticing the cautious look on Chamber's face, assured him. Composing himself, he braced himself as the teleportation circle moved and ascended, swallowing both of them before the teleportation circle disappeared into particles. Never once did Chamber blink during the process, as he was curious at how the so-called teleportation works. Well, now he knows. It's just like entering a portal, except that you don't enter the portal. The portal enters you instead. Looking around in curiosity and suspicion, the first thing Chamber noticed was that they were outside instead of indoors. How'd he know? He could see the moon in the sky, except that this moon and the sky are entirely purple, coating the entire place in purple also. Welcome to the underworld, Chamber. You're the first human or formerly human to enter the underworld. Currently, we're in my family place, the Citri territory. It would be a lie for me to say I wasn't expecting the underworld to look similar to Earth except for the purple sky. When Seraphol first told me she'd take me to the underworld, I was already bracing myself to stomach the sights of humans being tortured, blood and flames everywhere, along with red-skinned devils roaming the ground and the sky. Instead of those things, what I'm currently looking at are a bunch of trees, grasses, and even some small but weird-looking animals that resemble bunnies and squirrels with a few distinctive features that separate their appearance from the aforementioned animals. What do you think? I heard Seraphol's question, as she probably noticed the lost expression on my face and couldn't help but ask for my opinion about her home. I feel like I'm still on Earth. Aside from the purple environment, I wasn't expecting Underworld to also have their own nature and forest. To be honest, this part was what surprised me the most. Devils back in my previous world are known to be destructive and pure chaotic, seeking nothing but to take life in every path they come across. I know, right? For your information, we, the Citri family, are one of the rarest devil pillars that preserves and appreciates nature, unlike some other pillars who are disgusted with nature because of, Big G's creation and stuff. All right, enough talk about that. Let's head directly to Ajuka's laboratory. Oh, and also, just to remind you, don't act like a human. Not every devil is like me. With a final warning, a wing sprouted from her back, which immediately gathered my attention. What the fuck? I couldn't help but utter a curse in surprise. Oh, I forgot to tell you, but we devils have wings for convenient travels. You have your own wings, actually. Just feel it in your gut and command it to come out. It should feel natural, like moving a limb. Try it. Landing back down on the ground, Seraphol guided me into sprouting my own wings. It would be a lie for me to say I wasn't excited by the thought I could fly with my wings. Thanks to Seraphol, it only took a single minute for my wings to come out. There we go. Smiling widely, Seraphol looked at my behind, and I noticed her smile quickly faltered slightly. W-dash. She muttered in shock. Why? What happened? I asked in worry. Could it be there's something wrong with my wings? Maybe I only sprouted one wing, or my wings are too small. Take a look for yourself. Saying this, she extended her hand, and a blue magical circle lit up, which quickly prompted my inner sorcerer's side to analyze them. Unfortunately for me, the magical circle only lasted a second, as a huge water stream magically appeared out in the middle of the magic circle and started to shape into a thin circular mirror in front of me. Knowing her intention, I turned my back to face the mirror and looked behind me as I also stared at the mirror in shock. Unlike Seraphol's pitch-black wings, Mine was also pitch black, except that there was a tinge of dark purple on its lower part. The most distinctive about mine, compared to Seraph's, was the fact that Seraph only had a single set of wings, while mine had two sets. In short, I have two wings on the left and right side. This is bad. You can't show your wings out there. What? Why? Are my wings uncommon? I was confused. Could there be something wrong about my wings? Sure, they were different from Seraph's, but these are just wings, right? I'm sorry for asking this now, but may I ask your name? Your full name? Hearing her question, although confuses me, I still answered for the sake of hopefully clearing up any confusion there is towards my wings. Chamberlain Blake, I answered. It's an American surname, I know. Honestly, I have no idea what was going on in my parents' minds that made them name me after a title of a chief officer to a king's household. Were they hoping that naming me Chamberlain would give them a child that meets their expectations? Chamberlain Blake, that's a pure human name. I don't remember anyone from the underworld having that kind of surname. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but do you mind explaining to me right now? I'm getting more and more confused as time ticks by. Well, how do I say this? Your wings aren't uncommon or something like that, but there's someone I know who also has two sets of wings like you, and aside from you, he's the only one with the two sets of wings in the underworld. And who is this guy you're talking about? Slowly understanding Seraph's surprise earlier, I was now curious about who is the guy that Seraph was talking about. I'm talking about the ruler of the devils in the underworld, Lord Lucifer. As if thunder had struck me, upon hearing the name, I was frozen in shock. Not even the other three Satans have two sets of wings like Lucifer and you. That's why I was stunned and asked for your name earlier. I thought that the reason behind your four wings is that you're somehow related to Lord Lucifer. After all, even his descendants only have a single set of wings. Hearing the explanation, I finally understood the confusion. She's implying that the reason behind my two wings is because my heritage might be close or related to Lucifer, the king among the devils. Maybe you know the answer? Seraph's next words made me think about it. Am I really related to Lucifer? Well, I just arrived here, though. Muttering under my breath, I tried my best to recall anything that would somehow relate me to Lucifer. Taking notice of my dilemma, Seraph spoke. Well, let's not dwell too much about it, okay? Since there are no answers, we can just keep this between us. Don't worry, I keep my mouth tight shut. Giving me a promise, my shoulders, which I just noticed was tensed, finally relaxed. Now, as I said earlier, you can't show your wings to the public. So either we ride on a transport, which takes around a whole day before arriving at Ajuka's laboratory, or you could just furl the other set of your wings. Can't we just directly teleport inside his laboratory? Why do we have to go through all of these trouble? Asking the question I've been wanting to ask, Seraph answered after a moment of thinking. Well, first of all, Ajuka has barricaded his laboratory and the surroundings with an anti-teleportation spell. As for why, well, let's just say, whenever someone teleports to his labs would always interrupt him and his experiments. Ever since then, he kept everyone from teleporting directly to his laboratory and its vicinity. Seraph embarrassingly scratches the back of her head as she replies. And I'm guessing that someone refers to you. Crossing my arms, I watch as she shyly looks anywhere but mine. Ajuka is the only friend I have in the middle of this war. Everyone else is either too focused on their own goals or wanted to win this war. Seeing her bowing her head down on the ground, I realized that Seraph was just seeking friendship and was probably not her intention to annoy her only friend named Ajuka. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. It was my turn to be embarrassed, but despite it, I still apologized to her. It's okay. Seraph shook her head and responded in kind. If it makes you feel better, I want to be your friend. I offered, and what I saw next made me speechless. As if she was a cartoon character, she disappeared and appeared a few inches away from me, with her face close to mine, a wide smile with a blush bears in her face as her eyes frantically looked at mine. Oh, really? Why you be my friend? She asked for confirmation, as if being her friend is a bad thing. Of course I will. In fact, I want to be more than just your friend. And more than friend? I see Seraph tilt her head sideways in confusion. How cute. I muttered under my breath. I wasn't expecting someone who comes from a known evil race to be this adorable unless she's a succubus. Yeah, it's called a best friend. Whoa, best friend. Seraphal muttered the new word she just learned with a dreamy expression in her face. How about it? Want to be best friends instead? Smiling softly, I extended my hand forward to seal the deal. If best friend is more than friends, then I want us to be more than best friends. Imagining that friends are like ranks, Seraphal assumed that there is something higher than best friend status. I turned speechless, coughing and looking away from her to hide the small blush on my cheeks. There's indeed a more than best friend, but that's an entirely new level. Maybe we should stick to best friends for now, okay? Anything more than that would be a bit too beyond the boundary. Clearing my throat, I answered her professionally. Oh, looking dejectedly, Seraphal took a few seconds to recover and nod her head. Then let's become best friends. Someday, I want to be more than best friends. Promise me that, okay? Slapping her hand in mine, we shook hands while I remained a bit dumbstruck. I promise, I responded with a hint of slight hesitation. Okay then, let's get back to the matter at hand. More lively than before, probably due to finally having a best friend, I nodded my head in response. I could try to furl the other wing set. Since it is part of my body, that means I have full control over it. For the next few minutes, both Seraphal and I tried several ways to furl the second set. However, no matter what we did, such as pulling it out, pushing it back inside my back, and even going as far as trying to fold it in half, but none of those worked. Maybe I could try this. Having an idea, I furled my 2 sets of wings and tried unfurling it out again, but this time, try to only unfurling 1 set of wing. It worked. I hear Seraphal gasp in surprise. Once again conjuring another water glass, I turned around and saw that my wings has indeed turned from 2 sets to 1 set. Well, should we go now? I asked with a smile, excited that the problem has been solved and now I can experience what flying is like. Yes, though from Seraphal's reaction, she seemed to be more excited than me who would be experiencing it for the first time. Seraphal started flying first. Facing me, I heard her speak. Now, since you're technically new to flying and I'm not totally a flight instructor, I can only tell you what it felt like to me when I flew for the first time. I then nodded my head at her, prompting her to continue. First things first, I heard humans have quite a lot of fear, and among them is heights, so try not to look down while flying. Second, flying consumes your stamina, so not every time you can maintain yourself in the air. Last but not the least, imagine yourself being lifted off from the ground. My mom told me that the technique to flying is imagining yourself as a small figure and a huge hand grabbed you and lifted you up. From there on, you'd STA dash before she could even finish her sentence. I was already floating off from the ground, swerving around and trying my best to balance myself while in the air. Technically, Seraphal didn't provide any support as I'm quite adept when it comes to imagining things. After all, how else would you be able to cast spells and conjure portals without incantations? So with a simple imagination of me flying like Superman, I was now off to the skies, feeling the gush of wind slapping my face. This feels wonderful. Unbeknownst to myself, I continued ascending to the skies all while spreading my arms widely, as if trying to hug the entire world. A few meters down from me, I failed to notice Seraphal staring at my floating figure with a complicated expression. In Seraphal's eyes, a certain someone's figure is slightly overlapping with mine. Is he really not related to Lord Lucifer? After muttering this to herself, she shook her head and continued. That's impossible. After all, he was a human, and I just turned him into a devil earlier. Flying in the sky was very exciting at first. However, the moment the strain on my back started to settle in, my joy slowly turned into exhaustion. That's pretty normal on the first try. Don't be discouraged. At least her comfort is helping, albeit a bit. Are we there yet? I asked. If Seraphal answered no, then I would ask for a rest. We're just a few minutes away now. You can see his laboratory from here. Since you're practically a devil now, your eyesight should be able to see more clearly and farther. True to her words, I stared at the distance in front of me, and at first I saw nothing but an expanse of green trees and nature. However, once my vision adjusted and adapted, I finally saw the laboratory that Seraphal was talking about. It was breathtaking to see it. Standing in front of me was a sight that I hadn't seen before. It was a huge white dome with a radius of 500 meters. If you think a 500-meter radius is small, then think twice, because that's almost as large as a small town. Considering this is just a single structure housing a scientist, it was impressive to see such a building actually exists. The white dome may look plain on the outside, but I'm sure the inside is the opposite. Aside from the white dome, the structure surroundings were also a sight worth seeing. The vicinity of the dome was quite similar to Serafal's Citri territory. It was covered in trees and lush grasses that you wouldn't expect to see in a place filled with devils. Additionally, my senses were telling me that there was a barrier surrounding the entire place, probably the same barrier that Serafal was talking about earlier, the one that could block teleportation. We might even be inside the barrier right now, for all I know. We're safe here. We can land now. Ajuka is not known to have guards all around the place. He's the kind of a person who would rather stay at his beloved home than establish communication with someone. Hearing her roast the poor man behind his back again, I couldn't help but feel pity for this Ajuka guy. What kind of sin did he commit to suffer such stabs behind his back? Landing after Serafal. Only then did I realize just how tall the white dome actually was. Because my perspective was bird's view earlier, I failed to notice its height. But now that I'm on the ground, it's like I'm staring at two Empire State Buildings stacked against each other. How did these devils even manage to build something like this? Do they perhaps have devil construction workers? What are you doing back there staring for? Come on. Thankfully, I was snapped back to reality by Serafal, who had already walked quite a distance away from me. Chasing after her, we then arrived at the entrance of the white dome. It was that easy to get close to the structure. No guards, no devil patrolling or anything like that. It's like visiting an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere. Either this Ajuka guy is an idiot for not hiring protection, considering he's a scientist who invented stuff that could turn humans into devils, or he's just that confident in his strength in case they're malicious intruders. I would prefer the latter, since Serafal vouches for this man. Swoosh! The white metallic doors slid open, releasing a handful of steam in the process. Walking inside, my mouth went wide open as soon as my eyes scanned the interior of the building. Where am I? Why does this place look like an alien mothership? The surroundings were full of stuff that I couldn't fully explain. All I know, it's a bunch of advanced technological things that humanity could only dream of reaching. Screech! Immediately getting into a fighting stance, I searched my eyes around and saw an animal trapped inside a large glass tube where a few hologram displays could be seen. The said animal couldn't even be described as one. I would prefer to call it a monster instead. Unlike animals, this monster bore features that screamed deadly. Its large claws scratched the glass tube several times with no result. The disgusting sharp and pointy bones all lined up, starting from its shoulders down to its tailbone. This monster kind of reminds me of Wild Mutt from Ben 10, except it was fused with Abomination from Hulk. What is that thing? I muttered a question to myself, which I purposely muttered loud enough for Serafal to hear, so she could answer it. Oh, that? I saw that in an animal dictionary, though it looks a bit different. It was a dash before Serafal could answer and finish her sentence. She was interrupted by an exhausted voice behind us. An artificial Cerberus. Surprised, we quickly made a swift turnaround and finally saw the source of the answer. It was a tall man with slicked-back green hair, wearing what I assumed to be a lab coat, looking at the two of us with a drained look. What are you doing here again, Serafal? Look, whatever you're about to ask me to do and go with you, my answer is still no. Ignoring my presence, the green-haired man only spoke to Serafal. Why does this guy look like he wants to die already? I secretly muttered to myself, observing the appearance of the man who I assumed to be Ajuka. His exhausted face along with a lab coat was already enough for a 10-year-old to guess. Not to mention, he seems to be the only one in this place. Ajuka, it's so good to see you. It's been a long time since we last saw each dash. We just saw each other yesterday. Ajuka interrupted. Gak, not expecting such a response. Serafal jokingly made an expression like she was punched in the chest. Okay, maybe not a long time, but it doesn't matter. There's a reason why I'm here. Sai, what is it? Another toy to play with? If so, I already prepared another one FO. Just as Ajuka was about to turn around to grab the said toy, he was interrupted by Seraphol. Nope, I'm not here for that. I want to introduce you to Chamber right here. Finally given the chance for my presence to be finally acknowledged, I was about to extend my hand for a handshake. Oh, hi. Only for the man himself to simply nod his head at me and say a single word before turning around to resume whatever he's currently doing. Hello. Now that my hand was extended awkwardly, I could only scratch my head and wave at the guy's back. I'm not sure if the guy's being rude or something, but I just hope it's not the former. No. Ajuka, come back. You can't just casually dismiss him. He's important. How important is he that it requires 3 minutes and 45 seconds of my precious time? Stopping in his tracks, Ajuka replied without turning around. Because he's my new friend. And not just any friend. He's my best friend. Proudly yelling back, I was stunned. Oi, you're supposed to introduce me as the first devil reincarnated human in front of the inventor himself. Why does being your friend seem much more important than that? I quietly yelled inside my mind, wondering if there's something wrong with this girl's head. Really? Good for you then. Someone will finally share my burden. Am I seeing things, or that a tear that rolled down from his cheek? I blinked my eyes and rubbed them profusely. And he's also a human who just turned into a devil thanks to your invention. The moment Seraphol yelled this, Ajuka quickly disappeared from his place and reappeared directly in front of me. Unable to move my body, I raised my head and saw the excitement and eagerness in Ajuka's eyes. The exhaustion and weariness seemed to have turned non-existent. What is wrong with these devils? Come with me, Chamber. Before I or Seraphol could react, my shoulder was grabbed by Ajuka, and we both disappeared to God no ga. Fuck, that stings. Note to self, use Lucifer's name instead. By the time I regained my senses, I found myself sitting on a seat while Ajuka, with his white coat fluttering, was running several tests on my body. I could feel the tip of the needle piercing through the skin in my forearm, directly through the bloodstream, as Ajuka proceeds, gathering a dosage of my blood. What exactly are you doing? I asked. Having the trauma of the Marvel Universe and the cliché plot of cloning, I was wary of having my blood taken. I want to test your devil blood, to see if you still retain some of your human traits or genes. Answered Ajuka, without raising his head to look at me, simply immersed in a contraption that looked similar to a computer that came from the future. Did this guy invent computers back in the Marvel Universe too? So, am I like quarantined? I asked with a small hint of fear. Am I about to be stuck in hell for the rest of my life? Quarantined? You mean isolated? Yeah, something like that. That's funny. Some words back in my world haven't been invented here yet. Thinking of inventing, maybe I could take this opportunity to produce inventions that are a resounding success back in my world, like smartphones. Wait, no, that's too advanced. Maybe something like light bulbs or something. No, you won't be isolated. In fact, I'm already done with you. Whenever you want, you can leave now. As a matter of fact, I'd appreciate it if you take Seraphol and leave my laboratory right now. I hate working with the thought that there are other people in my lab. I'm not sure if he rudely meant those words, or that's just his way of speaking. Hopefully, it's the latter. Before I leave, can I ask you a question? Seeing the chance to finally inquire about something that has been bugging me for a while, I spoke. Sigh. What is it? Sighing, Ajuka turned to look at me. Is there any way I can turn back to being human again? I gulped. Hopefully he won't take offense to my question. After all, such question might came out as if I disliked being part of their race. Thankfully, Ajuka's reaction says enough that he's not that kind of person. I don't know yet. Devil genes are far more powerful than humans. Not to mention, turning into devil involves inserting devil energy inside a human's body soul. But the same cannot be said vice versa. Human doesn't have anything similar to a devil energy that could be inserted inside a devil. So I hate to break this to you, but it is impossible to become human again. Shaking his head with an answer, my face sunk. I should have expected such an answer, but it still pains me that I will no longer become human. It doesn't sound that bad, right? Maybe someday in the future, I'll be the one finding a way instead. Last question. I coughed. Yes. Once again bearing his previous monotone expression, Ajuka faced me. Where's the exit? I wryly smiled. From a movement on Ajuka's eyebrows, I could already tell he was annoyed by my question. Well, you can't blame me when we just magically appeared in this lab earlier. After thanking Ajuka, who kindly showed me the way back to where we left Sarah fall, I saw the aforementioned sitting on a couch with a bored expression. Upon seeing my presence, her face beamed up in happiness as she tiptoed towards me. How cute. Cham Cham, you're finally back. How is it? Ajuka wasn't too rough on you, is he? Just say the word, and this magical devil will show him a lesson. After saying those words, she flexed her arm as if she has a muscle. I was about to answer her question when my brain registered what she just called me earlier. Wait, Cham Cham. Seeing me froze, Sarah Fall tilted her head in confusion. She stepped forward in front of me and stared directly at my face. Who wouldn't be? This is the first time someone called me by a made-up nickname, not to mention how cringe Cham Cham is. How and why did she made up of that nickname for me? Sarah Fall, please don't call me that. I forced a smile on my face as my face was practically begging her at this point. What do you mean? You mean Cham Cham? Crack. Tea that. Yes. Hee hee, Cham Cham. As if finding my tickle, Sarah Fall bore a teasing smile as she repeated the nickname a few more times. By the end of her satisfaction, I was now left staring at the sky with an expression that screams, "Why am I still here?" Chamber? You still there? Said Sarah Fall as she waves her hand in front of my face. Sigh. Let's go. Signed to myself. I finally let go of it. At least she went back to calling me Chamber instead of Cham Cham. Let's go back to your world, Cham Cham. She happily continued. Ugh. Using the teleportation circle, we appeared exactly at the same dilapidated structure where we left earlier. During that time, Sarah was humming happily to herself. I wonder how she can keep herself so positive every single minute. Not to mention, what is she even happy with? Because wherever she's getting it, I want some of it. Okay, first things first. I'm not going to force you to stick with me for my mission. If you want, you're free to go around. However, you must not attract the attention of the angels. Can you pinky promise me that? She turns around to face me, uttering a few conditions that don't seem that bad to follow. It sounds more like safety protocols that a mother would tell her child. Yes, Mom, I said with a simple roll of my eyes, just to tease her. Hee. All right, son, Sarah Fall, startling me, adorned a grin on her face as she teased back. Before I could get back on her, she quickly disappeared before my eyes, leaving me alone in the dilapidated building. Well, that's great. Now that she's gone, everything that happened so far finally came crashing down on me. One moment, I was resting in my apartment when I got attacked by my former master, got stabbed in my heart, got accidentally transferred to another world again, but this time, back in ancient times, almost finding myself at death's doorstep before I turned into a devil, visited hell, or underworld, whatever Sarah Fall likes to call it. And by the end of the journey, I'm back to the world of living once again. Great, simply great. The question left for me is, what do I do now? With the details that Sarah Fall filled me in earlier, do I have to join this great war that I don't find any sense participating in just because I'm now part of the devil race? Do I even want to fight Big G of the Bible himself? Being in a new world finally gave me a small space to breathe. Unlike the world of Marvel, at least I don't have to constantly look behind my back and expect to meet some supervillain or worse, one of the Marvel Universe's gods. This world seems safer to me. I mean, from what Sarah Fall told me about the supernatural side of this world, this universe is quite similar to the Marvel Universe, except that it's on normal mode instead of nightmare in terms of difficulty. With all of these positive elements, as long as I keep my head low and focus on growing my strength, what could go wrong? Are you sure he smells human? Yes, my lord. Once in my 1,000 years of living, I never doubted my sense of smell. Although his devil smell is overlapping and almost dominating, it's impossible to hide the smell of a human from my smell. Kneeling on the floor was someone whose appearance would put even the wealthiest person to shame in terms of clothing and aura. In front of this kneeling man was another figure whose presence was so suffocating that the space itself seemed to curve and bend like a waving surface of the sea. His sharp violet pupils combined with his eerie aura pressed on the kneeling man, despite not moving. The man felt a huge pressure weighing down on him, as if for every second he spent, the heavier the pressure became. Good. You may leave now. As a reward for this information, the Barbados clan will be granted to take over the Animal Research Department. I'll inform Lord Lucifer myself about that. After a moment of silence that seemed to choke the kneeling man, the man sitting on the throne finally spoke. Thank you, Lord Zekrom. The man finally stood and bowed his head before leaving, not daring to use a teleportation circle directly inside, as it is considered taboo and very disrespectful to the owner of the house. As someone with a very wide and powerful influence inside the underworld aside from the four great Satans, Zekrom has eyes in almost the entire underworld, so he's always informed of whoever goes in and out. It's also a coincidence that Seraphal has been under his radar for quite a while, mainly due to her immense talent in her clan's trait at such a young age. Such seedlings should be nurtured to increase the chances of them winning the Great War. Although her lack of participation in the war and inability to consistently follow orders from those above her is something that he's been frowning upon, it is undeniable that she'll be a very important piece to accomplish their revenge on the being who vanquished them. Interesting. What are you planning bringing a devil who reeks of human, Seraphal? Not knowing that I just gained myself a stalker, my eyes were darting around as seeing the humans who lived in the past is almost surreal. Although I know that they're living and alive, I can't help but see them as people who are already dead. After all, I'm kind of someone who was from future, and these guys are long dead during that time, buried and forever forgotten. Well, here's to my past self thinking that history is just a bunch of bullshits that the government made up. Excuse me? May I ask you to not please block my passage? Suddenly getting interrupted, I shifted my head and saw a random man carrying what seemed to be a basket filled with fruits and vegetables. From the looks of his sweaty face and exhausted expression, I could tell that the man was a breadwinner. My apologies? I muttered confusedly. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to understand the man in front of me, nor is he supposed to understand me either. Still, I stepped aside for the man to pass. It's fine, lad. Just watch where you're standing still next time. The man gave me a short smile before going back to seriousness. The weight of the basket he's carrying is no joke considering he's human. Upon passage, I started weaving through the traffic of camels, carts, and busy men, before finally finding a good and safe place to stay for a while. I need to find somewhere I won't be disturbed. With this in mind, I scanned my eyes around and saw a huge cart on its way toward Jerusalem's front gates, probably to exit the city. Realizing that this was my chance to leave and explore outside, instead of staying in a city that is the last place a new devil like me would go into. Thankfully, I could still use some of my spells using this weird energy I could feel inside of me. I just recently discovered earlier that I no longer need the assistance of a dimension to borrow energy to harness my spells. Instead, I now have my very own energy reserves to fuel my magic. It kind of feels weird at first, but I know I'll get used to it somehow. As soon as the huge cart passed by my location, I quickly but quietly cast a wind spell to disrupt the coachman, forcing him to stop the cart and cover his eyes from the clouds of dust attempting to enter his eyes. Taking the opportunity, I swiftly ducked under the cart and used the cart's body underneath to carry my own weight, effectively turning me in a part of the cart itself. Once the coachman recovered and the wind finally dispersed, he wasted no time and resumed driving the cart. Meanwhile, I was surprised that I didn't feel any strain on my muscles considering I was literally carrying my own weight underneath a moving cart on a road full of bumps and small potholes that almost seemed as if every time the cart ran through it, it would overturn the cart. Hidden and unseen, the cart swiftly moved past through the gates of Jerusalem, finally entering the wide and outside world. In the meantime, Seraphal just got reunited with her companions for Lady Leviathan's given task of killing 3 popes of the church. Where have you been, Lady Seraphal? As someone who is the direct heir of one of the devil's pillars, Seraphal is still respected by them despite her unsatisfactory performance when it comes to participating in the cause of the Great War. As much as they want to scold her for deviating away from the main mission, they can only swallow their frustrations and wished that they were born with a higher status than Seraphol, so they could at least have a say against her. "I've been scouting," she lied. One can already tell how bad she is at lying as her eyes dart around without daring to look them in the eye. Sigh. "Well, if you're truly scouting, as you're saying, Lady Seraphol, I assume you now know the current locations of the 3 popes we're targeting." Of course, one is located on the north side of Dash. Before Seraphol could continue, she was interrupted by the person she was talking to, slapping his own forehead. "Slap! Lady Seraphol, we scouted around Jerusalem and found out that all the popes of the churches are having a secret meeting in an undisclosed location, which we thankfully found. The only thing that's holding us back from raiding them is because we're waiting for your arrival, Lady Seraphol." Oh, Seraphol, who was unable to say anything, could only scratch her head and follow the lead of her companions for now. "O Lord Satans, please help us get through this task," one certain companion prayed in his heart. I almost fell asleep hiding under the cart. Thankfully, a certain pothole startled me, snapping me back to reality. I should be far enough now. Letting go of the rotting and decaying what I'd been grabbing onto for the past few minutes, I felt my back drop and rub against the rocky road, watching as the cart finally rode past me. Rubbing my bottom, I stood up and looked around me, finding myself in the middle of nowhere, lush trees surrounding me on both sides. Well, the road will probably lead me to another human settlement, but I don't plan to stay underneath a cart for entire days. I might as well drop off now and assess my current situation first. Walking past the side of the road and entering the forest, my legs brought me forward for a few minutes until I arrived at a small clearing, enough to establish a small, temporary home for me, away from anyone who might come to harm me. Putting that aside, I also have other plans for today. For what Seraphol told me earlier, one of the boons that comes with being a devil is the increase in all aspects of physical strength. I want to test them, and what place is the best to test them but an empty place in the middle of nowhere? The first thing I want to test is my speed. Previously, before I turned into a devil, my speed was above normal, which is pretty much obvious considering that as a sorcerer, physical is part of our training back in Kamartaj. I don't need to bend down and prepare myself to run as fast as I can, similar to how professional runners do before the start of the competition. After all, during the middle of a fight, do I also need to bend down and prepare? So a single command that my brain delivered to my legs caused me to cover 50 meters in a single moment. I haven't even blinked yet when I already found myself in my destination. Oh wow, I blinked. I didn't know I would be that fast. If my guess is correct, it would take a human around 10 seconds to reach the same distance. It should be fast enough, right? I mean, according to what Seraphol told me, I'm on the threshold of a middle-class devil, so there's still more room for improvement. Next is the strength. Hopefully, it would be somewhere near Captain America's strength. That way, I can finally hold my ground against people like them. As tempted as I am to test my strength by punching a tree, I don't think that would be a good case considering I'm in a world where gods are real and highly active. Trees are part of nature itself, and I can name many gods related to nature with both of my hands. Call me a highly cautious person, but I'm not going to harm nature without being assured that it won't trace back to me. Especially since I'm now a devil and devils are considered the enemy of not only humanity, but also the entire world. It took me quite a long time before finally finding a huge enough boulder to practice on. The boulder itself looks like it would crumble apart just from its cracks where green mold starts to form. I hope you hold on for a bit, buddy. Giving the cracked boulder a small pat before stepping back. The first thing I want to test on the boulder is to see if I can carry it with my bare hands. I went a little closer and bear hugged the boulder before clenching my ass cheeks. I could feel my fingers slip through the small cracks on the bottom as I pulled my weight up, going not only against the mass of the boulder, but also the pressure of gravity itself. It took me quite a while before finding a good posture and finally lifted the entire boulder a few inches from the ground. Insects alike start to crawl away upon the exposure of their nests due to their home being lifted. Some crawls around my forearm, causing me to twitch slightly. If I wasn't trained to handle such minorities, my past self might have panicked and started rolling on the ground. Thankfully, I didn't and only twitched out of annoyance. I tried to lift it a few more inches and succeeded, only coming to a stop once the boulder was hovering 5 feet off the ground, almost carrying on my shoulders. It's not like I'm feeling the strain already, but because the boulder felt like it would crumble apart any moment now, I still have to test my punching strength, so I can't have the boulder giving up on me yet. Note to self, find something better than the boulder to carry. Gently placing it back on the ground, I readied myself by cocking my arm and closing my fist. My eyes scanned around the surface of the boulder before finding a good spot to strike. Breathing in and out, I launched my fist forward and the 4 knuckles on my left hand connected with the boulder, burying my fist deep into the boulder, causing an imprint of my fist and causing the cracks on the boulder to worsen. From what seemed like a few long cracks earlier, it started to spread across the surface, and I know that any moment now, the boulder will fall apart. So I stepped back and watched as the third law of motion unfolded itself in front of my eyes. 2 seconds later, the cracks had fully covered the surface of the boulder, and each piece fell apart, crumbling the entire boulder. Okay, I'm strong. That's a fact. I could punch a human's head and pop it like a watermelon. Next is my defense, which was already tested during the punch. My knuckles, which would normally hurt if I punched the same boulder as a human, look completely fine. Not even a tiny bit of scratch can be found. So it's a yes that my resilience was also enhanced. Next on the list is my endurance, or in more basic terms, my stamina and energy. This is the test that I've been eyeing since earlier. The fact that I can hold my own weight for almost an entire hour under that card is a testament to my greatly increased stamina. So let's go past that test already. Now we're on the energy test. This is what has been bugging me off since earlier. I could clearly feel that my connection to the previous universe's energy was gone, and instead, I could feel an ominous yet superior kind of energy swirling inside of me. You see, back in the MCU world, the sorcerers can either draw energy from 2 sources depending on the spell they'll use. If a sorcerer is using a mind-related spell, it would only require the spell to be powered by the caster's mind itself. The rest of the spells, on the other hand, are powered by either the universe's energy or dimensions from the multiverse. Such example that can be used is Dormammu's Dark Dimension. If you can convince the Dimension Master himself, the aforementioned individual can give you access to draw the energy from his dimension with, of course, an exchange. The exchange can vary depending on the Dimension Master, such as the caster's loyalty for eternity, or worse, your soul will be given to the Dimension Master. There are many other known exchanges. As for the benefits of having access to a dimension's energy, not only it would increase the strength of the caster's spells, but the caster would also gain the capability to use the dimension's personal spells, the kind of spells where only by using the said dimension's energy can the caster cast those certain spells. But this energy of mine, it feels quite different compared to the universe's energy. It feels untamed and so raw. Although it also feels dark and sinister, it's not to the point that it would harm me, the user. I wonder how magic works in this world. More specifically, the magic of devils. I've seen Seraphal use the said devil energy a few times, such as the teleportation magic. She didn't exactly tell me the full properties of the devil energy. Muttering under my breath, I decided to discover it myself and experiment. I closed my eyes and got a feel of the said energy. A few minutes later, I had already written a few notes about the devil's energy in my mind. First of all, it's 10 times more potent and thick than the universe's energy that I previously used back in the world of Marvel. Second, this one is both an advantage and disadvantage. A disadvantage because I now have limited reserves, unlike the previous universe's energy, in which I have a near infinite amount of energy to draw my spells from. However, this is also an advantage as casting spells would no longer strain my physical body. You see, using the universe's energy might seem overpowered, but it also has limits. And among them is that the caster's capability to cast spells as much as he wants depends on his physical body. Using the universe's energy too much would put a burden on the caster's physical body, rendering the infinite energy useless. Hence, why sorcerers aren't exactly so overpowered, because they too have limits in what and how much they can cast. My last note about the devil energy: it can be expanded, increased, and enhanced in efficiency. How, you might ask? When I say efficiency, I mean being able to cast a spell without using too much devil energy. In layman's terms, using little to no of the said energy while achieving the same results when cast in the normal way. Putting these babblings aside, it was time to put it to the test. Earlier, I already used it by casting a wind spell to disrupt the coachman. And now, I'll use something stronger and mostly used by me. Transmutation, a spell capable of altering the forms or structure of matter itself, and even energy if the caster is strong enough. Now, there are two types of transmutation spells, the temporary one and the permanent one. The temporary one is where the casted spell will revert shortly, as it would continuously siphon from the caster's universe's energy, and like I said earlier, constant use of the said energy will strain and even kill the caster's body. Permanent, on the other hand, is more advanced and requires intense focus, like the spell that Doctor Strange used in the Infinity War movie when Thanos literally threw a black hole toward him. Whereas Doctor Strange used a permanent transmutation to turn the said black hole into a bunch of butterflies. Now, what I'm about to cast is obviously just the temporary one. I don't think I'm fit enough to cast the permanent one. I grabbed a small pebble on the ground and held it on top of my palm. Focusing on the pebble, I willed the devil energy inside me to power the spell I was about to cast. I try to use as little as possible to see how much potential the devil energy has. To my surprise, I only used what seemed to be a single drop from a bottle of water, and the pebble's molecular structure started to remold into a new form. The small pebble covered in dirt was gone and replaced by silver, albeit the same size as the pebble earlier. Now, I was holding a silver instead of a pebble, but I could tell it was temporary due to the fact that for every second, a single drop from my devil energy reserves is being spent, which means I can't maintain the transmutation indefinitely. As much as I want to test out how long I could hold it, I still have other spells to test. Dispelling the transmutation, the constant stream of my devil energy finally came to a halt, as if putting a cap on an upside-down bottle. Closing my eyes, I noticed that almost half of my initial reserves were depleted just by maintaining the transmutation for 5 minutes. I guess I have to find ways to increase my devil energy reserves. I'm not sure if my reserves are normal among the middle-class devils. For the next few minutes, I tested several other spells. Some took minimal ounce of my reserves while others took large. Thankfully, I discovered that the depleted reserves slowly get filled back up as long as I rest and don't waste anything more. I also tested to see if I could recover devil energy while depleting them at the same time, but unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. After a few more tests, it was finally time for the last one. Staring at the sling ring on my palm, I nervously inhaled and exhaled. Whatever's going to happen, I was hoping for the best, hoping that I would be able to conjure a portal back to the Marvel Universe. I may seem like a person who lacks friends because of my profession as a sorcerer, but during my stay in the Marvel Universe, I actually made quite a few friends, with some of them appearing as characters in the Marvel films. Wearing it on my index and middle finger, I raised both of my hands and moved my right hand in a circular motion, drawing sparks in front of me. My mind was forming an image of the New York Times Square. It was the only image I could form that would ensure that the portal would form to the other side. A few moments later, the small sparks expanded in size, fully forming a circle made of orange sparks. Before a smile could crawl on my face, I saw nothingness on the other side, similar to the same portal I last formed but interrupted by Kaecilius. All hopes in my heart were quickly dashed, replaced by fear and defeat. Noticing that the portal was still open, my curiosity got the best of me, and couldn't help but walk closer to the portal to have a good look. As my sight became closer, the appearance of the void beyond became distinct. It turns out that it wasn't exactly a place full of nothingness. Instead, there was some variety of colors flowing around. It looked something like when you place a single drop of food coloring on a plain glass of water. That's what the place looks like to me. My first thought was that this was the same place I found myself floating around after entering the unstable portal earlier. What is this place? I couldn't help but mutter to myself as I extended my hand beyond the portal. As soon as it entered through, I felt nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. Not even a small gust of wind can be felt, It's like air doesn't exist inside. Is this space? I resisted the urge to step inside and explore, but survival instinct told me that I was not ready yet to discover what this space inside was. So I gave the portal one final look before dispelling it, closing the portal for now. Maybe in the future, when I'm strong enough, I'll try my luck and find out more about the space. Who knows? Maybe it is the key to my way back to the Marvel Universe. After testing quite a few more times, I came to realize that I'm now 10 times stronger than before. Both my body, mind, and soul are enhanced and different. I should be happy, I guess. Though I miss home still, this experience has benefited me a lot. And besides, I know and am sure that someday I'll find myself back home. Looking around me, the previous peaceful place is now littered with scattered specks of dirt and pebbles, as if some kids have decided to play here. Saying my farewells, I grabbed my ass and started walking back to the main road. I may or may not hitch a ride from ongoing carts. Hopefully, kindness is more rampant in the past compared to the future, or I might have to walk for entire weeks just to get to another civilization. As much as I want to join Seraphal in whatever mission she's currently doing, I have to go on my own way, find some way to get back home, and maybe get stronger on the way. This world is littered with gods, and alike, I might need strength as my ride. Cham. Entering the dilapidated building where she last left Chamber, Seraphal, covered in small bruises and blood that weren't hers, looked around inside, searching for her new friend. He's not here, Seraphal muttered to herself, feeling quite disheartened to see him gone. Hopefully, we'll see each other again. We will, right? Meanwhile, the main suspect of Seraphal's downcast just met with a few interesting people. All right, pretty boy, you're quite far from Mama, aren't you? Standing in front of me were a bunch of what I would call medieval times bandits. They don't look bad, and I would like to applaud their on-time appearance. What else is the best way to practice something other than real people? Don't get me wrong, I don't justify killing, but in my line of work as a sorcerer, killing is a must if necessary. Ever heard of exorcist? Yeah, it was actually us sorcerers who deals with possessions and such things. After all, sorcerers were created to battle otherworldly enemies, including devils possessing mortals, aliens, and such. Hey kid, you okay? Where's your mind going off to? Look, you might be new to this kind of thing, so just hand everything you have and you can pass. A man with 2 scars on his face, who I assumed to be their leader, stepped forward with a kind look on his face. Does he think I'm a helpless child with no idea of the world's cruelty? Amazing. I wasn't expecting bandits from the past to be this kind to children. And here I thought pedophilia was legal during medieval times. I'm sorry, mister, but as you can see, I don't have any, I just got here. To prove my words to him, I inserted my hands into my pocket and pulled it out, showing its emptiness to them. Sigh, look kid, it seems you don't know what you're in yet. We're bandits, you know, what your mama always used to tell you about. The leader with a scar sighed and explained. It was as if he wasn't acting like a bandit. I know what you are, but what do you want me to do then? Like I said earlier, I have nothing with me. Once again, I sighed, repeating the exact same words I just said earlier. Was the education system so backward during this time that the man in front of me couldn't even understand that I didn't have anything to give him? Not to mention, how can he even expect a kid like me to carry a valuable item? Like the man said, I'm just a kid, right? No wonder this guy resorted to being a bandit. As much as possible, I don't want to cause any bloodshed, especially since I just got here and I have no idea how mythical beings in this world work. I don't want to be careless and reveal my inhumane capabilities, only to meet an angel brandishing his sword to my neck the very next day. Brothers, rough him up. The bandit leader, squinting his eyes at me, issued a command to his subordinates behind him. Sigh, this is going to where exactly I think it is, right? Right as the nearest bandit came up in front of me with the malicious intention of pulling me upside down in hopes of miraculously dropping cash, I made my move. I was stunned to notice that the man's movements were slow, too slow, as if even a newborn baby could react to this. Much to the man's surprise, the kid he's underestimating dodged to the side, avoiding his punch. With a swift move of my fist, it was already embedded in the man's face. Despite my small stature compared to the muscular man in front of me, My punch not only inflicted pain on the man, but also threw him backward, crashing toward his companions like a bowling ball. How was this kid so strong? The leader shouted in shock, his earlier confidence slightly wavering. With just a single punch, 5 of his men were already down. Meanwhile, for me, I was staring at my own fist in surprise, not expecting such strength to come from me. Is this how strong devils around the mid-class are? If so, I can't imagine the strength of the high-class devils, and those above like the infamous 4 Satans. Just thinking about it made me shiver inexplicably. I should keep a low profile until I can find a way to increase my strength. Staying as a mid-class devil is a big no-no. Should I maybe ask Seraphol or Ajuka on his to get stronger? Maybe devils have their ways to get one. Snapping out of my thoughts, I realized that the leader had already issued a command to his comrades. All of you go. Take him out. He's alone. Thinking that overwhelming me with numbers would get the job done, I mused at his strategy. Don't get me wrong, it's a good tactic, but a bit dumb also as it won't work on someone like myself. I'm trained to handle things like this, you know. The first 3 who were faster than the others quickly arrived in front of me, their fists cocked back, prepared to deliver their strikes. All of these movements were caught by my eye, as if I was equipped with the legendary Sharingan from the world of Naruto. Not only they're so slow, but my brain was also calculating what I should do in retaliation. By the end of almost 10 seconds in my own perception of time, I finally calculated the most suitable action. I don't need to use any of my repertoire of magic spells and skills. Within just a single blink of an eye, the first man was already down on the ground, his nose bleeding. Another blink, and the other 2 joined the first. The leader, blinking his eyes repeatedly, couldn't believe what he just watched. He rubbed his eyes, assuming that he was just hallucinating. After all, how can 3 grown men get themselves knocked out by a child who looks no older than 15? Not to mention, it only took 2 blinks for it to happen. Gulping his saliva, he looked at the rest of his men and saw that there were just the 5 of them left. Now what you're going to do? I thought to myself while squinting my eyes at the man. He brought this upon himself, so obviously he should take responsibility and face the consequences. To my expectations, the man was forced to charge himself. Screaming at the top of his lungs as if it would help increase his strength, the bandit leader proudly and bravely ran towards me, brandishing his sharp blade. His men behind him, perhaps touched by his courage and bravery, also brandished their blades and followed suit. To be honest, I was surprised by this outcome. I was expecting something cliché like the leader running away with his tail between his legs or using his remaining companions to buy himself time to escape. But instead, they charged towards me with unyielding will and determination. Is this how bandits act during this era? I was expecting them to be a bunch of cowards who are only bold when they have the advantage in numbers. While muttering to myself, the leader has already arrived in front of me, bringing down his blade towards me with the intention to kill. Resisting the urge to put my defense to the test by doing nothing. However, that would simply be too reckless. I'm not even sure how durable I am. What if I'm just twice as durable as a normal human? I would still find myself hacked to bleed by the blade. So I dodged to the side and watched as the blade sliced the ground instead. Stepping forward and stomping on the blade, locking it in place, I delivered a punch to the man's face, forcing him to crouch on the ground out of pain. I could see his nose bending sideways, blood seeping out of his nostrils. Damn, that was just a casual punch from me, and I already inflicted such damage? At the same time, I conjured a simple wind spell that broke through the ranks of bandits behind him, causing them to feel a strong push on their chests and fall to the ground. Finishing the job, I gave the bandit leader one last look before deciding to give him a second chance in life. Hey, who knows? Maybe someday we'll meet again and he will be a changed man by then. Walking past the defeated bandits groaning in pains, a voice interrupted my leave. Who are you? Still clutching his nose, the bandit leader mustered a chance to ask me a question. His questions resonated within me. Who am I? Sure, I could say that I'm Chamberlain Blake, but does it really matter? I'm in a new world once again, and if I wanna, I could take on a new identity. Should I start calling myself Ancient One in this world? But I'm not ancient and old. I don't have the experience and knowledge of the Ancient One herself. I'm just someone who was banished from 2 of my previous worlds. That's when it finally dawned upon me. I was indeed banished from both my original world and the Marvel Universe. I think I finally have a name suitable for myself that serves as what I experienced and new identity. So with a smooth turn of my head behind, I stared directly at the bandit leader's eyes and uttered, "You can call me the Tarnished." And with that, I resumed my walk and left. Maybe someday, once I'm old enough, I will change it and start calling myself the Ancient One. Too bad that would be hundreds of years in the future. Unbeknownst to me, a strange yet enigmatic look appeared in the bandit leader's eyes. The journey ahead me was, how do I say this? Fascinating? It's like I was living in one of those adventure-like worlds. It's been 2 days since my encounter with those bandits, and I finally came across a settlement. Though it was more like a village, despite the small territory, it was still bustling with people and activities. Caravans passing in and out, people going on their own days, and several shops selling what I assumed to be ornaments and wooden carvings. Maybe it is this village's specialty? Sculptures and carvings. Thankfully, the gates of the village wasn't like the ones depicted in fiction where I have to pay some sort of fee to enter. Maybe it's because the village is small and in need of tourists to enhance their economy, so they would rather take as much visitors as possible instead of forcing a payment for entry, which would just sway them to leave. As soon as I entered after giving a nod of greet to the gates guard who looks more like a farmer but with a dull sword, I was met with the vibrant streets of the village. I could see some notable buildings like taverns and stables to house tourist horses. Obviously, my first destination is the tavern. I haven't got a food and drink yet since arriving in this world. And besides, what else is the best place to gather information but the tavern itself? Upon my entry to the tavern, the bustling chatters inside quickly went to a halt. I could already feel everyone's eyes glued to me. Resisting the embarrassment that I was feeling, I cleared my throat and proceeded to enter. I know it's unusual to see a child no less than 15 years to enter a tavern, but seriously, please stop looking at me like that. If this was the modern era, everyone here would be branded as a pedophile. Thank the Go Devils, the stairs didn't last long before resuming their brimming activities. Now that the stairs were out of the way, I could finally distinguish the interior of the tavern. It looks greatly similar to what I have seen on the internet and movies. Using candles as a source of light, the meads on the table along with the intense aroma of scent that I can't describe. It really feels like I'm in some sort of adventure world instead of the past era of the world that I used to live in. I wouldn't be surprised if there would be adventures around here or something. Making my way toward an empty table, I sat and tried to make myself as invisible as possible. Unfortunately, I don't have a spell that will allow me to blend in with the surroundings or turn fully invisible. It's not because I don't want to learn one back in Camartage, but because there aren't any spells related to that. I remember asking the librarian himself about such spells, and all I received was, "There's no spell like that here," as a response. I'm not sure if he's telling the truth, or if it's just hidden in the forbidden section of the library. Or maybe it was indeed forbidden because of, well, certain reasons. Maybe it is a correct decision to hide those kind of spells. It would be a bit scary to think that someone can turn themselves invisible and do unimaginable things. Unfortunately for me, it seems like trying to stay hidden failed as a buff man approached my table. Is he the waiter here, or something? Do waiters even exist in Ancient Times Tavern? May I help you? Raising my head, I asked the burly man, "What's your business here, little lad?" Standing in front of me, the burly man tried to muster a kind smile as he looked down upon my figure. Keyword tried, because his smile looked like the killer clown art. Is that what a kind smile looks like during this era? Weird. Nothing. I was just looking for somewhere to sit. I answered, mustering my innermost innocence. Well, little lad, I don't think this place is suitable for someone of your age. Where are your parents? He asked, looking around the tavern, searching for any presence of my supposed parents. They're in another world, was what I wanted to answer, but it would just confuse him, so I simply answered. My parents are very far away. I'm all alone. Why does it sound like I'm showing vulnerability to this guy? Say, would you like to come with me? I think I can help you find a place to stay until your parents come back. How about it? Plastering his kind smile once again, the man thought his words would sway me. This is definitely child trafficking. I'm used to myself. From what I know about ancient history, child trafficking was more frequent in the past compared to the modern era. Just as I was about to agree with the man, we were suddenly interrupted. If you don't mind my interruption, but the child was already placed under my care by his parents. Surprise! A wild old man appeared from behind. He was wearing nothing but a bright white robe that looked like it just came out of laundry, his white beard covering almost his lower face, along with his unkempt white hair that almost blinded me. The wrinkles on his face speaks of his long life on this world. Why is this guy full of white? It hurts my eyes. From the expression of the burly man, I could tell he was annoyed at being interrupted at snatching a potential product. Old man, you know it's hard to trust strangers, right? What if you have bad intentions for this child? I can't let you just take him away. The burly man said with a cautious tone. Wow, the audacity of this guy to say those words. As if he wasn't one himself. The old man, showing no concern towards the accusation, showed a bright smile seriously. Why is this guy so white? What's his secret? Child, the path you're taking is not right. It would lead you to the destruction of your life. It's not too late to change yet. When he said the word child, you must be thinking he was talking to me, right? You guessed wrong. He was talking to the burly man. I watched as the old man placed his palm on the man's shoulders as if they were close. Assuming that the burly man would retaliate, I leaned back to my chair and rested, as if I was in a cinema and about to watch a good show. I noticed that everyone's attention was already on us, thinking the same thing as me. Much to everyone's surprise, including myself, the burly man didn't show any aggressiveness. Instead, tears welled up in his eyes as he started sobbing. What's going on? Was what everyone inside the tavern was thinking. As if that wasn't enough, the burly man came and hugged the old man, crying on his shoulders. There. It's okay, let all out. Now be a changed man, okay? The world outside is not just black and white. It can have its rainbows sometimes. After sending a few more words of advice and enlightenment, the man finally stepped outside the tavern with his chest high and chin up, as if he was about to set forth towards an adventurous journey. As for me, I was gawking at the old man who has now turned his attention to me. For some unknown reason, I felt a shiver in my spine as soon as he laid his eyes on me. Before I could make up an excuse to leave, the old man went and patted me on the shoulder, flashing his shiny teeth as he smiled. It's quite unusual to see someone like you around here. Don't you think so, child? He said. He then continued. Come with me. I could feel that he won't be taking a no as an answer, so I could only swallow my saliva and nod. Under the watchful eyes of the people inside the tavern, we left through the front door. As we walked across the small streets full of bustling villagers, I stole a glimpse of the old man who seemed to be relaxed and casual. In my head, I was already forming several plans to escape. Thankfully, I always wore my sling ring, so if I could make a small enough distraction, I should be able to. Although your ring is quite fancy, but I don't think it would be enough for you to escape, little chamber. That's when I felt my blood run cold. Slowly raising my head to look at the old man, I saw his eyes stare back at mine, once again plastering a smile on his face. No need to be afraid, little chamber. I'm not here to do anything to you. I'm simply here because I want to have a small chat with you. Hearing his words, I cautiously squinted my eyes on him, trying to assess any hints of lies from his words. However, I came to a realization that I can't read this man at all. So many questions were forming on my mind, such as, who is this old man? How did he know my name? Why does he want to talk to me? You seem to have so many questions. Fret not, little chamber. I'll explain everything soon. So how about we find a good place first? I nodded at his words. There's no point fearing him now. My guts are telling me that this old man is beyond me when it comes to strength. So I might as well cooperate and hope for the best. A stables? Really? You call this a good place to talk at? I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the chosen place for conversation. The neighing of the horses along with their loud stomps is definitely the ideal location for chat, all right. So why did you bring me here? I asked first, initiating the conversation. I tried my best to ignore the noise around us. I really love horses, you know. The old man smiled, caressing a horse's mane. He didn't even answer my question and directly start talking about a horse. Are we just here to talk about horses? I monotonously said. If that's what you want, then sure, I don't mind. He answered, still caressing the horse's mane. Who are you and how did you know my name? Resisting the urge to punch the old man in front of me, my eye twitched several times. Thankfully, I successfully resisted and asked. Good question. Many people know me, but most don't know what I look like. The old man changed from caressing the horse's mane to his long white beard. What is this, a riddle? Although his answer annoyed me, I still racked my brain trying to find the answer to his riddle. Many people know him, but most doesn't know what he looks like. What does that entail? He's some sort of famous figure or something. A king? No. A king is someone that is plastered on almost every corner of his kingdom. An assassin? Maybe, but he doesn't look like one. What else? Think, Chamber, think. After a few moments of contemplation and guesses, I was left with one last guess. Are you Big G? I hesitated before asking. Surely that's impossible, right? If this is the Big G of the Bible, then I'm Jesus. I thought it would take you more time to guess the right answer. With an amused chuckle, the old man watched as all of my blood was drained from my face. I could feel my palms sweating and knees getting weak. Ah, you're afraid again. Seriously, I don't look like someone that people should be scared off, right? Caressing his beard, the old man, now known as Big G of the Bible, contemplated. I'm not scared of you because of your physical appearance. God damn it. W, what do you want from me then? I mustered my remaining strength to ask. Could it be I'm exposed now? Does he know that I'm a devil? Is he here to kill me? But why? I'm still just a small fry. Nothing much. I just want to see how you're doing. For some reason, I saw his eyes went soft and warm as if he was looking at his own son. Well, I'm technically his son, right? After all creation came from this old man right here, so he's the father of everyone and everything, right? I'm fine. No way I'm going to reply with a question. That just seems off-putting and quite a bit rude. Good, good. That's all. For the next few seconds, me and this old man just stared at each other, my dull eyes meeting with his vibrant and colorful one. Can I ask why? I try to be respectful. Obviously, I should be, although I'm a devil, but I still believe and go, Big G. He used to be someone I approach through my prayers whenever I feel despair and need saving. This old man right here is my hero and savior. Nothing that you need to know. Just, take care of yourself, that's all. Patting my head, I tried to endure the sheer embarrassment of being patted on the head, but thankfully, I held on. If you're in a pitch, don't hesitate to shout my name. He then gave me a wink. Weird, that just came out of all of a sudden. And you want me to zap myself to death? No thanks. I answered with a dry chuckle. Well, not anymore. What? Did I just gain a G-Pass all of a sudden? What do you think it feels like to have the G-Pass? Well, you can now spam the shit out of it. Are you done now? God's eyes twitched several times as he crossed his arms in front of me. OD. God. 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 As for me, I was grinning as I could no longer feel any zaps or pain after uttering the word for almost 100 times by now. Seeing that the man I've been calling for 100 times was getting annoyed, only then did I stop. No need to fully annoy the man and suddenly have my G-Pass revoked. So if I'm in danger of something, I can just yell your name? I asked for the umpteenth time. I still can't believe that I just gained God himself from my beck and call. Yes, something like that. God nodded his head. Why though? If you're God, I'm sure you know who or what I am, right? Don't you think it's a bit contradicting considering I'm supposed to be your enemy? I confusedly asked. To be honest, I'm not going to be surprised if he already knows that I don't belong to this world at all. You're right. But are you really a devil? What do you mean? I just turned into one. His words confused me. That's not what I'm talking about. The word devil is all about being bad and evil. Devils are called like that because they're considered as evil by the word. Do you think it was me who invented the word devil? God then looked at me with an amused smile. Well, now that I think about it, I haven't seen an evil devil so far. Although I only encountered 2 devils since I came here. None of them were evil like how they're supposed to be. That's weird. All this time, I thought devils are supposed to be evil. But now that I'm a devil, does that mean I'm a devil? I see you thinking about it. There's no need to trouble yourself about it for now. Just live the way you want to. But that doesn't answer my question. What? I squinted my eyes. I still can't find any answer from this old man. Because I like it. For some reason, God grinned, Even though grins are supposed to make others feel uncomfortable and uneasy, why does God's grin look like it could rival even the kindest-looking smile in the entire world? Is this the advantage of being God of the Bible? I wonder what's his backstory. Like, how did he become a god? Or how did he create angels and earth? I could already imagine those Christian fanatics crying blood once they have the chance to hear God's past. No one, but only me, perhaps have this kind of once-in-a-lifetime chance. I suddenly feel like flashing a smug towards those fanatics. How weird. Confusing, right? You see, if you're strong, then this is how you'll think. Being able to do whatever you want without any kind of law holding you back. He smiled. What do you mean? But what about the laws you applied? Aren't you the one who created this so-called laws? Like I said, little Chamber, I'm strong and I can do what I want. Just as I wanted to ask more of him, he quickly continued, interrupting what I was about to say. Anyways, as much as I would like to chat with someone like you, but I have to go. I just sensed another angel falling from grace. Sigh. With a shake of his head, God disappeared in a flash of light before my very eyes. An angel falling from grace. So fallen angels also exist? If he's truly powerful, why can't he stop that from happening? All right, 'cause he's strong and powerful. I roll my eyes as I expected what would God's reply be if I asked that question. Well, there goes the holy and ultra-kind image of God in my head being shattered after meeting him. Great. I wonder if we'll meet again? Hopefully we won't meet in a battlefield standing on opposite sides. Just thinking about it made me shudder. If that truly happens, can I still shout his name for help? After waiting a few more minutes and ensuring that he's indeed not coming back, I finally left the stables. Only to notice something. It's already night. Obviously, it's already nighttime, and I would hate to venture outside the village during this time. I mean, can you believe it? Street lights haven't been invented yet. I'm scared of the dark, you know. So, with the help of a few kind men I found in some dark corners of the village, I managed to save up enough silver coins to rent a room at the one and only inn on the village. During that time, I also learned the name of this village. Demalatin Zaparakterjuri, or also known as Land of the Resting Leaves. I don't know how I know of that. The farmer that I just encountered told me those words, and my mind automatically translated it to a language I speak, which is English. Now, this is weird. Does this mean I can understand all language in the world? Similar to Asgardians and their innate capabilities of all speak? Speaking of Asgardians, do they also exist in this world? If so, I wonder if I could meet with Thor or Odin here. Especially Odin, considering he's the god of wisdom. Maybe I could ask his help or something. Or maybe, this is just a theory of mine, maybe the Odin of this world could speak to his other version, aka the Marvel version of Odin. If that's the case, going back to my previous world is guaranteed. Okay, note to self, find Odin and seek his wisdom for help. ID, hey kid. Snapping out of my thoughts, I realized I've been standing in front of the inn's clerk, bearing an annoyed look on her face. From the looks of it, she's had a very hectic day, and an annoyance like me is definitely not welcomed. You're holding the line. If you're lost, be lost somewhere. You're affecting my business. Hearing her words, my eyes twitched upon turning around and seeing no one lining up except me, aside from a few gentlemen dining in on the tables, eating what I assumed to be badly cooked steak and rum. I really feel like I got myself in a fantasy world or something. I'm sorry, I'm here for a room, I said before handing her 2 silvers on the table. The clerk looked at the coins with doubt on her face, as if she can't believe that a child like me has enough money to rent a room. I'm not accepting dirty coins. The clerk shook her head and said, assuming that the silver coins were stolen by me. Only if she knew how right she was. But would that let me back away and sleep in the streets, no? Lady, these are not dirt coins. I earned it from tending to my grandfather's friend's farm not far from this village. Then I used my ultimate card, looking directly at her eyes with my big and round eyes, as if I was a cat asking its owner for food. Still no. The clerk insisted. Damn it, I wish I learned some sort of hypnosis spell. Or maybe I could make one myself? I'm not exactly sure how devil energy works, but since it's my own energy, I can do what I want with it. Right? Hopefully that's the case, because if not, I might find myself sleeping on the same stable where I talk to God. God, that sounds like something you'll read in a Bible verse. Walking outside the inn, I sighed in disappointment. Only now I realized that strength and power is not everything. That's when God's words earlier suddenly resonated within me. With strength, he could do what he wants. Can I also do the same? Be the strongest? But that also means being stronger than God himself, right? How do I even do that? To be stronger than my own creator? God created the humans and devils, right? So I also fall in the same category. Hopefully, I can become strong. Speaking of strong, I should get to work on making my own hypnosis spell. Reaching the stables again, I found that the owner was already sound asleep and the horses also. Sneaking my way in the same empty space, I sat on the ground full of hay. Let's see here. I'll try basing the creation of the spell through my knowledge about mystic arts. Muttering to myself, I stared at my own hand and saw the slightly deep orange sparks being produced. If I'm going on the path of the mystic arts, then I'll need a reference. Since there are no known knowledge about hypnosis in the mystic arts, or at least from what I know, then I could take reference to other kinds of magic. My mind started pacing and recalling any known spells from movies and films that I have watched. As for animes, I've heard of them, but I only watched Dragon Ball, and my memory about it is a bit hazy considering I only watched them when I was a child. I don't remember any hypnosis techniques in Dragon Ball, so I'll cross that out. My next on the list is a very known and famous film franchise from my original world, Harry Potter. Not exactly a fan to the point of being a full-fledged fanatic, but I've watched the entire franchise, including reading or skimming through its books. Was it Legals? Or legs? Never mind that. According to the film, a wizard can use legs, or whatever it is called, by staring at someone's eyes. Staring at the other party's eyes is like connecting a bridge between the caster and the other. Once connected, the spell has taken effect. Now, how do I do it? I'm not versed in mind spells, so I'm kind of newbie in this field. There's some resting horses nearby. I could experiment. Thinking it's worth a shot, I approached the nearest horse, who immediately reacted. Before it could make a noise that might attract necessary attention, especially the owner, I quickly transfigured a small stone from the ground into a large cloth that flew towards the horse's mouth. HMPPH. Scared and determined to protect itself, the horse jumped around and tried to kick me on the chest. Fortunately, my physique is enhanced, so I took it like a man. Bam! Perhaps surprised that I tanked his kick easily, the horse started backing away with unprecedented fear towards me. Don't worry, I won't hurt. I coaxed, while I'm lying considering I'm going to experiment on him, and he might get brain dead from it. God forgive me for what I'm about to do. Muttering to myself, I stepped closer to the horse and stared at his eyes. I then willed my devil energy to flow from my eyes towards the horse's. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right, but I could feel a small portion of my devil energy crawling like a fluid and connected directly to the horse's brain through his eyes. That's when the sense of dizziness and nausea hit me like a truck. Countless unknown and fuzzy memories started flashing before my eyes, as if I was watching 10 films fast-forwarded 10 times at the same time. I also felt the constant consumption of my devil energy, depleting it as every second passed. Ignoring the nausea, I tried to gain control over the devil energy as I could feel the bridge between us becoming unstable. I willed my entire focus on slowing down the flashes and try to focus on only one part of the memory. Not knowing how many seconds or minutes have passed before I knew it, I have successfully slowed down the memories, and I'm not looking at a certain part of the horse's memory. He was copulating with another horse with a white mane. Oh fucking God. Asterisk, I hate this mind-reading spell. Want to know what it feels like? I'll tell you. Reading someone's memory feels like you're experiencing it yourself. It's like the memory was mine and part of my past. So what do you think will happen if a certain memory you're reading is a horse fucking another horse? Traumatizing. It's like I was reliving a memory of myself fucking a horse. Truly traumatizing. Noting to myself to avoid repeating such mistake, I was determined to make sure it won't happen again. Sorry, little horse, but allow me to take a more look at your memories. Lending an apologetic smile towards the horse, I casted the same mind-reading spell. Hopefully, by the time I'm done, I might have grasped the mechanics of hypnotism. I could already imagine the full benefits of learning such spell. With it, I would have an easy time around this world without having to worry about showing my supernatural side. So, for the rest of the night, without having even a wink, me and the horse were flopped on the ground, sweating and gasping for breath profusely. If someone were to see us like this, no doubt they would mistake us, or me, for fucking a horse. Wouldn't want that to happen now, do we? So I forced myself to stand up and sense my slowly recovering devil energy. A few hours of constantly casting a spell that sucks devil energy constantly has taken quite a toll on my reserves. Thankfully, it only took a few hours for my reserves to fully recover, when suddenly I noticed something unusual about it. Why does it feel like it's larger than before? It's like having 30 milliliters of devil energy, and after the recover, it has increased to 31 milliliters. So this is how you grow your strength as a devil. I muttered to myself, it's quite similar to physical workout then. Exhausting and tearing your muscles will cause then to develop by the time they recover. Fascinating. Eager to test it out some more, I looked down on the fallen horse and hesitated. I felt pity towards him. We've been up all night, and we didn't even have time to stop. I believe this horse needed his well-deserved rest. So I crouched and patted the horse's cheeks, consoling him, only for his head to swat my hand away out of anger. I understand. Leaving the horse alone, I was about to search for more horse victims when I suddenly noticed that it was already morning. At the same time, a resounding voice was heard behind me. Hold it right there, lad. What are you doing in my stables? Are you one of those disgusting people who seeks pleasure from horses? Turning around slowly, I saw the owner pointing his large farming fork towards my head. Wait a minute. You're quite familiar. Aren't you that kid whose grandfather kindly asked me to borrow a small space in the stables yesterday? Where's your grandfather, kid? As soon as the owner saw my familiar face, his eyes widened in surprise and lowered his farming fork. I was about to say that God wasn't my grandfather, but then I hesitated and continued with a different response instead. Gone. He just left this morning for his job. I lied through my teeth. Now I truly feel like a devil. Aren't they known to be good at deception and lies? And he left a child like you here, in his stables of all places? The owner's eyebrows burrowed. Although the owner looks very old and close to death's door, that doesn't mean his kindness dwindled. As a matter of fact, he felt bad and pity towards me, who he assumed to have been left by his one and only family member. If I were to discover what the owner was thinking, he might become my very first test subject for the newly developed hypnosis. Unfortunately, I haven't casted my legitimacy on the owner, yet as I'm not sure what kind of effect it will have to a normal human. If there's someone I can experiment on, then those would be the people similar to the bandits I encountered a day back. He didn't leave me. And besides, I can handle my own. Deciding to keep the persona of being a kid, which is true considering my physical age, except for my mental. Big word for a kid as small as you. I've never seen such a wimp saying those words, ha ha ha. The owner simply laughed at me. Ignoring the temptation to teach the old man a lesson, I maintained my calm. Well, I don't think it would be wise of me to leave a kid like you inside the stables. Horses can be a bit rough sometimes. The owner muttered the last sentence under his breath. A flash of fear appeared in H.S. eyes, as if recalling a very bad memory. Of course, with my enhanced physique, I was able to hear what he muttered. Now, I'm curious to know what he meant by those. I muttered to myself with an amused tone. Well, how about we get inside first? I still have some bread from yesterday. It should be good enough to fill your stomach for the morning. The owner offered. To be honest, I don't see any reason to refuse, so I nodded my head and agreed, following him outside the stables. So, do you have a name? Mine's Rad. While walking towards his farmhouse's front door, the owner, now known as Rad, asked but also introduced himself after. Chamber, I uttered after a moment of hesitation. I was just thinking if I should change my name to another in this world, but decided against it. It might just risk myself getting some sort of identity crisis. Chamber? What odd name. Reminds me of those English people. Rad muttered. English people? I responded with a raised eyebrow. Those white people from the West. Bunch of bad seed from this world, I tell ya. Rad clicked his tongue and shook his head. Is he perhaps referring to Americans or the British? I muttered under my breath, guessing who Rad is referring to. Clack. Upon arrival at his farmhouse's front door, Rad shuffled through a set of keys before finding the right one. "Come on in, make yourself at home," said Rad before walking into the kitchen. As for me, I scanned my eyes around the house and found a crudely painted image of a woman hanging on a wall. Obviously, there's no concept of photos and pictures during this age, yet so people resort to paintings when decorating their home. Must be his wife, I muttered to myself. A few more minutes passed, and Rad came back with a plate holding a slightly burnt bread. It's already halved, which means it's not fresh. "Here, help yourself. You just be hungry," Rad kindly offered. My heart fluttered slightly at the show of kindness. Here, an old man on the verge of the gates of death was helping an unknown individual like me. You can never find this kind of shit in my previous worlds. "Thank you," I uttered, helping myself by grabbing a bread knife and cutting a piece for myself. At least you know some manners. People rarely thank others nowadays. I don't know what's gotten into me all of a sudden, but I feel like I'm starting to like this old man. We chatted for a few more minutes, in which I finally learned more about this world. This world is indeed in the past, but there's barely new changes except that there are a few more legends and myths compared to my previous world, such as the legend of the standing goat, flying man, and even Atlantis was very famous throughout this world. "Kid, it's been a while, but your grandfather's not back yet." Rad complained slightly, not knowing that the person he's complaining to is none other than the God of the Bible, the same God that Rad is currently worshiping. Yes, one of the few things we talked about is his belief. Rad is actually a Christian. "You know, kid, I have a vacant room. I could lend it to you until your grandfather comes back. As for me, I'll just go and tend to the horses in the meantime. Do what you want." With that, the old man left the farmhouse, heading straight to his stables. I watched his back as he left. I should roam around this village. Maybe, just maybe, I might finally find a place to call home in this world. Asterisk splash. "Get over here, you little shit." My vision is getting fuzzy. I could hear the faint shouts following behind me. Why? Why is this happening to me? I just want bread for my sister. I could feel the wet and sloppy feeling of the mud on my soles as I run forward without any hints of stopping. But despite it all, the exhaustion is near, and I can already feel my legs getting sore. Yet I didn't want to stop. I have to get back. Get back and bring this bread back home, or else my sister will die from hunger. I swerved around the people I passed through, trying my best to stay alert. Unfortunately for me, luck didn't shine on me today as a man in an orange robe accidentally stepped forward and I collided with him. Bam! Bracing for the two of us to fall, I was surprised to notice that I was the only one who did. Rubbing my forehead in pain, I raised my head to look at who I bumped into. "Are you okay, child?" What greeted me was a child like me. His face etched a worried expression as he offers his hand for me to grab. I am sore dash. Just as I was about to apologize, an angry shout from behind followed by a harsh grab on my shoulder interrupted me. "There you are. Give me back what you stole, you little runt." Forcing me to stand up, I saw the bread seller raising his hand to slap me. I quickly closed my eyes and waited for the incoming pain. This is just a slap. I've endured something more painful than this. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, and up to 10 seconds has passed, and yet I felt nothing. Scared yet confused, I slowly opened my eyes and was surprised to see that the boy I bumped into was now standing in front of me, his arm raised as he held the bread seller's wrist. Hurting a child? On broad daylight? Talk about child abuse. The boy in orange robe muttered out loud, not only confusing me, but also the bread seller and other bystanders. "What the? Who the hell are you? And what do you mean by child abuse? Take your hands off of me." The bread seller tried to slap his hand out of the boy's, but after a few more tries, and yet still unable to be released, I saw the mixture of pain and fear in the bread seller's eyes. Who wouldn't be? He was unable to release himself from a boy twice as small as his size. "What the fuck are you? How strong are you, you freak?" Realizing that he can't take his hand off, the bread seller resorted by clenching his fist and threatening to punch the boy. No, not wanting to see the boy in pain by just trying to protect me, I tried to stand up and yell at the bread seller to ask for his forgiveness, but unfortunately, I was a step too slow and the bread seller has thrown his fist toward the boy's face. I immediately closed my eyes, not wanting to see bloodshed. only to hear a collective sound of gasp. I quickly opened them up soon after, expecting to see the boy on the ground, clutching his face, only to be met with the sight of the boy standing still without any scratch on him. On the ground was the same bread seller, clutching his bleeding nose. How is this possible? Who is he? Seeing that I've gathered enough attention, I cast a quick glance toward the child and noticed that the bread in his hand is now dirty and covered in mud. Feeling bad, I crouched in front of him and grabbed the bread, secretly using transfiguration. Much to the child's surprise, the bread transformed from being dirty to fully washed clean. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this bread is now the cleanest bread in the entire world. Source? Trust me, bro. Handing the bread back to the child, I stood and calmly walked away, ignoring the painful groans of the bread seller on the ground. To be honest, I wouldn't interrupt the event as I could understand the bread seller being stolen from a thief. However, when I saw him raise his hand to strike on the poor boy, I knew I had to step in. It's been a month since I arrived in this world, and with Grandpa Rad's help, I found my calling to this village. Yes, I call him Grandpa, now after he proved to me that my original grandpa, which is God, abandoned me on the stables that day. I never bothered clearing up his name. Hopefully, God will understand. I also made quite a few friends on the way. When I say friends, I mean Rad's horses on the stables. As for human friends, for some reason, they avoid me, as if I was some sort of a plague, which I understand considering I'm a foreigner and they don't know who I am. I now actually live at Grandpa Rad's farmhouse, and it's the perfect place for me to grow my strength without attracting attention from those high in power. Thanks to my hypnosis spell, I managed to land myself a good job. It pays quite well, and besides, I won't stay long for that job. I just need to earn cash without resorting to stealing. Then use my hard-earned cash to buy myself a portion of this village's land from the village's chief. You see, I was planning on building my own force in this world, a force that is quite similar to where I was affiliated. An order of sorcerers dedicated to protecting humanity from the supernatural side of the world. MMA, or Masters of the Mystic Arts. Maybe I should consider changing the name. I don't want to fully copy everything from the Marvel world. Order of the Sorcerers? Nah. Sorcerer's Society? Not gonna lie, this sounds a bit good. You know what? I should stick to Masters of the Mystic Arts for a while. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks. I could sense someone following from behind me. This is one of the few skills I developed on my own during my 1-month stay in this village. It's kind of similar to having sixth sense, except that it works around sensing the magical aura of a living being. It doesn't even need to be activated as it is passive and doesn't consume my reserves. A few days ago, I discovered that everyone, whether human or animal, has magical signatures unique to them. Most are faint considering they're not from the supernatural side of the world. Unfortunately, I haven't encountered any supernatural beings to compare the magical signatures of a normal human to a supernatural being. Sure, I could have just compared it to myself, but it's still different to use another person's magical signature. It's similar to a researcher looking for other people to gather data for his research, when the said researcher could have just gathered the data through himself. That's called being biased towards their research. And so, the same goes for me. Back to the current situation, I didn't turn around immediately and instead continued walking. I could sense that whoever was following me had much larger reserves than a normal human, of course. It's smaller if you compare it to mine. It's like comparing a swimming pool to a large ocean. After turning to a small and cramped alley, I quickly glued my back on the wall and waited for my stalker to approach. As soon as he turned, I quickly grabbed him by the shoulders and flipped him upside down, holding down his ankles. Yua, who are you and why are It's you. Just as I threw the questions, I quickly held back my words as my eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this the little thief from earlier? What's he doing by following me? Look, I don't have any coins on me. You should go and find your parents. Gently putting him on the ground, I patted his shoulders and prepared to leave. Wait, mister. The little thief yelled with desperation in his voice, which is quite weird. What? With a sigh, I turned around and faced him, masking the annoyance I'm feeling towards the child. I already helped him earlier and even cleaned his bread, revealing my magical capabilities. There are various reasons for this, but the main one being is that no one would believe a kid if he started going around and telling people I use magic, not to mention he looks like a beggar. I saw you use magic earlier, mister. Are you a magician? The child asked with a hint of reverence and fascination on his eyes. Magic? Me? Huffed. Magic's not real. You're probably too exhausted earlier, so you mistook it for magic. I just patted the bread from dirt earlier. I shook my head and said, only for the kid to rebuke me. But I didn't say anything about cleaning the bread, mister. This mother dash my eyes twitched in irritation as I almost blurted the curse out loud. Wait, do curses even have effect during this era? Could I just confront someone and call him motherfucker and watch the confusion? Now that's something worth testing out. So, all right, you got me. What do you want then? Want me to perform a magic trick on you? Secretly grabbing a coin from my pocket, I hid it inside my fist and pretended as if I was taking something out of the kid's ears before opening my palm and showing it to him. Voila! Magic! All right then, goodbye. With that, I turned around without hesitation and started walking away. What? Wait. No, please stop. I need your help. The kid quickly stood and chased after me before stopping in front of me. Sigh. What? Am I sister? She's unhealthy. She's been coughing for the past week, and she even coughed blood this morning. I need your help, Mr. Magician. Please help my sister. As if to prove his deification, the child kneeled on the ground with his head on the ground, kissing the tip of my toes as I was wearing nothing but sandals. Swallowing my annoyance, I felt bad for the kid. So it was all about his sick sister, huh? Stand up. Helping him stand, I waved my hand, and with a breeze of the wind, the dirt on his body was removed. Take me to your sister. I shall see if I can do something. Speaking of doing something, I'm not even sure if I could heal his sister. I haven't exactly created that much spells during my 1 month time here and now. I might be forced to make another one. A healing spell at that. Now I wish I stayed with Seraphal longer. I might have learned spells under her. Shaking my head in regret, we walked for a few minutes, passing by several people going about their daily lives before arriving at a small and dilapidated cottage. The cottage itself was situated on the outskirts of the village, almost nearing deep into the forest around. This is obviously too dangerous to live at. Not to mention, the inhabitants are 2 children. This way, Mr. Magician. With a hurried pace, the boy entered through the front door. Well, technically there's no door, so just the front of the cottage. Inside, I was met with a distinct smell of something foul and reek of stink. Where are his parents? I mused to myself, taking a note to ask the question to him later after. Belle, wake up. I found a healer for you. He's a magician, and he'll heal you. Arriving inside a room, my eyes landed on a very scrawny girl lying on the wooden floor. Only a torn-up blanket separating herself from the cold ground. Their situation was much worse than I expected. MG face grimaced at such stomach-churning sight. I saw the girl flutter her eyes weakly, her mouth try to utter something, but due to what I assumed to be thirst, she was unable to say what she wanted. Deciding to step in and help her, I transmuted a ball of water from the air itself. Opening her mouth gently, I guided the ball of water by making a streamline that is directed to her mouth, like a waterfall. Both the brother and sister's eyes widened in surprise and slight fear upon the presence of such miraculous magic. Once she finally had enough water to speak, I placed a cap on the water ball and allowed it to disperse back into air. All of this took an entire half of my reserves. You see, transfiguration and transmutation are 2 entirely different concepts. Transfiguration changes anything but temporary. Transmutation, on the other hand, is similar to transfiguration, but instead, transmutation is permanent. Hence, transmutation has much larger consumption compared to transfiguration. Who are you? We don't have enough money to pay you. Worried that my service would require payment, I was about to refute her words when she started coughing all of a sudden. Belle! Hurriedly, the young brother went and fetched a rather dirty cloth from the table and handed it to her sister named Belle. Cough! Cough! Once she was finished, she gave the cloth back to the child. My eyes quickly went over and noticed the blood on the cloth. Tuberculosis? I don't have any remedies for such illness. My face turned grim at such thought. Still, I have to try. This is a living life we're talking about, and it would haunt me for years if she dies when I could have done something about it. You don't have to worry about any payment. I don't require such objects. Shaking my head in denial, I gently placed my hand and hovered it a few inches away from her abdomen. May I? I asked, and once I received a nod, I went over and placed it on the surface. I pinched a single strand from my devil energy reserves and floated directly from me towards Belle's insides, effectively giving me a vision of what's happening to her insides. This is rather a simple technique, so I didn't break a sweat. Upon my scan, I quickly locked on the main problem. There's a parasite inside her. Thankfully, it's not something worse, such as tuberculosis. After this, my mind went over to look for solutions. I could use the transmutation spell to turn the parasite into air, but the spell only works on non-living things. This parasite is a living one, so I can't use it. As for transfiguration, sure, it also works on living beings, but it's temporary and it consumes devil energy per second. Should I really resort to that? Maybe? I muttered under my breath. Actually, this is plausible and it would benefit me and this woman. I've been looking for ways to exhaust my devil energy reserves so it would grow whenever it recovers. However, I can't just simply use it however I like, as almost all of my spells would attract unnecessary attraction. And now, the problem to my solution finally comes in front of my doorstep. I could use transfiguration on the parasite and turn it into air, consuming my devil reserves per second. Based on my calculations, it would take exactly 8 hours before my reserves ran out, dispelling the transfiguration spell. The only disadvantages of this is, first, during those 8 hours of non-parasite, Belle would have to eat and consume all kinds of nutrients and supplements to recover herself. Once the 8-hour spell is down and the parasite is back, I would need an entire hour to recover my reserves, which should be enough to place the spell again. Last but not the least, Belle would now need to stick close to me whenever I cast the spell, as it has a distance limit. I explained the solution and conditions to the two of them, and no doubt the brother quickly agreed. Okay then, from now on, you two will live with me. Nodding their heads, I was about to leave to give them time to prepare, when suddenly, the sleeve of my robe was tugged. Looking down, I saw the little brother looking up at me. Mr. Magician, could you teach me magic? If this is all it takes to make my sister healthy, then I will make sure to learn magic, so you won't have to burden yourself with our situation. While speaking of this, the boy was darting his eyes around in embarrassment. Seriously? In just a month, I already have someone asking me to accept them as apprentice. Using the transfiguration spell, I have successfully dispersed the parasite inside Belle, albeit temporarily. For now, the two siblings are living together in Rad's farmhouse. Although it was embarrassing and it took me almost an entire day just to convince the old man, in the end, I emerged successful. Of course, a condition was placed, and it was reasonable. Rad only asked the siblings to have their own share of responsibility for the farmhouse and business. So the younger brother, whose name was Tam, took the responsibility of taking care of Rad's horses, immediately falling under Rad's tutelage, learning everything from him about taking care of horses. As for Belle, since the parasite will be gone for around 22 hours every day, she must eat enough nutrients and supplements to nourish her body and make it healthy. Though it was easier said than done, I still took the responsibility to search for the necessary food and drinks that she would consume every day. At first, I thought it would take me a month before finding a solution to solve the parasite within Belle's insides. Who knew it would come sooner than expected? Cham, I finally found you. I was just busy picking out the fruits and vegetables from the small market when suddenly my senses went haywire and it was too late for me to reach before two large mountains pressed against my back. Gee, surprised, I couldn't help but feel something surge inside me, as if something just snapped. Before the surge could fully bloom, the two large mountains on my back disappeared and have now appeared in front of me. My eyes widened in surprise. No wonder the magic energy I sensed was different and 10 times larger than mine. It turned out to be Sarah Fall. Sarah? No Fall? Are we calling each other by nicknames now? Not even Ajuka calls me anything other than my name. With a teasing smile on her face, she went closer to me to the point that I could now take a whiff of her scent. She smells, calming like a tranquil ocean. Afraid that I might not be able to hold myself back from taking a large sniff, I coughed and backed away slightly. We're best friends, aren't we? Best friends call each other by nicknames. It's pretty normal. Explaining the concept to her, I sighed in relief upon her nod of head. I see. Omo. So it's been a while? How did you even find me here? Well, tracking you is easy, but being able to track you isn't. Seraphal grinned and scratched her cheek, explaining her reason in the most unexplainable way. I was confused, literally. I was talking about getting permission to leave my pending mission so I could search for you. A simple tracking spell is enough to find you, you know? Crossing her arms, Seraphal pouted. How cute. I couldn't help but mutter inside my head. Thankfully, not aloud, or else things would turn awkward between us. You asked for a leave just to find me? What? Now I felt a bit bad for leaving her. But she did say I'm free to do whatever I want as long as I don't attract the attention of the angels, right? Only if she knew I attracted the attention of someone worse than angels. Why? Why you even ask that kind of thing? Aren't we best friends? If friends are supposed to play with each other, then we should too, she loudly declared, as if it was something that is official and set in stone. Play, huh? I chuckled softly. It's like I just made friends with a little child. Technically, she is, as from what I know, she's 15 years old this year. So young, and yet she's already making merits in a goddamn war. No matter what side, whether mortal or supernatural, war bears nothing good. Development? You can development through other means, not just war. So, are we playing or not? Seraphal pointed her finger at me, as if she's not taking a no as an answer. Noticing that we're gathering quite the attention, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her away from the market, forgetting something on the way. Hey, kid, you forgot to pay for those apples. Come back, you little dash. As much as I don't want to give trouble to Rad's home, but bringing another person, I was left with no choice considering I still need to maintain Belle's daily devil energy supplement. Although 1 week have passed, and she's better than before to the point that she can already stand without any help, it is still not enough to make her fully recover. So this is where you're living now? Why didn't you tell me you need a home? I could have lent you one of my family's house from Citri territory. Crossing her arms, Seraphal must be feeling that bad that she was unable to help her first best friend with something as simple as a house. There's no need for that. Does your parents even know about me? And no. She chuckled nervously. So aside from you and Ajuka, no one knows about me? I asked, pressing further. Why, yes. Do you want me to introduce you to my parents? You'll be the first bit I'll introduce to them. Actually, I prefer if less people know about me. I shook my head, refusing her offer that would definitely cause misunderstanding to those who don't know the context. Huh? What? Seraphal confusedly asked. Don't you think it would only cause trouble if more people know about my existence? I know most devils are prideful with a few exceptions like you and Ajuka, so it would be impossible for them to treat me as a fellow devil knowing full well I used to be a human. Hearing my explanation, Seraphal gained a look of realization in her eyes and nodded her head profusely. I see. You're so smart. Cham. Why didn't I think of that? Hearing her words made me stare at her skull and then down to her huge mountains called chest. I resisted the urge to blurt out the reason, but fortunately, I know how to keep my mouth shut for my own good. One of the main things you never talk when it comes to women are their age and their body assets. Source? Trust me again, bro. Inviting her inside the farmhouse. Thankfully, Rad was not at home, so I don't have to trouble myself explaining that Seraphal won't stay that long. She's just a visitor. Wow, this is my first time in a human's house. It feels cozy and cheap. Without being considerate, Seraphal expressed her honest opinion towards the house. If Rad were to hear her words, no doubt the old man would grab his fork and have a fit. While she was busy surveying the interior of the house, I was already using my magic senses and made a quick comparison between hers, mine, and a normal human. After a whole minute of assessing, her next words prompted me to stop. Cham, it seems like we're not alone in this house. Saying so, Seraphal pointed at one of the rooms where Belle was situated, resting to recover herself. All right, Suddenly, my eyes widened in surprise as I quickly approached her, and without saying anything, I grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards the room. See, Cham, W, what are you doing? Without me noticing, a small blush crept up to her cheeks as she tried to compose herself, resisting my touch. Don't worry, I just want to introduce you to her and perhaps have your help. My help? Why, you mean you need my help? An unknown glint swept into her eyes as she replied. Yes, I need your help with this one. I nodded my head as a response. You need my help, she muttered to herself, as if she couldn't believe my words. Now that's weird. Unfortunately, we already arrived inside the room, and I didn't manage to ask her about it. This is... Seraph's eyes raised upon the sight of Belle's malnourished figure. Although she's already recovering and out of death's doorstep, she still looked very unhealthy compared to the normal ones. W, who's there? Perhaps alerted by our presence, Belle lifted her head and turned towards us out of confusion. Upon seeing my figure, she sighed in relief, and then her eyes went over Seraph. Good morning, miss. I'm sorry I can't properly introduce myself. I'm Dash. Just as Belle wanted to pull herself out of the bed, Seraph beat her to it by pushing her back to the bed. What are you talking about? You're literally unhealthy. She scolded Belle as Seraph conjured a ball of water from nothing but a weird circle that I've seen her use when casting the teleportation spell. I should ask her about this circle later when we're in private. To my surprise, I noticed through my magic senses that she barely used her devil energy reserves. How is that even possible? What kind of spell did she use? Then I realized that what she conjured was not a normal ball of water. Instead, it looks like something that came out of a canal. It was green, dark green, and I could see small particles mixed inside in which I have no idea what it is. As soon as she grabbed the ball telekinetically and placed it on top of Belle's body, I saw the green water dispersed and cover Belle's entire figure. Before I could ask what's going on, my senses went haywire upon sensing the disappearance of the parasite inside her body. What? W, what spell did you use? Was it a healing spell? I couldn't help but gawk at her, asking her questions to sate my curiosity. Oh, that. It's just a simple healing spell unique to our family. Though it requires high-level talent in water magic to cast it though. Aside from my mother and me, no one else could use such spell. Proudly raising her already proud chest, Seraph bore a smug grin on her face. I resisted the urge to ask her to teach me the spell when I quickly realized that asking for such thing was very rude. Not to mention, this is a new world with new cultures. In my previous world, such thing was impolite, and I'm sure the same culture goes here. However, fate seems to have plans for me, as Seraph's next words took me by surprise. Want to learn it? She grinned as soon as our eyes met. Can I? A hopeful look appeared on my face. There's a condition first. That's when I first saw Seraph's devil face as the grin on her face widened. And that is... I gulped my saliva and replied, hopefully, it wouldn't be that bad, right? It's not that hard. I just wish you could have stayed in the underworld longer. Previously, we just left as soon as we visited Ajuka. I knew it. The twitch on my lips depicts my reaction. So, noticing the twitch on my lips, Seraph thought my answer would be refusal. That would have been the case, but suddenly I realized that I could also gain something out of this aside from just learning the healing spell. Say, you wouldn't mind if I visit your home's library? Just the ordinary section, though. Fearing that their library might have a forbidden section similar to the one in Kamar-Taj, I quickly cleared it up before it could escalate. Library? Are you sure? The last time I was there, there's nothing but books. And it's boring. Sticking her tongue out was enough to express her hate towards the library. Well, obviously it's called library for a reason, and if the sorcerers were to hear her calling a library that was possibly made by various devil authors, and such being called as boring, no doubt even the Ancient One herself would strangle you with her necklace. Of course he didn't dare saying this aloud. It being inside his head is already enough as it is. Since it's boring to you, then how about letting me borrow it during my stay? I mustered my most cutest smile that I could muster and flashed it in front of her, hoping it would add the chances of her agreeing. Just a regular section, right? When she said that, I nodded my head profusely as if I was a chicken pecking its head. Sure thing. I'm sure as long as I ask, my mom would agree. After saying that, a realization hit her. But I would have to introduce you to Mom and Dad. Is that fine with you? She hesitantly asked, her eyes meeting mine, seeking for my reaction. Now that's troublesome. I have no idea who her parents are, and how would they react about me? Should I keep my identity hidden? After an entire minute of contemplation in which we decided to leave the room to let Belle, who has been between the both of us, have her well-deserved rest. Can you give me, an overview of what your parents are like? I nervously chuckled. This feels like something that came out of couples' fantasies. The girl introducing her boyfriend to her parents, and the said boyfriend becoming nervous. Were they like? They're not that bad if you're thinking they are. Although Dad is strict and a devout follower of the four Satans, Mom is quite the opposite, and we both kind of share the same energy. Did I also mention Mom's stronger than my dad? After getting the introduction of her parents, I sighed in relief. At least during the introduction, I should watch out when it comes to her dad. As for the mom, it'll be like dealing with an older version of Seraphol. No biggie. Give me a few minutes to prepare. I'll tell Grandpa, Rad, and Tam about this. After getting some time, and using my portal to fetch Tam, who is at the usual stables taking his job seriously, I told him about the update about her sister, and his reaction is definitely out of expectation. Thank you so much, Master Chamber. You don't know what this means to me. My entire life. I owe it to you forever. Kneeling in front of me, Tam was about to get further and kowtow on the ground before I managed to stop him. Tam, get up. I appreciate the appreciation, but this is not how you show one. Look, you already offered your personal services to me, and that itself is enough. Patting himself on the shoulder, I gave him a soft smile before shifting my attention to her sister, who now looks better than before. At least she doesn't have that sickly appearance anymore, and now looks more like a normal person who didn't get sick for almost an entire month. Now, I'll be leaving for a few days or weeks. I want you both to behave and stay with Grandpa Rad for a while. Okay. Ruffling his hair, I crouched in front of Tam and gave him something that belonged to me. A sling ring. As for why I'm giving this to him, you see, it's pretty normal for some sorcerers to defect from Camartage, and most of the time, some of my missions with my former master, Kaecilius, included hunting down these sorcerers and placing them behind bars that were made for them. As for my spoils of victory, sling rings. I have at least 5 more sling rings, so giving one to Tam won't hurt, and if I have a knowledge and time, I might create similar rings in the future. What is this, Master Chamber? Staring down at the sling ring on his palm, Tam raised his big and round, curious eyes towards me. Tam, the moment we met, I could sense the immense magical potential you have. I believe that without me teaching you, you'd be able to draw a portal using this ring. It's called a sling ring, and you can use this to make portals that will lead you to places you want to be. To show him an example, I wore my sling ring and instructed him the basics of it, such as imagining the place and the gesture. Seeing the circular portal in front of him not only shocked Belle on the side, but also Seraphol, who has been watching our interaction. I can do that, Master Chamber. Tam's shivering finger pointed at the portal and asked as if he couldn't believe it. Of course you can. I believe in you. Patting his head again, I then continued, explaining the reason why I gave him such thing. When you're in danger, I want you to use this and try to get to a safe place, okay? After receiving a determined nod from him, I smiled and finally left the siblings alone. As for me, I went outside with Seraphol where we met with Rad, who just got back. Rad's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing me and Seraphol. Kid, you've been just here a month, and you already got yourself a fine lady? Talk about having a bright youth. Rad laughed out loud, making Seraphol blush in embarrassment. As for me, I simply shook my head at the old man, knowing what his intentions are. Old man, I'll be leaving for a while, I casually said, watching as Rad rolled his eyes and replied. So, you're already bagging the lady? Isn't it a bit early? Okay, that's it. My next reply was a simple goodbye before dragging Seraphol into a secluded area to initiate the teleportation spell. Once again, my entire being was baptized and bathed into the light of the teleportation spell, not ceasing to amaze me. I should definitely ask her how to learn it. No way I'm passing on this convenient spell. A few seconds later, I'm once again in the atmosphere of the underworld. Why does my body, for some reason, miss this? That's weird. Is it because my body is entirely devil now? Or does devil energy have something to do with it? Food for thought. So we're back to your clan's territory? Yes, more specifically, back in my house itself. Now that you said that, I took a look at my surroundings and noticed that we're actually in the library. How awesome is that? So what's next? I nervously asked, knowing what was about to come next. Time for you to meet my parents. Oh, by the way, how should I introduce you? You're only asking that now? Just a normal devil you met on the way. I don't belong to any clans or something. An orphan devil, perhaps? Do orphans as devils exist? I asked, and she thought about for a few moments before nodding her head. Since we're at war, many devils became orphaned when their parents died on the battle. We can use that excuse. With that, I sighed the relief that I've been holding back for way too long. Good. Thank go the devil. Correcting myself lest I expose that I just got God as my backer, I coughed. Anyways, whenever you're ready. Nodding my head, we both went outside the library, casting a longing and desiring look towards the books on each shelves. Once we got out, we immediately met someone with a striking beauty, black hair that is tied to a bun, wearing regal robes fitting for a royal queen. Sarah, I sense your arrival. It's good to have you back. I received the reports of your mission on Jerusalem. I can't believe they brought my baby to such vile place. Hugging Seraphol, I watched as her face fell on her mother's bosoms that doesn't lose to Sarah's. What's with this family? Don't tell me the dad also have big. And you are. After giving her daughter a big hug, Sarah's mother finally turned her attention to me, a stranger. My name is Chamber, madam. Bowing my head in respect, I waited for Seraphol to introduce who I am and how we met. She's Chamber, mama. We met during the mission and he was part of our team. He took a magic bullet on the chest for me, saving my life. Wait, what? That's not part of what we talked about. A look of realization and gratitude filled her Seraphol's mom's face. Oh, what a hero we have here. You saved my daughter from such danger. Are you here for reward? She asked. No, Mom. He's here as my new friend. Seraphol interrupted and smiled. Oh, a new friend? So I assume Ajuka will no longer complain to me about you annoying him? She smiled, making Seraphol boys an embarrassment. I'm not that annoying, Mom. She pouted. However, the looks that both me and her mom gave her made Seraphol blush again. Come on now, Sarah. How about we invite this friend of yours to a dinner? The chefs just cooked your favorite. How coincidental, am I right? Ignoring the strange glint that went past Sarah's mom's eyes, I was now curious what kind of foods devils eat. Human flesh, maybe? Hopefully not so. Oh, and by the way, my name is Emilia Citri, the lady of this household. It's nice to meet you, Chamber. Finally, she introduced herself. Nice to meet you also, Ma'am Citri. I bowed my head once again. Well, drop the formalities. You're Sarah's friend. So is it about calling me Mom too? Mom. After arguing between each other, the mother-daughter finally calmed down. As for me, I could already imagine the spells I'll soon learn in this world. The entire dining room was very awkward as I sat beside Seraphol, who was busy munching the meat on her plate. WHH awkward, you might ask. You see, there's a gruff man staring daggers at me from across the table. If looks could indeed kill, no doubt I'd be dead on the floor. This man is Ms. Emilia's husband, and lastly, Seraphol's father, Gideon Citri, the current head of the house Citri. Ahem, my dear, this is Seraphol's friend, Chamber. He took a magic bullet to the chest to save Seraphol. You should be thanking him instead of glaring at him like that. You'll scare him. Thankfully, Lady Emilia noticed my predicament and gave a hand. Seraphol also chimed in with an umo as she nodded her head. Her mouth is currently full of food, hence. I see. If that's the case, then you have my gratitude, Chamber. Gideon nodded his head, the glare in his eyes changing and turning into gratitude. It's my pleasure to help Lady Seraphol during such a situation. Smiling at him, I noticed the playful smirk on Seraphol's face by my side. I see. So she likes this kind of thing, huh? Lying to her parents and messing with me? Although it feels childish, I couldn't help but want to play along with her. As we resume eating, but this time, minus the awkwardness, I heard Gideon speak. So, Chamber, where are you from? I heard you're an orphan, right? Where exactly? Hearing his question made me think he was investigating me, perhaps assuming that I might be a spy sent to go to extreme measures to get their trust. I understand him. Considering he's the head of one of the biggest pillars in the underworld, it's pretty normal to have that kind of thinking when there's a stranger intruding their home. Do I look like a bad person? I'm mused to myself, wondering whether there's a magic that could make people calm and trusting around me. I'm from. Still, that doesn't mean I know the answer to his question. I have no idea what the names of the cities in the underworld are. He's from Lucifad, Dad. You know, the city ruled by Lord Lucifer himself. Thankfully, a savior in the form of a busted devil came to his rescue. Seraphil's words made Gideon raise an eyebrow. It seems like whatever this Lucifad city is, it caught Gideon's attention. This is the first time I've heard an orphan hailing from Lucifad itself. Are you sure you don't remember who your parents are, boy? Gideon shifted his attention back to me and asked again. I shook my head and replied, I apologize, Lord Citri, if it offends you, but I truly have no idea who my parents are. They died a few months after I was born. Is that so? Do you want to know who they are? Since you saved my daughter, this is the least I can do for you. His words might sound like he's compensating me for what I did, but knowing the truth, his words are like sharp daggers slowly inching towards my heart, making me gulp my saliva nervously. Why, you don't have to, Lord Citri. Although they're my biological parents, I don't feel any sort of attachment towards them. Shaking my head, I tried my best to calmly reply, making sure there are no holes on my fake story. Are you sure? I insist. Gideon pressed on. I only replied with a nod of my head. It seems like Gideon noticed that I really don't bother with my parents, so he didn't press further. The rest of the time was spent on eating with peace, sometimes asking me questions such as my likes, dislikes, what do I think about the Citri family and the others, and finally, he asked me one last question. What do you think about the Great War? Do you think us devils will win? The Great War. I muttered to myself. I could see Seraphil perk up at the question from my peripheral vision. Clearly she's interested on my answer. Now, I have two choices. Answer with what I truly feel, or give him a fake answer that will only serve to flatter the devils, praising them and such stuff. I trusted my instincts and answered truthfully. I think this great war is useless. My answer made both the Lord and Lady Citri shift their eyes at me in surprise. Lady Emilia looks like she wanted to hear more of my words, and so I did. You see, war brings nothing but devastating consequences on each party involved, not to mention those who doesn't want to be. Now that I even got Seraphil's attention, I continued. It also drains our resources, the same resources that we could have used for more useful projects, such as improving the daily lives of the devils both inside and outside the underworld. If the war goes on for a few more years, I won't be surprised if the economy of devils will be crippled. My words seemed to have struck directly inside their heads, as I saw the contemplation of my words flashing in Lord Citri's eyes. Of course, these weren't enough as I kept continuing, listing problems upon problems towards the Great War to the point that Lord Citri was now frowning heavily. It seems like my words are influencing him. Is this a good thing? But if we win the Great War, not only will we gain the recognition and honor that we deserve, but we'll also gain the other pantheon's respects. Clearly they look down on us due to rebelling against our Creator, something that is frowned upon by everyone. Gideon spoke, making me almost leak out a chuckle. Honor? Recognition? Respect? With all due respect, but those things won't bring back the lives that are lost. Can I feed my children honor? Will they be satisfied with that? No, they won't. Instead, it would just form a very long instability to the devils. Respect? More like fear, and fear births to future conflict. Every living being, be it devils or gods, will do whatever it takes to remove their fears. I'm sure Lord Citri can understand what I'm trying to imply here. Lord Citri looks like he wanted to say something against my words, and I was already ready to apologize when Lady Citri beat him to it. Your perspective is quite intriguing, Chamber. Say, I can sense that you're a mid-class devil, not bad for your age. What do you think of joining Citri family? As soon as those words dropped from her mouth, Both Lord Citri and Serafal stared at her in shock, as if they couldn't believe the words she just said. As a matter of fact, I was also surprised by it. Being asked to join them, it's almost too hard to refuse. Not because it's tempting, but refusing it would be rude. I won't even mention the excited grin that was plastered on Serafal's face. Can I refuse? I cleared my throat and stated my answer, hoping she wouldn't take offense at my refusal. I was already expecting to head either Lady Citri or Lord Citri for refusing such an offer, but contrary to my expectations, Lady Citri simply nodded her head and replied, "May I know the reason why?" She asked. I have been living on the human world for almost my entire life now after my parents' death. I made many human friends, and it would be hard for me to part with them. I see. I can understand, so let me change my offer. How would you like to work as Serafal's advisor? I was shocked. Not only me, but also Serafal, who stared at her mother, not expecting to hear her name from the discussion. Mom? Advisor? Do I need one? Her question were also mine, so I looked at Lady Citri, anticipating a logical explanation. Oh, Sarah, you'll be the future head of our Citri family, and you're going to need an advisor to help you become fit for the head position. I'm sorry that I have to tell you this, but what me and your father noticed about you is that you're not quite right in the head when it comes to family matters. As soon as I heard her last sentence, I almost howled in laughter. And Mom, what are you talking about? Instead of getting angry, Serafal was simply embarrassed, especially when she saw me holding myself from laughing out loud. It is what it is, Sarah. So how about it, Chamber? If you work as her advisor, considering how she'll always visit the human world a few times, and as her advisor, you'd be joining her during those visits. So it's a win for the both of us, right? Hearing her explanation, I thought about it for a few minutes before finally nodding my head in agreement. As for Serafal, after seeing that she can't exactly fight her mother's words, she simply went silent and resumed eating. Now that everything was settled, the dinner resumed and finished a few minutes later, whereas Serafal immediately grabbed my arm and dragged me out of the dining room under the amused stares coming from her parents. Why did you agree with her? Upon arriving in an unknown room, Serafal pushed me against the wall and glared at me. Since she's a few inches shorter than me, I was rather looking down at her eyes while she's on the opposite. What do you mean? Being your advisor isn't that bad, right? Or are you planning to make me suffer and treat me like a slave as soon as I start working as your advisor? I teased her slightly, making twitch her mouth in annoyance. You know, that's not what I meant. I was talking about the other thing. Do you think I'm not right in the head? She crossed her arms under her large bosom, trying to magnet my eyes to it. Thankfully, I was a strong warrior with an unyielding will, so I managed to resist after a short millisecond of glimpse. Can't help it. Well, I'm not sure. We just met a month ago, and we barely interact with each other soon after. So I don't know you that well yet. My answer seemed to have soothed her a bit. Good. Then Mom's wrong, and I'm right in the head. She smiled in satisfaction. That's far from my answer. I just said I have not yet gotten to know you better, and you're already assuming I don't agree with your mom. You're lucky you know. She sighed. Why? I asked, why the sudden change in topic? When you said you were friends with humans, is there something wrong with that? If you said the same exact words to other devils, they would skin you and kill you on the spot. She dryly chuckled, as if her words didn't just make my blood run cold. Why? Well, let's just say our Citri family is among the 90% of the devil's population that doesn't resent the humans as much as they resent the angels. She said, then continuing, our family are unlike those devils who hate the humans to the bone, so consider yourself lucky. Wow, from the looks of it, I seem to have just dodged a bullet. Where are we, by the way? I asked, noticing that the room we're in was quite beautiful and spacious, although it lacked design, but the furnitures are enough to be considered as designs. A fancy big bed, windows as large as the room's door, and a shelf containing nothing, not even a single book. Seriously, why even bother buying a shelf if you have no books? Is this the master bedroom of the manor? Serafal, the moment she heard my words, immediately blushed as she pushed me towards the exit. Wait, what? Get out of my room. Weren't you the one who brought me here in the first place? When life gives you lemons, Make lemonades. That's what my friend used to say when facing a challenge. Now, this quote is being applied at my current situation. I squinted my eyes at the book I'm reading. It is an introduction to devil energy that devils possess, along with its various uses and fundamentals. You see, according to this book, a mid-class devil like me can recover their entire energy from depletion for half a day, which means it takes approximately 5 hours for a mid-class devil to fully recover in terms of devil energy. Now, I've been mulling over this topic for the past few hours as I came to a realization that I'm not actually a normal mid-class devil. Aside from being a human turned to a devil and my weird 2 pair of wings, I can recover my devil energy reserves for only 2 hours. That's 3 less hours compared to an average mid-class devil. It might not sound much, but when it comes to battle, every second matters. Another thing is, according to this book, devil energy can be recovered either through resting or phoenix tears. Phoenix tears are the most sought-after product through the underworld, as they are said to be a special potion of liquid that can instantly heal injuries, whereas a single drop can instantly regenerate the user's injuries and restore their health, although it can't directly restore limbs or such, but it can still be used to reattach limbs. One of its useful effects is that phoenix tears were also said to be capable of restoring someone's devil energy reserves. Aside from those aforementioned methods, the other methods are through artifacts, and such which isn't applicable to devils as devils aren't experts in the fields of artifacts. Though from what I heard, Norse and Greek factions are the only ones known for their creation of various legendary artifacts. Now, you may be wondering why I'm stating all of these things, right? You see, I don't need any of those as I can recover my devil energy reserves without needing rest. So while others needed to either replace their batteries or use low-end chargers, mine uses the highest watts in charger. What does all these mean? It means I'm stronger than your average devil, and as long as I grow strong enough, I could take on someone at my own level and easily win without breaking a sweat. I tried searching for information about the 4 Satans, so I could see if their situation are also different from average like me, but aside from history books that is filled with thousands of praises to the Satans and insults to the angels and the kingdom of God, I surrendered. Still, with the next few weeks of my stay in the Citri Manor, I scoured around the entire library, and it wasn't enough to ready at least half of the entire library's collected. The Citri family's library is simply filled to the brim with countless valuable books. I wonder why they're just letting all of these gathered dust around here. Among the things I read about the devils and the underworld is that the underworld doesn't solely belong to the devils, as there are also other inhabitants such as the fallen angels and, surprisingly, the Greek god of death, Hades. I also learned that Citri is part of the 72 devil pillars of the devils, with each pillars having their own unique demonic powers. I should probably search more about this. It will definitely come in handy when facing against one of the devil pillars. Know thy enemy, know thy weaknesses. Another thing I learned is about the source of the devils and how they came to be. It was stated that Lucifer and other devils didn't like God's ruling, as they see God favoring the pathetic humans more than them, his most holy creations. Hence, Lucifer attempted to overthrow God and make him appreciate them instead of the pesky humans. Things escalated, and Lucifer, along with the other angels, fell from grace after fighting with Michael and the other angels before turning into new beings called devils. This one, however, is something I already know, so I didn't dwell much on it. There are many other things I learned, but unfortunately, someone was already calling my name. Cham, are you here? Upon spotting me, sitting on a chair, she pouted. You're at the library again? Why is she yelling as if I've been staying at the library for an entire week? You've been reading at the library for almost a week now? Oh, I should probably go outside and touch some grass. Well, I didn't exactly stay at the library for an entire week. It's just an exaggeration. After all, I still have to visit Grandpa Rad and the siblings. I'm not heartless to abandon them. Come on, I have something to show you. Seraphal winked and said, prompting me to follow her. Well, what would you do if a pretty woman tells you to follow her? You follow her, of course. Okay. Giving my books a one last look, I finally exited the library, taking in a brand new fresh air aside from the cramped air inside the library. Though that doesn't mean I don't like the smell. Have you ever smells the fresh ink of a book? That's what the library smells like, tripled in intensity. Some might not get it since they don't go to libraries. So, what am I looking at? I frowned, staring confusedly at Seraphol, who was simply standing still with her arms spread away, as if she was expecting a hug from me. There's no way she brought me out here on the garden just for a hug, right? Seriously? Take a closer look at me, come on. She rolled her eyes and said, squinting my eyes at her figure, now I finally noticed something. I see. So this is what you meant, huh? It seems to be growing bigger. I answered, still not removing my eyes from the answer. Huh? What do you mean growing bigger? Though confused at first, but as soon as she traced where my eyes are focusing, she immediately blushed and covered her chest in embarrassment. That wasn't what I was talking about. You pervert. Removing her shoe, she grabbed it and threw it towards me, forcing me to catch them. Did you just place my shoes in your pocket? Seraphol monotonously stared at me as she pointed at the bulge on my pocket. Well, I mean finders keepers, and besides, she threw it at me, so that means it's now mine, right? Give it back. I gave it back. Look closely again, going back to her usual cheerful self. She clapped her hands and said, as if what happened earlier didn't exist. Sighing, I stared closely at her, this time, using my senses to assess even her devil energy. Wait, what? As soon as my senses went over her devil energy reserves, I noticed two things. First, her reserves are 10 times larger than before. Lastly, it seems to be much more potent and thicker than mine. How is this possible? How did you increase your devil energy reserves so much? I couldn't help but gawk at her and ask, eager to know the secret to her power-up. Oh ho ho, it seems you have finally noticed it, huh? Grinning like a fool, Seraphol raised her chest up and bore a smug grin, as if she was looking down on my pathetic being. Behold, you are now looking at one of the rarest and one out of a million ultimate-class devil, second only to the Satans in terms of strength. Her words caught my attention. Ultimate class? Seriously? Is this how strong they are in terms of just devil energy alone? I feel like one spell from Seraphol now is enough to obliterate me from existence. Can you? I muttered in silence, as if hesitating whether to tell it to her or not. She grinned, pressing her ear close to me, as if she knows what I'm about to say but just wanted to hear it from me. God damn it. Okay, calm down. Chamber, this is for your future. There's nothing wrong with asking her for help. I've been figuring out how to effectively increase my reserves, and so far, only by depleting it and letting it naturally recover is the only way I've found so far. I gritted my teeth and continued, but this time, my voice much louder. Can you teach me how did you do it? Let me think first. She posed a thinking posture for a few seconds, as if she was making the hardest decision in her entire life. This little, resisting the urge to punish her for making him act like this. I calmed myself down, letting my anger cloud myself would only lead to the worst paths. However, the more time passed by, the more my frustrations grew. Thankfully, it didn't last long as Seraphol finally came to a decision. Sure, but first, while I'm teaching you, you must call me Teacher Sarah. Placing her hands on her hips, Seraphol couldn't help but widen her grin as she saw my gritting teeth. Teacher Sarah. Sighing in defeat, I finally gave up my pride and left my entire being in her hands. Good, good. Then this teacher, Sarah, shall teach you to her full capabilities. Nodding her head in satisfaction, she continued. It's actually easy to achieve this, and I just discovered it a few days ago during one of my missions. I raised my head and focused on her eyes, as if trying to take the answer directly from her soul. You see, you just have to experience a life and death situation during battle. When that happened to me, I felt a sudden surge of my reserves, allowing me to finally defeat that pesky angel. Life and death situation? That's it. For all the answers I've been searching on the library, I just had to fight someone to the death. Surprised? Once again, she's flashing me that smug grin again. For some reason, I don't feel any frustration seeing them unlike before. Is it just me, or does she look pretty when smiling? After learning the secret to growing stronger from Seraphol, I didn't waste a single second to join the Citri family's army. With the help of an enthusiastic Lady Citri, I was now under Lord Gideon's command. Though this would only be temporary, as I don't see myself being a dedicated war hero or something. Once I grow strong enough through the army, I'll request a leave and go back to the human world. Of course, this won't be my only method to grow strong, as I spent most of my time in the library, learning the basics and fundamentals of the demonic energy. As for spells, it turns out it is as easy as imagining things. From the books I read, demonic energy have a very unique function. You can use your imagination to create spells. You don't have to sweat yourself with the calculations, focusing, and other shenanigans that is normally required when learning a spell. With the use of demonic energy, just imagine the structure, process, and effect of the spell, and you'll have your own spell in no time. At first, I was curious why with this kind of unique ability, devils are still being oppressed by the angels and fallen angels. That's when I discovered that despite such groundbreaking capability, it has its limit. First, the requirement of demonic energy, obviously. The stronger the spell, the bigger the need to consume demonic energy. Second, it requires a devil magic circle, which isn't a problem as I'm on my way on creating my own magic circle. It isn't that hard to begin with, as the Citri library have tons of tutorials and research materials related to magic circles. Last but not the least, the imagination part. Imagining a spell might sound easy, but it's actually not. Just because you can imagine what the spell does, doesn't mean it will be created. Not only you have to imagine the structure and process, but you also need to imagine the effect and outcome of the spell. Put those things together, you'll have your own spell created. So I can't just magically create a spell that could resurrect the dead and expect for it to work just fine without consequences. If I do create a spell that could resurrect the dead, my current demonic energy might not even be enough to create the spell, not to mention to cast it. Still, despite such setbacks, doesn't mean I'll abandon the idea of creating my own set of spells. I just need to be creative and productive when creating one. Let's say I create a spell that spews flames in terms of visual appearance, but its actual effect is actually ice or water. This will definitely caught my enemies off guard who relies on their vision to counter or defend themselves from magic spells. There's so many things I could do with this. As long as I have enough demonic energy, perhaps resurrection spell wouldn't be that far from my reach. But first, before creating my own spell, I should go and learn some of the existing spells. Thankfully, the Citri family doesn't hide the common magic spells, as there is a section of magic spells in the library. Of course, these are just common spells, not the spells that are unique to the Citri family. Citri are known by their water magic that could flood even an entire city if one is strong enough. Now, I'm not sure if I'm a genius or not, as I don't have someone to compare with, but I managed to learn 10 basic spells from the library in just a month since I've been here. If this was back in my world, this feat would have caused an uproar on Comartage and called them the once-in-a-lifetime genius or the next upcoming Sorcerer Supreme, and something like that. Now, these 10 basic spells are the camouflage, mind reading, memory tamper, mind control, audio-visual communication, demonic bullet, demonic blades, illusion, barrier, and finally, the most convenient of them all, the teleportation spell. Of course, each and every single one of them is convenient, such as the camouflage spell, which allows me to hide my presence from normal beings, such as animals and humans. This doesn't exactly work on people who have magical senses, so I could only use this spell in the human world, I guess. Next spell is the mind-reading spell, which will allow me to read someone's mind, whose will is either weaker than mine or their magic power is lower than mine. If any of those two are not met, I would have time using this spell on someone. Then there's the memory tamper spell. Allows me to change someone's memories. The requirements are the same as the mind-reading spell. The same also goes to the mind control spell. Control someone, but they must be weaker than mine in either will or magic power. The next one is my second most convenient spell on the list, the audio-visual communication spell. It's technically similar to a video call on smartphones, but this spell is on 8K in quality and similar to a wave in terms of audio quality. Demonic bullet, on the other hand, is simply shooting a bullet made of my demonic energy, more destructive, faster, and effective than a normal handgun bullet. Then there's the demonic blade, similar to demonic bullet, except that this one is arc-shaped and larger than demonic bullet. The only downside is that demonic blade is slower than the demonic bullet. Illusion, a spell that simply allows me to cast an illusion. The more detailed and larger the illusion is, the more it consumes demonic energy, of course. Once again, it only works on those who doesn't have magical senses. So I can only use this to either scare off some humans or intimidate them. And finally, the barrier spell. This one would be a lifesaver, as it allows me to cast a barrier in front of me using my demonic magic circle. Basically, it's like casting a circular shield in front of me. The only requirement of this is obviously to have my magic circle. Speaking of magic circles, I've been studying them for the past few weeks and noticed that creating one is 10 times harder than simply learning them. I asked Seraphal about this, and she mentioned that only the Satans and original devil pillars has managed to create their own magic circles that is designated to their own family. What a bummer. So that means I either have to find an original pillar devil, which is like searching for a needle on a haystack, as most original devil pillars have died in battle on the Great War, or I ask one of the Satans themselves to teach me how to make one myself. It's not like I'm risking myself getting smote on the face by them or something. So obviously, my choice will be none of those and try my best to research them and decipher how they're created. Putting those as one of my goals, it's finally time to settle myself, as Lord Gideon, my commanding general, has issued me a mission in the human world. A group of exorcists are spreading their faith, hate on the devils, and hunting weak devils in the human world, and it is our job to intercept them and kill them for such heresy. Cool, right? So now, I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with some of the soldiers under him, ready to take on our mission with pride. Except for me, though, I'm only doing this for the experience and the Zenkai boost bullshit. Hopefully, Seraphal wasn't lying to me by risking myself fighting to death. Hey, you look new. Inside the barracks where other devil soldiers were gathering their weapons and armors as preparation for the upcoming mission. One of them approached me. His appearance is a mix of red skin and short horns on the forehead. Of course, his appearance wasn't distinct or unique, as his features are exactly the same as the other devil grunts around me. Yes, I'm quite new, so please take care of me. Nodding my head, I responded. Well, look at that. I'm new too, actually, so I should say the same to you. He smiled and gave me a salute. His kindness was unexpected. I was expecting some arrogant veteran to confront me and call me names by being a newbie. Is it wrong to say that devils seems to be better than humans socially? Thanks, I guess, I replied. Now that I looked at him through my magical senses, I noticed that he's a low-class devil, someone weaker than me. How wonderful. I've finally encountered a devil that is weaker than me. Ever since I came to the underworld, I've been using my magical senses on every devil I met on the Citri Manor, and let me tell you this, the weakest among them is a mid-class devil like me, and she's a servant. Their butler and headmaid, on the other hand, are high-class devils. As for Lord Citri and Lady Citri, they're ultimate-class devils, like Seraphal. It's scary to imagine that I've been living with a bunch of people who can obliterate me with just a single spell. Hey, what do you think of the mission? Aren't you excited to finally slaughter some of those pesky human exorcists? I've been itching to drench my hand in their bloods. All right, I forgot I was talking with someone. His words didn't caught me off guard, as this kind of personality is actually the norm around devils. If you feel disgusted or against in killings, then you're the abnormal one. Kind of, but I'm more on looking for a good fight with him. I've been waiting for a good fight to push myself to the limits. My response made him look at me in confusion. So, you're saying that you also like killing humans, right? Sigh. His guy definitely didn't understand a single word I just said. Yes, you're right. Still, there's no point arguing with him, so I just agreed. I knew it. No, you did not. This guy even had the audacity to slap my back as if we were close friends. Does he even know that I'm a mid-class devil? From what I know, the devil society follows the rule of strong rule the weak, and the weak fears the strong. So this means someone such as this low-class devil should be respecting me instead of slapping my back. Despite that, though, I'd honestly prefer this kind of interaction, as this is real, unlike fearing someone and praising them for their greatness just because they're stronger than you, which is as fake as it can get. Everyone quiet. The bustling activity inside the barracks were interrupted by a gruff and deep voice of the mission's officer in charge, Demeter Citri, a distant relative of Seraphol. Though distant, he's still part of the Citri family, so he still gets the respect of the devils under Citri army. Looking at the man himself, his appearance is very different from an average devil, as Demeter looks more human. His skin isn't red like the others, and he doesn't have horns. Huh, that's weird. Now I wonder why those related to the devil pillars looked more human than the normal devils. We're on a mission directly from Lady Seraphol, the one and only heir of the Citri family. As he finished his words, I saw a flash of jealousy in his eyes. So that's how it is, the cliché family drama. Let me guess, this man will someday revolt and try to fight Seraphol to become the new heir of the Citri family. However, upon looking into his demonic power, I almost leaked a laugh. Why? This man is one of the suspects of nepotism. He's just a mid-class devil like me, yet his position is an army officer. Nepotism everybody, a concept that destroys someone in the workplace. Oh, I'm going to enjoy smashing this guy's head if someday he really dares to revolt against Seraphol and her family. That should be the last of them. I muttered to myself after a long and hard-fought battle against one of the Satanists, a bunch of Satan believers who seek to increase their ranks by spreading their filthy faith. Seriously, how can these people dare to worship a bunch of devils instead of the glory and almighty Lord of Heaven? Haktua, these pesky Satanists are growing in numbers day by day. When will they cease to exist? One of my colleagues spat on one of the Satanists' dead bodies, not hesitating to display his disgust towards them. I also feel the same, of course, just not to the point of utterly disregarding that these Satanists are humans too. They're just misguided and lost in their belief. If I were the chief exorcist assigned to this mission, I might give them a chance to repent and direct their belief from the Satans to the Holy God. Unfortunately, our chief exorcist has already deemed them unworthy to use God's creations and directly executed them all. If it wasn't for an angel backing us from heaven, I might have complained, as killing one another is supposed to be frowned upon according to the Holy Bible. Let's hurry up and bury the bodies. The chief exorcist gathered our attention and said, making us get to work by carrying each dead body to bury. As for me, I cannot wait to go back home to Valencia and eat the food my mom makes. This mission took me months' worth of travel away from my home. I miss my pastor, who guided me into this path of believing in the Almighty Savior, the Holy God. I miss my mom, who makes me the potage de vigilia that my mom makes me every time I go home from church. Despite being past 80 of age, she still moves like she's still an adult. Cooking and baking pastries around the kitchen makes me think sometimes that she was blessed by an angel to not suffer the effects of old age. Then there's my little sister, a cute bundle of positive emotions, filling our lovely home with her laughter and smile. Despite being married to a lovely man already, and even having the honor to recognize their union, she's still the same little sister who would sometimes trip on her toes and can still flash a smee dash. Putchy eye. Vincent, watch out. I heard my colleague call out my name as my thoughts were interrupted by the searing pain in my chest, as if I was stabbed. But how? Why? I thought the fight was over. No, I can't die. My mom, my sister, what about them? They will be sad if they hear the news that I'm gone. I need to reach out for my flask of holy water. It could heal my injuries. Before I could grab the flask from my small pouch, I saw vision slowly darken, as if a pair of hands just cover my eyes like it was death's pair of hands. Just as my vision fully darkens, I saw the sight of countless red-skinned creatures from the sky, decimating through our ranks. I could see the bloods and limbs flying out in the air. So, we were attacked by devils, huh? I hope the Holy God forgives me and takes care of my mom and sister. It would be hard for them without me. And with that, I see nothing anymore, pure darkness. Chamber POV. As soon as we stepped foot outside of the large-scale teleportation circle that transported us back on Earth, I couldn't help but feel the cold breeze of the wind as the moonlight shines upon our figures, their red skins glistening upon the moonlight. I saw the commanding officer, Demeter Citri, unsheathed his long sword, the hilt's intricate design combined with the blade's sharp edge that seemed to cut the air itself, tells me that this sword is definitely some sort of artifact or at least high in quality. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the sword is no doubt given to him for free, seeing how he handles it without care, swinging it around him, the tip of the long sword slashing on the dirt ground. Everyone, those filthy exorcists who dared to hunt our brethren and believers shall perish under my sword. I must bring glory to the Citri family and the Satans. Follow me and kill them all. Raising his long sword, with a shout, Demeter unfurled his wings and flew high up in the air. The rest of the devils followed suit and unfurled their exact same wings before taking into the air and followed Demeter. As for me, I was left cursing as I was hesitating whether to unfurl my wings. Although I can just unfurl one pair instead of the usual two, the purple fade on it would bring unnecessary attention. Thankfully, I noticed that every devil was busy brandishing their weapons and shouting in excitement, making me so little for them to notice. Okay, I just need to be discreet and make sure there are no devils from my behind, so I'll have to slow my pace. With that in mind, I finally unfurled my deep purple-colored wings and flew up in the air, enjoying the strong wind current smashing on my face as I increased my speed to slowly catch up to their flock. Upon my arrival, I was a few meters behind them. Thankfully, they're too excited and bloodthirsty to notice my presence behind them, so I managed to sigh in relief. Now that I'm alone and free, I started thinking my next moves as soon as we arrive at the settlement of the exorcists. First things first, obviously, is once we arrive, I would immediately land on the ground and take the fight on there. No way I'll fight in the air. That would just risk exposing my unique wings to them. Second, I don't like killing. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, especially when I'm killing humans, whom I used to be. Although I'm a devil now and no longer a human, doesn't mean I'll abandon my humanity and completely become a devil. As long as I still have my human values, I'm only a devil physically, but not mentally. So perhaps I might just use less destructive spells and resort on knocking them down instead of taking their lives. What I said to Gideon back then is my honest opinion about this Great War nonsense, and I'm sure God himself also sees the same thing. My last move is to directly fight the strongest among the exorcists. That way, I'll be able to implement the pseudo-Zenkai boost that Seraphol was talking about. Upon our arrival, Demeter didn't hesitate to cast a basic demonic bullet directly towards one of the exorcists. His target seemed to be a bit old, probably around 60 years of age. His eyes screams the unexpected arrival of the bullet in his chest along with the reluctance to part with his life. I feel bad for the old man. He seemed like a kind person. Still, there's no point dwelling over a dead exorcist. What's done is done, and it's not like there's something I can do about it without risking gathering the anger of the devil soldiers around me. I quickly landed on the ground, whilst the others remained in the air, casting spells upon spells over the ranks of exorcists. Like me, some of them doesn't use a magic circle, probably because they haven't learned one yet, while some can use the Citri magic circle, especially Demeter, who's pretty much obvious considering he's part of the Citri family. The group of exorcists stood no chance against the barrage of spells, except for a few. Hold on, is that a lightsaber? A certain man with a bulky build caught my attention. More specifically, the blade brimming with white light on his hand. I must have it. Ignoring the rest of the exorcist, I marched towards the man with a lightsaber, clearly holding his ground against the devils, which can be seen when he was fending off the spells thrown at him with his lightsaber, all while holding his ground against the devils diving towards him. This guy, he's not normal. True to my words, when I used my magical senses towards him, I was almost blinded by the light inside his body. Is this holy light or holy energy? What's more shocking is that the amount is almost equivalent to a high-class devil, but only as potent and thick as a low-class devil. What does it mean? He consumes more holy energy compared to a high-class devil. Let's say both a high-class devil and this exorcist has a numerical value of 100 in terms of energy. When casting a simple spell, a high-class devil only uses 10 points of energy, while this exorcist, on the other hand, will consume 50. I can beat him, I said to myself. With such low potency and thickness, I can contend against this guy. I also noticed that his holy energy is being directed towards the lightsaber on his hand. I smirked, seeing that he left his back exposed. Casting a demonic bullet on top of my palm, I used my demonic energy to manipulate it, letting it rotate for almost 100 rad each second, which is equivalent of 50 times of 360s in a matter of seconds. Just when a man finally noticed my presence from behind, it was already too late, as the demonic bullet already whizzed past my palm and has penetrated into his shoulder, piercing through them. I watched as the bullet continued penetrating its way through more exorcists before decreasing in size and fading away due to the lack of demonic energy. The exorcist's eyes widened in surprise and fear as he looked at me, clearly not expecting to be sneak attacked. Of course, I cowed be aimed for his head and be done with it, but what about the pseudo-Zenkai boost? I need to fight this man either with fists or kicks, it doesn't matter. You? He pointed his finger at me, before anger clouded his face as he slashed his lightsaber towards me. Go back to where you came from, you filthy devil. And there came down the lightsaber toward my face. His movement were clearly above than an average human, but slow compared to me. So I stepped on the side and allowed the lightsaber to hum past me, grinning as I could feel the heat lick my skin. Oh yes, I'll definitely enjoy this weapon. Still, putting aside the weapon, I frowned. This can't do. This man won't be able to make me push beyond my limits and allow me to experience a life and death situation. I need to be overwhelmed. Immediately, my eyes scanned around the battlefield, and an idea was immediately formed inside my mind. I gotta attract everyone's attention and make them fight me. While still deep in thinking, my body automatically punched the exorcist's gut the moment he tried to take advantage of me being distracted. Chief, much to my surprise, a few exorcists noticed our fight and immediately called out of concern. Wait, Chief, so this guy is their leader? How convenient. Grinning to myself, I launched another punch towards the chief exorcist's face. Bam! I grinned as more exorcists started rushing towards our fight, probably to intercept and help their leader. Well, go on. Overwhelm me with your numbers. For some unknown reason, I couldn't help but feel my heart beat faster. I could hear it beating through my ears. I could also feel sweat forming on some parts of my body. It seems as if I've entered some sort of state. Is this excitement? It seems to be. It doesn't matter. Just go on and fight me. All of you. I can count up to 10. Almost 20 exorcists charging towards me, carrying the same lightsabers as the chief exorcist, albeit theirs were much dimmer compared to him. Perhaps these exorcists have smaller and weaker holy energy compared to their chief. Come on, I'll take you all on. With my blood pumping inside my veins, I couldn't resist a grin on my face. Why is this happening? I'm not usually like this. How can I be excited at the mere thought of fighting to death just for the sake of getting stronger? I should be cautious and make plans to maximize my chances of survival, but instead, I'm being reckless. How? Why? So many questions ran on my mind, which were unfortunately left as mere questions, unable to be answered as one of the exorcists arrived in front of me, swinging his dimmed lightsaber at me. Actually, it would be an insult to the actual lightsaber to call this one. It's too dim, and you wouldn't notice that it has a light on the blade. Gloomy saber. Yes, I'll call these gloomy saber instead of lightsaber. I conjured 2 Tau mandalas on both of my hands as I successfully blocked the gloomy saber with ease. Dropping down on the ground, I swept my legs over his, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. I followed with a swift slash towards his neck, intending to kill him. Tau mandalas may be known as shields to defend from physical attacks, but its edges can be used to slice things up. Wait, what? Upon realizing that I was attempting to kill someone without any remorse, I quickly pulled my hands back, saving the exorcist from death. I could see the exorcist's eyes widen in surprise upon seeing that I spared him. He was already ready to face death and had seen his happy memories flash before his eyes, only to get interrupted because his supposed death was discontinued. Unfortunately, this was a mistake on my part, as the other exorcists had arrived and surrounded me, swinging their blades at me together. I cursed under my breath as I smoothly fought on my own against the exorcists, dancing around despite being surrounded. Their blades were blocked by my Tau Mundalas, me kicking wrists causing their blades to fall from their hands, and finally finding myself out of the damn situation. Of course, despite my survival, it doesn't mean I got out without injuries as I looked at my arm that was bleeding profusely. Although my skin is supposed to be impenetrable by even the sharpest blades, the gloomy sabers were coated with holy energy, my main weakness. Now I'm starting to hate being a devil. I should find a way to turn myself back to humans while retaining the benefits of being a devil. Speaking of turning back into a human, maybe I should talk with Ajuka, see if I could get his research on the evil pieces, and perhaps I might find a solution to my problem. Before I could dwell on my thoughts any longer, I saw that the chief exorcist had now recovered, and he seemed to be angry at something. Obviously, that something is me. You vile devil, perish under my holy blade and repent for existing. The chief exorcist, I could see through my eyes that he was muttering something after saying those words. It was as if he was chanting something. Wait, chanting? Aren't chants usually related to casting magic spells and such? Just as I was about to figure out the chief exorcist's intentions, it was already too late as the chief exorcist's entire body glowed in bright light, causing me to feel a searing pain all over my front. My eyes felt like melting just by looking at him. I immediately backed away as fast as I could and finally recovered slightly. Opening my eyes, I could finally see the entire situation. The devils that were near the chief exorcist started screaming and screeching in pain as they tried to get away from the man as quickly as they could. Unfortunately, some weren't fast enough or were simply too close. I watched as they turned into specks of dust, dying in a single blink of an eye. Not only that, I also saw how the nearby exorcists who were gravely injured, healing at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye. So that's how it is. He's using his entire holy energy in this final attack. Using my magical senses on the guy, I noticed how his previous holy energy capacity, on par with the high-class devils, was now empty. Of course, I grinned at the process. Why shouldn't I? This just means that the chief exorcist is exhausted and won't be able to fight anymore. Even his lightsaber doesn't have the same hue as before. It now looks like a normal blade. Of course, it would be difficult to approach the man, as his fellow exorcists are now making an attempt to escape, using his holy flare, as I like to call it, as an attempt to distract the devils long enough to make an escape. Would I allow this? Of course not. So as soon as the holy flare dimmed in light thanks to his depleted holy energy, I finally made my move. I stomped my feet on the ground hard enough to propel myself towards the huddled exorcists, almost reaching the speed of sound. At the moment of my arrival, the entire exorcists were alarmed by my presence, brandishing their gloomy sabers to intercept me. I felt like a god of war, as I didn't care whether I was outnumbered or not. For me, the only thing that mattered was to grow strong throughout the fight, punch to the left and right, causing many bodies to fly out of the battlefield, followed by constant groanings and shrieks of pain that can make even a devil shudder in fear. I never kill unnecessarily. Despite going all out, I wasn't killing anyone. Not because I can't, but I just don't want to. I don't see any point in killing them. If they hold a grudge against me, then so be it. At least that way, their grudge would be a testament to their fragile human pride, proof that I'm a better man than them. Boom. Bam. Slash. I continued my relentless pursuit of the chief exorcist. Despite the injuries accumulating on my body, a cut, bruise, burn, and even a broken bone, I didn't stop decimating through their ranks. My demonic energy was rapidly depleting with the use of my Tau Mundalas and other certain spells. Thankfully, I could recover my demonic energy mid-battle. So what should have been me getting exhausted and running out of juice, it was them who were experiencing it, with weariness and fatigue overwhelming each of them. Knocking them all out became as easy as a walk in the park. Before I knew it, I was now breathing heavily too, although my demonic energy was recovering slowly but surely. However, my physical body couldn't keep up. I could feel my arms and legs straining under the pressure of exhaustion, combined with my weight and the pull of gravity. I know that at any moment now, I might pass out. But still, looking around me, I smiled in satisfaction. Almost 50 exorcists were lying on the ground, motionless and unconscious. This looks like a piece of art. If Van Gogh were here, I would make him paint the entire battlefield. You? The chief exorcist pointed his finger at me, his gaze switching from the fallen exorcists and me. Why didn't you kill them? You're a devil. He muttered to me in shock, as if he couldn't believe there existed a devil that doesn't kill. Well, the funny thing is I might be a devil, but only physically. The concept of the devil is something that reflects the human's fear of evil beings. It is merely a concept of an amalgam of evil and fearful beings, shaping the devils as you know today. While speaking, I slowly walked towards him, with each step matching the heartbeat of the chief exorcist. So tell me, am I a devil or evil? I asked again, but this time I was now standing in front of him, with him towering over me as he stood over 6 feet tall, while I, being a teenager, stood over exactly 5 feet tall. Okay, don't bully me. I'm still growing all right. Even if you aren't evil, do you think others will agree with your perspective? Do you think your words will change the people's meaning of the devil? The chief sorcerer's face grew grim. From the looks of it, my words seemed to affect him. So he's not completely dumb. I can work with this. It doesn't matter if it's impossible to change. What matters is that the devils behind me aren't as merciful as me. If they see these unconscious humans, no doubt they would be served like delicacies on a silver platter. I said, pointing at the fallen exorcists. My words seemed to be a wake-up call to the chief exorcist as panic settled on his face. Thankfully, we're quite far away from the devils. Not to mention, we're in the middle of a forest. This'll do, I muttered to myself as the chief exorcist was trying to carry as many exorcists on his shoulders as he could, intending to save them. I can already see where this guy got his large amount of holy energy from. Rara! He yelled in frustration, his arms' veins bulging as he kept trying to carry at least 5 people on his body. That's when I finally stepped in. I think I might be able to help you, I said, wearing my sling ring and conjuring a portal right in front of him. This portal leads to an abandoned church I found near the village where I used to live at. The chief exorcist looked at me in shock, confused why a devil like me is helping him. This leads to one of the churches I found. It's an abandoned, but better than here, right? The chief exorcist bore a cautious yet hopeful look on his face. If I want you and them dead, why would I bother sparing them in the first place? I rolled my eyes upon noticing his wariness toward my help in the portal. Hearing my words, his wariness went down, but still, it was there. If you're truly helping me, you have my gratitude. Thank you. He stood and nodded his head at me, his gratitude being honest. The next few minutes were spent with helping him transfer all the bodies inside the portal, effectively clearing the battlefield from littered bodies. Before leaving, the chief exorcist gave me one final look and said, "May I know the name of my savior?" He asked. The Tarnished One. Hesitating to tell him my real name, I decided to give him the name I'd be calling myself as soon as I established my own force in this world. The Tarnished One. I see. The chief exorcist nodded his head and then replied, "Well then, it would be rude for me to not say my name. My name is Diornostrata." He nodded his head and said before finally leaving through the portal. I closed the portal just as soon as a devil landed behind me. Where are they? It was Demeter who yelled at me out of anger upon seeing no one. They escaped, sir. I can't do anything about it. I simply shrugged my shoulders and said, You're just a recruit. You dare talk back to me? Don't you know how you just wasted my chance to get glory? I could have been promoted to a general, but you ruined it." His saliva was spitting out as he tried to reprimand me. Now he's getting annoying. If I don't stop myself, I might slap this man's soul out of his body. Slap. The slap came unexpected even for me. I can see Demeter seething with anger, whoever slapped him. Speaking of slapping him, I too wonder who can slap such a guy. Whoever he or she is, I'd give them a round of applause. How dare you slap M dash before he could finish his words. His words came to a halt inside his throat as his eyes widened in surprise and fear. Fear? I know that the person who slapped him is on my side. So who is it? Is that how you talk to someone above you, you lowly citry filth? The voice was a male, prideful and full of contempt towards Demeter in front of me. Who could blow off Demeter's arrogance? I quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man with black hair, wearing something that looks like a mushed-up noble attire and a knight's armor, making him look like a devout king who fights with his subjects. His eyes were purple with a hint of blackness inside. As for his expression, it was cold and monotone, like a lion who wasn't amused by a tiger's threat. Lord Zekrom, I apologize for my unsightly manner. It's just that this lowly devil here is insubordinate and made me angry. It was his fault. This motherfucker. I quickly clenched my fist out of anger and faced the man on my left, preparing to defend my side. However, I was interrupted. Oh, really? Because from what I just saw, your anger was unjust. To me, it simply looks like you were angry because your spotlight was stolen by someone else. Am I wrong? Oh, thank God. He did not believe this fool's words. Oh, Lord Zekrom, I was just Dash. It seems like Demeter has run out of lies to say, now that he was caught lying. Spare me from your pathetic excuses. The man known as Zekrom spoke with a cold tone that even I could feel, although the words weren't directed to me. I don't have the patience for your twisted lies, or I might just cut off your tongue. I could see Demeter bowing his head in shame and masked anger. Now scram. With that being said, Demeter quickly unfurled his wings and flew away, not before giving me a glare that seemed as if he wanted to piece my skull. Oh well, at least the situation didn't escalate. I always hate that type of people. Right, I still have to thank my benefactor. He just saved my ass after all. Allow me to give you my thanks, Lord Zekrom. I faced Lord Zekrom and bowed my head, all while using my magical senses to see how strong this guy is. However, much to my surprise, I sensed nothing. Like I'm looking down at a dark and empty well. How is this even possible? Is this why I didn't detect his presence? It's fine, young boy. It's just rare to see such a young prodigy like you. Able to defeat 50 exorcists alone is not something a normal mid-class devil is capable of. I saw Lord Zekrom waving his hand in dismissal of my gratitude. I was just wondering about those fancy magic spells you just used against their chief exorcist, those orange circles that you used to block his attacks. Oh, he's curious about the mystic arts? Well, it won't hurt to tell him some about it. Those are my self-created spells, Lord Zekrom. I call them mystic art spells. Ow, fascinating. Zekrom caressed his chin, deep in his thoughts before continuing. You see, I have been watching the entire fight. His words quickly shook to the core. The entire fight? Including the fight inside the forest? If it is then I was caught sparing the humans when I should have killed them, as I'm a devil. Lord Zekrom, I dash. Ha. Don't be nervous, young man, I don't bite. I was curious about why you came to such a decision. Zekrom laughed, his eyes settling over me as he asked a question, referring to me sparing those exorcists. Should I tell the truth? But I don't know who this man is. If he's friendly or foe. If he's a foe, he could have just outright scolded me, or even kill me if that's how they handle the case of sparing enemies in battle. However, considering he didn't do that, then he's either the former or a scheming foe who has meticulous plans for me, perhaps to blackmail me for what I did. Despite the initial nervousness, I came to a decision. I spared them because I see no use in it other than pointless fame and attention from troublesome individuals. I then stared at his deep purple eyes, trying to gauge his reaction toward my answer. If my answer proved him as a foe, I would be left with no choice but to use my portal to escape and disappear from the face of the earth, find myself a hidden place to live and gather strength. After what seemed like hours of continuous silence, it was finally broken by a laugh from Lord Zekrom himself. Ha 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 ha. I knew you would say that. Wait, really? Albeit surprised by his unexpected reaction, I sighed in relief. Well, it looks like I'm staying a bit longer in the underworld. Say, how about you come with me for a while? I have something to offer to you. Now, what would be your response when an unknown man, a stranger, came and tried inviting you to follow him? The obvious answer is to refuse, right? But do I have a right to refuse him? I can't detect his strength, so I can't determine if I can fight him. He's like the final boss or one of the most overpowered side characters in fiction. I still have to try, though. Can I refuse? Of course you can, but this will be the last time I'll invite you, and you'll miss out on a big opportunity. A strange gleam flashed in his purple bead eyes. God damn it. Now you got me curious. Before I accept, can I at least know what it is about? I gritted my teeth. Whatever this man is hinting about, it got me hooked. A great opportunity, he says. Back in my life, people always used to say that no matter what, take the opportunity in front of you. Oh, getting curious, are we? Let's just say it's something that involves the future of devils. Future of the devils? As much as I don't want to see myself as a devil, I'm physically one, and I'm left with no choice but to participate in the society of devils as one. And besides, no doubt this Zekrom has certain status and influence, capable of making Demeter, a member of the Citri family, scared shitless. One of the most important things when you want to rise in power is to form connections. This one is already a given fact to certain people, such as capitalists and stuff. How is it? Did I finally caught your attention? Lord Zekrom spoke with an amused expression, interrupting my thoughts. I agree. If this Zekrom wants to harm me, he could have done so at the start. He doesn't need to resort to schemes and stuff. What it means is that he truly seeks me out with a certain intention. And that said intention is something I'll discover later. With a teleportation circle, we immediately reappeared at a different location. We were no longer surrounded by trees and grasses. Instead, we're now at what I assume to be some sort of meeting room. A round table in the middle of the room, along with chairs counting up to 6, with each chair bearing intricate yet unknown symbols. However, one certain chair caught my eye as it bears a familiar symbol. A combination of a fan and a necklace intertwined together. The Citri symbol. Why is Seraphal's family symbol crafted on a chair's backrest? Does Seraphal even know that their family symbol is being used here? Should she sue this guy for plagiarism? I should tell her about this later. As for the room itself, it was illuminated by the soft touch of candles' glow. This reminds me of the round table hold in Elden Ring. God, I missed that game. Come sit. I saw Lord Zekrom sitting on a chair with a symbol that looks like a trident facing horizontal, making a letter B shape. I wonder which devil pillar he belongs to. Looking at the symbol, it definitely starts in letter B. There are a few pillars whose names starts with a letter B, such as Barbados, Bur, Beleth, Bodis, Bathin, Bune, Barith, Bifrons, Balam, Belial, and Baal. Now, which among these does Zekrom belongs to? It seems like I haven't properly introduced myself yet. My name is Zekrom Baal. There goes the answer to my question. As for the reason why I invited you here, is to propose a contract with you. I want you to be my ally for my anti-Satan faction. Contract? Faction? Is this guy some sort of revolutionary leader or something? You must be curious about everything. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to you. You see, I have a vision about the future of the devil race caused by this damned war. I'm 100% that the Satans will not win this war, and they will die sooner or later. However, their heirs are the ones I'm worried about. No doubt they will succeed their parents' thrones as Satans, and with their personalities, they will not stop the war and instead resume it with an even great fervor. He stopped for a while, as if waiting for me to register his words before continuing. A civil war. I can smell a civil war coming in the future, and as someone who only wants the best of the devil race, I want to avoid such thing from happening. So, I did what I had to do. I created the anti-Satan faction and invited a few people who shares the same vision as I am. He said, his hand gesturing towards the chairs surrounding the round table. They're currently on their way here as I set up a meeting for today. I see what this means now. So these chairs are some devils who belongs in their respective devil families. Although our faction is still quite small, but soon we'll be bigger and stronger than even the Satan faction. A determined and ambitious gleam flashed within his eyes as Lord Zekrom leaned towards me. Then there's you, a recently turned high-class devil who used to be a human. Right as he finished his words, I already conjured a portal as fast as I can, quickly attempting to escape. However, his words stopped me. Stop. I apologize for being blunt, but I don't mean any harm towards you, nor do I intend to use this information to harm you. I slowly turned around and faced him, trying to detect any lies or malice in his eyes. How did you know about me being a former human? Who told you? And why did you call me a high-class devil? I clenched my fists. I was betrayed by either Serapholt or Ajuka. Either way, whoever told this guy, I swear to God, I'll hunt them down for the rest of my life. No one. I figured it out by myself and a certain servant of mine. After all, even if you turn into a devil, your smell still have the distinct smell of a human. As for why I called you high-class devil, why don't you take a look for yourself? After he finished his words, I dove towards my magical senses and used it on myself before my eyes widened in surprise. He wasn't lying. My demonic energy capacity has multiplied along with its potent and thickness. I am now a certified high-class devil, same level as Gideon and Emilia Citri, which means I am now one step away from turning into the strongest devil class, the ultimate class devil. There are so many opportunities that were opened up thanks to my rank promotion to the high class, such as I could now create more formidable spells, and perhaps creating my own magic circle might become much easier. I can see you are excited. Well, I can understand the same. Feeling like your hard work is finally paying off and seeing its results with your own eyes is nothing short of satisfaction. My sense of euphoria were suddenly interrupted by Zekrom as he chuckled on my side, narrating his own share of experience. Now, let's not get off the trail. Earlier I told you there was a reason why I invited you here, and even told you my most deepest secret that could have risked my entire life and those involved. Sounds to me like he's trying to earn my trust by starting with him putting his supposed trust on me just so I do the same in return. Interesting. What could he have seen in me aside from my philosophical views? A man of his stature could have offered many things such as wealth, came, and even women, yet he resorted to winning my trust instead. What does this mean? It means he's looking for a long-term friendship with me, one that would conceivably reach for around 100 or more years. You see, things such as wealth, fame, or women are nothing but materials that can either be disposed of or grow bored of. But trust? Trust lasts a lifetime. It can even be brought until death. You see, the reason why I discovered how you're a human aside from your distinct human smell is because of the project that Ajuka reported to me a few weeks ago. Something about using these small artifacts to turn other races into devils. A proud smirk bore on his face, as if Ajuka was his son or something. I was fascinated by his invention and immediately wanted him to test it out. Although I'm quite disappointed that he didn't tell me about you, as I have to discover where you came from by myself. But still, now that I'm looking at you, I'm proud to say that the population problem of the devil race has been resolved. He then continued, did I also mention how talented you are? Not many devils can ascend to higher ranks as fast as you do. From what I can remember, there are only 4 individuals who can achieve such feat. Just as I was curious about those said individuals, his face suddenly showed a surprised expression before turning back to normal. Speaking of those individuals, it seems like they've finally arrived. Smiling softly, I heard the large stone doors bearing intricate carvings groan under pressure as it opens up, widening the gap between little by little. I watched intently as I was curious about the supposed allies of Zekrom, who were willing to risk their entire pillar family just by joining a rebelling faction. However, the moment each individuals entered one by one, my face contorted into shock at the revelation. Some of them were unfamiliar, but I can see 3 familiar faces among them. First is Ajuka, who seemed just as surprised as I was upon seeing each other. Second was Gideon, the head of the Citri family, who looked at me and then at Zekrom before speaking. I see you have finally invited him. You work so fast, Zekrom. He nodded his head in approval. All right, he was the one who told Zekrom about my philosophical perspective. The last one, following behind Gideon, however, was what shocked me to the core, and the same goes to the other party. Sarah, Cham. POV. From the moment I was born, I already knew I was special. According to my mom, at the moment of my birth, I can already use our clan's trait, a feat that no one other than me has ever done in the entire devil race. Then at the tender age of 13, I already mastered our clan's trait to the point that even my personal teacher was defeated from me. And now, I'm 17 and getting stronger every day that even my father admitted that I now surpassed him in clan trait strength. Speaking of my father, he's currently standing in front of me, telling me everything I need to know while we're on our way to the hidden meeting place. It's been almost a year since our family joined this anti-Satan faction. At first, I was skeptical and was even prepared to convince my father of how it's such a bad idea. However, when I finally met him, everything changed. Bale, head of the most prestigious clan aside from the four Satan's clans, Bale clan. During our first meeting, his words went upon and touched my soul as he narrated the dark and grim future of our race if the Great War continues. Initially, I was already against the Great War itself, even before I met Zekrom. His words not only justified my feelings, but it also resonated deep within me, intensifying my sentiment towards the war. Zekrom was right. The Great War should be stopped. The Satans will die sooner or later, and once they're gone, the big G of the Bible would soon set his sights on us and would no doubt put effort in eliminating our race. Thankfully, Zekrom was able to formulate a plan to prevent such a thing from happening. So now here I am, standing in front of my father's back while my father was having a conversation with two other men. Surzex. Hearing my name, I turned around and saw a smart friend of mine. His spiky green hair along with that aloof aura that he always carries around makes him easily recognizable. Ajuka Astaroth from the Astaroth clan. Ajuka. I smiled, though it soon strained when Ajuka sighed in exhaustion. When has there ever been a day he wasn't tired? Lord Zekrom just approved of my project. It's finally time to get it tested on a few humans. He spoke with an indifferent tone, though I feel like he's hiding something from me. I just can't seem to put a finger on it. Oh no, she's here. Suddenly, Ajuka's face turned pale as a certain familiar voice sounded out from our behind. Ajuka. Surzex. Oh, I also realized who this is. Coming from behind us was a familiar girl with her distinctive purple bead eyes and long hair. Hailing from the Citri clan was Seraphal Citri herself, the heir of her clan. I was already expecting her to give us her usual rough hug that even choked us one time, however, that didn't happen. Instead, she just stood there and waved her hand happily at us. This is not the Seraphal I used to know. Seraphal, it's good to see you again. I smiled back at her, greeting her all, while using my senses to see if someone is impersonating her, or worse. Our little secret was found out. However, much to my surprise, although her demonic energy's aura was the same as usual, but her reserves have increased dramatically. What does that mean? It seems like Seraphal has finally reached the same level as me, Ajuka, and Falbium. She's the last one to step into the ultimate class. Although she was the last, I still feel happy for her. After all, there are the four of us now on the level of ultimate class, which means the strength of our newly formed faction has also increased. Congratulations, Seraphal. It seems like you're not far behind us now. I continued, gathering Ajuka's attention, in which he just responded with a nod. Hey, you noticed? I'm so cool, right? She placed her hands on her hips and smirked and triumphed. I wish I had a sister as cute as her. No doubt I would dote and spoil her with everything I have. Not only that, but I also made a cooler friend than the both of you. He's also my first and only best friend. His position is higher than the both of you. Oh, now that caught my attention. Who in the underworld could possibly befriend someone who is known as annoying and troublesome to deal with? Whoever that is, allow me to applaud you for your achievement that only a few can achieve. Really? Can I meet this person someday? I asked, curious about this person and see if this person has other motives for befriending Seraphal. I won't let anyone take advantage of my friend, using her innocence to gather her trust. Sure. Just remember, though, his name is Chamber and only Chamber. You must never and should never call him anything other than his own name. Suddenly her mood turned 180 as she reprimanded us both for something we haven't done yet. Only me myself is allowed to call him Cham Cham, and that's because we're best friends. Only best friends can call each other with nicknames. So they're calling each other with nicknames? I seem to have underestimated their closeness to each other. Looks like I need to run my investigation on this person and discover his motives. With how things are finally going well for our faction, I can't let something this small slip, only for it to turn into a bigger threat despite its initial small threat. We then resumed our conversation with me, sometimes leading the conversation by asking things such as how did they met each other, how strong is he, and many other things. Although I learn a lot from her, I could smell that she's hiding quite a few details from me. What further vexes me, however, was how calm Ajuka was in this kind of situation. Is he really the smart guy I know who invented something that solved the devil's 1,000-year-long problem? How can Ajuka not see that there's something wrong with this guy that became friends with Seraphol all of a sudden? For a few times I tried to gesture for him to help me with this one, but most of the time he just fell deep into his thinking, falling into a state where he would unconsciously mutter what he's thinking out loud. Thankfully, a certain bald man, with his height being taller than us, finally arrived along with the head of the Gladiolaboyas clan. Falbium Gladiolaboyas, the heir of the Gladiolaboyas clan, who at the same time stands on the same level as me, Ajuka, and now Seraphol. The four of us were close friends, mainly thanks to our talents of not only being born stronger than average, but also growing stronger than average. Falbium, interrupting Seraphol, who now can't shut her mouth about this chamber guy, I waved my hand at the bald-headed man, who lazily raised his eyebrows as a greetback to me. Sigh. Why is every single one of them have something that is far from normal added to their personalities? Am I the only normal one among the four of us? First is Ajuka, who just can't seem to care about anything aside from his own inventions and a peaceful, quiet life. Then there's Seraphol, someone who just can't seem to exhaust herself, as if she's passively recovering her energy most of the time. Lastly, Falbium, the most exhausted, laziest, and slothful among the four of us. Let me guess, if his father didn't convince him to come and participate in the meeting, no doubt this bald guy would be found sleeping on his bed for 24 consecutive hours per day. And there's me. I'm pretty much normal, and I don't have any unique traits in my personality that would define me as unique compared to other people. It seems like everyone's here now. Let's proceed with the round-hold table room. I heard my father talk out loud once the head of the Agar's clan finally came. A teleportation lit up beneath our feet before consuming us all, bringing us to the secret location of the round-hold table. Hi there. I waved my hand as a greeting to the newcomers. The first one who caught my attention was obviously Seraphol, who seemed to be fuming in curiosity at why I'm standing in the same room as her. The next one was a handsome man with bright red hair that makes blood itself look pale in color. His eyes stared at mine. Perhaps some thoughts were swirling inside his mind. Maybe he was wondering who I am or something like that. I then used my magical senses to take a peek at his reserves and was shocked by what I saw. Not only his reserves was thicker and potent than Seraphol, but it also have this weird nature that seems to destroy the surroundings, as if it wanted to destroy me. Feeling a chill up on my spine, I made a note to myself to be cautious around this man. Behind him was a man with similar appearance, except for his hair being less brighter and a red beard with protrusions that looks like a fawn. We both smiled at each other as a form of greeting. Next one I saw was Ajuka himself, obviously recognizable considering that bright spiky green hair that stood out inside the room. Nodding at him, he nodded back his response. We both already know each other, though I would like to have some talk with him about the evil pieces and its possibility to be removed. I tried using my magical senses on him, only to fall short upon sensing the same thing when I used it on Zekrom. So these guys somehow managed to have a spell that hides their demonic energy. It would be cool if I can learn it. It would be useful against people like me who can sense other beings' energies. Behind him was a similar-looking man, but with a goatee instead. And last but not the least was a man with a very shiny head and manly goatee. I would have thought this man was the normal-looking one out of all of us if it wasn't for his slumped back and sleepy eyes that looked like he's on the verge of sleeping. Why is this guy even doing here? Did he get enough sleep? If I were him, I would have stayed at home and slept instead of bothering with meetings that involve an entire race. I tried nodding at him, but received no response. I don't know if it's because he didn't care or he just didn't see me. I hope it's the latter. I also used magical sense on him, and he's on the same level as Seraphol in terms of both reserves and potency. Neat. Then there's his father, who doesn't look that much except for having large muscles. Looks like everyone is finally here. We can proceed with the continual of our last meeting's discussion. Zekrom spoke, causing everyone's fathers to sit on their respective chairs, while the children stood behind them. As for the chair I was sitting on earlier, it belongs to the red-haired man's, so now I'm left standing instead. As for Seraphal, until now she's still glaring at me. If looks could still, I would be, you know what I mean. Allow me to introduce our new ally for this upcoming war. Zekrom then pointed at me, allowing them to feast their eyes upon my presence. Everyone, my name is Chamberlain. I'm new here, so please take care of me. I then bowed my head out of respect. Damn it, that sounds so cringe. It sounded better in my head. I raised my head again and saw them nodding their heads respectively, as if successfully assessing me. Chamber here is a unique case out of all. Zekrom spoke again, gaining everyone's attention. How so? It was a man who I didn't know, who spoke with eagerness in his tone. Do everyone still remember the project that Ajuka proposed a few weeks ago? A series of nods is what he got before continuing. Chamber here is the first ever successful human who has turned into a devil with the help of Ajuka's evil piece. As soon as he dropped his words, a series of collective gaps, except for a few, can be heard across the meeting room. Is this true? It was Gideon, head of the Citri family, who asked the question. It seems like he can't believe that my background was more than just an orphan in the Lucifad. Yes, it is, Lord Gideon, and I apologize for not telling you the truth. I spoke up before Zekrom could. I feel like it should be my responsibility to tell him the truth, considering I was the one who lied. I can see the swirl of thoughts in Gideon's eyes. I'm not sure what he's thinking, but it's definitely not good. Now, I'm sure Gideon won't mind it, right? It's all in the past, and we must focus on our future. I noticed a strange glint flashing in Zekrom's eyes as he looked at Gideon, who flinched, that might seem unnoticeable to others except for me. Of course, it's a small matter compared to what we're going to deal with in the future. Gideon fixed his sitting position and cleared his throat. Well then, let's go back to our main topic. Aside from being the first human who turned into a devil, he also have a rather peculiar talent. It took him only a single month to turn into a high-class devil comparable to some heads of devil clans. A look of disbelief appeared in everyone's eyes, making me puff my chest slightly out of pride. It must be my devil genes taking over. Aside from Seraphal, who simply rolled her eyes at the announcement, others have varied reactions. So he's also a monster like Surzex and Ajuka. It was the bald man who spoke. What was his name again? Indeed he is. And before I forget, allow me to introduce all of you to Chamber. Zekrom then started pointing fingers at each members inside the meeting room. Chamber, the one who just spoke, is Falbium Glagiolabulas, the heir of the Glagiolabulas clan. Sitting in front of him is Zephyr Glagiolabulas, his father, and also the current head of their clan. I can see Zephyr standing up, his shirt hugging his huge muscles as he offered me a handshake. It's nice to meet you, Chamber. Not wanting to be rude, I took his hand and shook it keenly. Upon sensing how he's tightening his handshake, my lips quivered as I returned the same strength at the same manner, causing the huge man to laugh out loud. Ha ha! Looks like Zekrom wasn't lying. You're indeed a high-class devil. After that, he sat down. Zekrom doesn't need to speak anymore, as everyone took this as a sign to introduce themselves automatically. Good to meet you, Chamberdono. My name is Zeoticus Gremory, and this is my son, Surzex Gremory. This time, it was the red-haired father-son duo who introduced themselves. So his name is Surzex, huh? I made eye contact with the said man, who smiled kindly and bowed his head. I hope we get along well, Chamberdono. What with these two and their weird imitation of Japanese honorifics? Do these two hail from Japan? As if sensing my confusion, Zekrom opened his mouth and explained. I understand if you're confused. You see, the Gremory family is quite fond of Japanese culture to the point of buying their own home over there. So in other words, these two are the world's first otakus? I understand. The next one is Ajuka and his father. I am Dio Astaroth, head of the Astaroth clan. This genius behind me is my son, Ajuka Astaroth. Ignoring the blonde-haired man flashing in front of my eyes, I smiled and offered them a handshake. As the first human who experienced Ajuka's evil piece, you can say we're quite an acquaintance. I explained, sparing Ajuka the unnecessary time of greeting me, causing him to cast a grateful glance on my way. I won't need to introduce myself and my daughter. I'm sure you already know who we are. Gideon only stood up to acknowledge me before sitting back down, all while Seraphol silently mouthed the word sorry. God damn it. Is he still sour about that lie? It's not like the lie harmed him or his family, right? Well, I guess it's my turn now. This time, the last one who introduced himself was alone, no father or child standing behind him. Kid, you're currently looking at the one and only Time Lord, Seek Agars, the strongest Agars and the future head of the Agars clan. The man then puffed his chest while smirking, as if expecting me to be amazed by his introduction. From the corner of my eyes, I can see Zeoticus and Gideon, shaking their heads while the others are simply amused by him. Well, that's one way to make a first impression, I guess. It's nice to meet you, I guess. Seriously, these are the people I'm going to work with when overthrowing the current leaders of Devil. Talk about a bunch of misfits. Now that we have gotten to know each other, it's time to proceed with our current plans. I know some of you are thinking why I invited Chamber to join us in our cause. True to his thoughts, he gained a collective nods from them. Actually, I was among those who nodded, since technically I also don't know the full reason why I am here. You see, after the Great War, it would be our job to handle the devils and the aftermaths, in which I'm afraid some might take this chance to cause chaos to the human world, whom every pantheon god swore not to meddle with. I don't want to paint a bad picture on us, especially since we strive to prosper the devil society. Hence, this will be where Chamber comes in. As a former human, I would like him to represent the human race, establish connections between our races. Chamber shall be the one to protect the human world from devils who would dare to cause trouble in their world. Before I could ask about his intentions, he continued, especially now that our race is declining, we need more devils, and that can only be achieved through Ajuka's evil pieces and the humans. My face suddenly turned grim as I finally realized his intentions. So, in other words, you want me to be a human trafficker? Sending humans for you to turn into devils. I apologize, but I don't think I'm suited into this kind of job. Just as I was about to form a portal to leave, Zekrom replied. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions, Chamber. I don't want you to deliver me humans to turn into devils. I only want you to make sure the humans thrive without any interference from us devils. And why would you want them to thrive? I raised an eyebrow. Humans are a bunch of interesting people, and I just simply want to form a proper alliance with them. Humans tend to become every supernatural being's toys, getting tossed and played around by them. As for the evil pieces, I have already made the necessary laws and regulations when it comes to those. This here contains all of them. He then handed me a folder that has been sitting on the table since I arrived here. Accepting them, I skimmed my eyes and sighed, and the more I read, the wider my eyes become. This guy is turning into the world's first capitalist. The folder contains a bunch of paragraphs and sentences dictating what must and must not be done when recruiting humans with the evil pieces, such as how only high-class devils like me are allowed to be given the evil pieces to use. Then there's about how the devils shouldn't use force or any sort of blackmail to make the human agree to turn into devils. And the last one was what shocked me the most. Zekrom is allowing those who reincarnated into devils to reach high class, and upon doing so, shall be free from the devil who reincarnated them and bear his own evil pieces, effectively turning them as part of the devil's upper hierarchy. It's like letting your slave reach the same status as you, and even letting them own their own slaves. The meeting continued for almost an entire hour before finishing it with Zekrom discussing one last problem. Who else is the devil's biggest problem but God of the Bible himself? Well, technically it is their problem, not mine, since I'm sort of acquainted with the said God. Although I'm 100% sure that the four Satans would perish in battle against him. I'm not sure if Big G would meet the same fate, so we need to create contingencies to make sure he would be eliminated from the board. It was Zekrom who spoke. If other devils were to hear his words, no doubt he would earn countless slurs and insults calling him blasphemous and such. No sane devil talks of the four Satans without respect, only the insane ones. In this case, Zekrom could be categorized as the latter. Big G, Can we even take on that old guy? Gideon's lips quivered as doubt starts to rise within him. Why does it feel like they're now trying to touch some parts that aren't meant to be touched? Normally, he joined this faction along with his daughter because he also sees the same vision as Zekrom about the future of devils. As one of the head pillars himself, he doesn't want to see the underworld littered with devils' dead bodies, as it would mean the entire extermination of their race. Hence, he agreed with Zekrom and risked his entire family by joining his faction. However, Zekrom is now talking about fighting Big G of the Bible himself, when their supposed purpose is just to prevent the grim future of the devils under the rule of the four Satans. As for me, I didn't think much of the problem. It would be awesome to tell everyone in the room that I know God and even got a lifetime G-word pass from him. However, doing so would risk suspicions toward me, so I resisted the temptation. Zekrom noticed the doubt in Gideon's face. As a matter of fact, Gideon wasn't the only one, as others in the room were also in doubt whether about his true purpose or simply if they could take on such an opponent with just a few of them. Clicking his tongue in discretion, he spoke again. I can understand everyone's uncertainty, but allow me to clarify a few things first. Tapping his finger on the table, he continued. First of all, out of everyone in this room, I'm the one who know the most that we can't take him on. I met him myself, and even lived to see the day as Lucifer and Michael fought to death while he sat on his throne with indifference in his face, as if what he's watching is merely an entertainment on him. I can see Zekrom balling his fist while trying to suppress his anger from leaking out, though even without it, I can still feel the ominous aura surrounding him at this moment, finally giving me a small glimpse of his strength. He's strong, stronger than that red-haired Surzex over there. I squinted my eyes at Zekrom, who thankfully didn't notice my stare as he simply continued. That's why I was not encouraging us to directly fight against him, but to simply weaken him before his battle with the four Satans. Zekrom stayed silent for a few seconds, as if allowing everyone to register the meaning of his words before continuing. You see, in our world, there are only two beings who stood at the pinnacle of the universe, and I'm sure some of you already know who they are. His words quickly made my eyes widen in surprise. Wait, so there are beings who are stronger than God? I thought he was the strongest in this world. If so, who are they? Other gods, perhaps? Maybe it's the Norse mythology? No, they're not that strong. Greek? I don't think Zeus is even a match to Michael, not to mention God himself. I didn't dwell any longer as Zekrom finally revealed the answer. Those are the Infinity Dragon God and the Great Red. I watched as a series of nods agreed with his statement. Infinity Dragon and Great Red? So the former is a dragon god, while the latter should be being clad in red, right? I mean, this being must be called the Great Red for a reason. Two dragon gods, standing shoulder to shoulder in terms of strength. Oh, so it's a dragon god too. Interesting. What are you trying to imply here, Zekrom? Suddenly, Zephyr, the head of the Gladiolabulus clan, interrupted with an annoyed tone, probably because Zekrom seemed to be yapping at this point. Patience, Zephyr, I was on the climax of the story. You see, a few weeks ago, I discovered a being far stronger than those two dragon gods combined. His words immediately earned a collective gasp from the listeners as he continued. Allow me to name this being as the apocalyptic beast. I discovered this being inside the dimensional gap, the home of the two dragon gods. I wasn't sure why, but this being was in a state of hibernation. No physical touch or disturbance can wake this beast up. At least that's what I thought at first, but when my vial of holy element that I collected from a church pope got close to the beast, its scales reacted violently, spitting flames through its gaps, flames that are hot enough to burn half of my face. If it wasn't for the phoenix tears that I brought to myself all the time, you would be seeing a Zekrom with a deformed face in front of you. Zekrom then placed a large black item enough to occupy the entire surface of the table, even extending further beyond the table's edges, making everyone slide their chairs back as to not get hit by it. I saw myself leaning forward along with the others to get a better look at the black material in front of us. I can feel something dangerous and weird aura emitting from this material, so much that even Surzika's destructive, demonic energy pales in comparison. Now only one question is left in everyone's minds. What is this material, and why do they feel like suffocating just by being near its presence? Thankfully, Zekrom soon explained. What you're looking at is the apocalyptic beast scale, a single scale. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, including me. Who wouldn't be? This scale is so large that not even 50 more of myself is enough to cover this scale's surface. Are you sure this is a single scale? It's almost twice the size of a normal dragon's claw. It was Ajuka who spoke in disbelief. As a scientist, he probably can't believe such scale actually existed, similar to human scientists discovering beings or things they never thought would exist. I have no reason to lie to all of you. This apocalyptic beast may be dangerous, but if we use this beast right, we can use him to weaken Big G of the Bible. As for killing the old guy, trust me, it would take more than this beast to kill Big G. Zekrom finished his words by leaning back on his chair, a confident smirk up on his face. Not enough to kill God, huh? Hopefully that would be the case, because there's no way in hell I would let God die. I don't think it would be a good idea for the old man to die and leave this world. Even though I'm a devil myself, I can't see myself trusting these people, especially Zekrom. That eyes of his is enough to tell me that his ambition goes far beyond than just taking control of the devil race and repopulating them. I need to be cautious around him, weakening Big G and indirectly killing him. It sounds too good to be true. I hear Seraphal mutter to herself. So while everyone was occupied by the apocalyptic beast scale and Zekrom's wise words, I took this opportunity to get a bit closer to Seraphal and initiated a conversation. How are you feeling? I asked, gaining her attention. What do you think? She then glared at me. Seriously? You're on about that? Will you stop glaring at me if I apologize right now? Sigh. I'm not angry at you. I was just mad that the moment of surprise is now gone. She then stopped her glare and sighed, finally explaining the reason for her illogical anger. Moment of what? What do you mean? Although I'm thankful that she's no longer angry at me, but it was now replaced with confusion. WL, I was thinking of telling you that I'm a member of a super secret organization meant to protect the future of the devils, inviting you and effectively making me your senior or something. Blushing heavily, Seraphal looked anywhere but my eyes while tapping the tip of her index fingers against each other, and, as soon as she finished her words, she nervously chuckled. Seriously? All those irrational glares are just because you didn't get to amaze me by making yourself mysterious and having me under you? As much as I want to complain at her, however, I simply sighed. There's no point crying over it, as it would just make my look immature to complain about such little things. And besides, I can't see myself yelling at this cutie patootie of a devil. I can already imagine her big and round violet eyes, shimmering as tears, are threatening to spill from her eyes under my harassment. Anyways, what do you think about Zekrom's words? About God and this apocalyptic beast? I casually spoke, unconsciously forgetting about one thing. That's weird. You didn't react when uttering Big G's name again? Seraphal squinted her eyes in suspicion, as I suddenly froze upon realization of my slip-up. Been building immunity against it these past few weeks. It's quite hard not to mention his name accidentally, so I might have grown immune to the zaps. I still do feel them, though, just not that painful as the first time I said it. Thanks to my lying skills, I managed to convince Seraphal, who, despite still having lingering suspicions, didn't press any longer about it, and instead veered the topic back to the original course herself. I think Zekrom just wants the best for our race. So as long as it benefits the future of the devils, I'll stay in this faction for his vision. I think what she's trying to say is that as long as Zekrom sees his vision coming true, Seraphal won't be leaving anytime soon. And I can't help but to agree with her. Will you still stay at our home? Out of nowhere, Seraphal suddenly asks. Why are you asking that? I replied with a question. WL, Zekrom did said that you would be the representative of the human race, and I also heard what my cousin Demeter tried to do to you, so I hope you won't bear any grudge against us just because of my cousin. Looking at her, bowing her head out of shame, I finally couldn't resist myself from patting her head as I replied. I don't actually mind about your cousin and his wrongdoings. You know what they say, a lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the sheep. Deliberately ignoring her heavy blush, I gave her a one last pat before shifting my attention to someone approaching us. Ajuka. I nodded my head. Chamber, if you don't mind, but can we have a private discussion after this meeting? This involves quite a bit about your question to me back then. I can sense how he held himself back from revealing more. However, this was enough for me to know what he was talking about. The possibility of turning a human-turned-devil back to his original race, which is human. Now I can see why he held this information back. I don't think Zekrom would stand idle if he hears about turning devils back to humans. I guess I'll be having a late-night talk with the devil's most outstanding scientist. This is my new prototype of evil piece. This one here is what I will call a king piece. Inside Ajuka's laboratory, I watched with my amused eyes as Ajuka picked up a small red chess piece from his work table and showed it to me. Taking it to my hand, I brought it closer to my eye and decided to use my magical senses on them. However, it would soon be a mistake, as instead, if sensing demonic energy, why sense was countless numbers and equations made of demonic energy threatening to burst my brain. Immediately putting to a halt, I rubbed my eyes as I couldn't believe sensing magic was able to hurt me mentally. As if realizing my intentions, Ajuka came over and explained, I see that you just tried to sense what's inside. I forget to tell you not to do that. I spent almost a year perfecting the equation for an evil piece. He then proceeded to explain more about the evil piece. Not to brag or anything, but I'm quite smart and good at math, so not only I was able to keep up with him, but also added my own thoughts about it. Wait, so you're telling me this evil piece was created with the combination of equations and your self-created runes? I stared at the man in shock. I mean, who wouldn't be? I know how hard it is to learn runes, or else Odin wouldn't held in such a high regard. Runes are technically like coding in a computer, and a single character rune can be interpreted as an entire program. Now, imagine knowing thousands of runes, and even capable of combining them that complement each other. Hence the reason why Odin was known as one of the strongest gods back in my world. As for this world, I'm not sure, yet maybe if I get the chance to meet him, I'll know how strong the Odin of this world is. Getting back to the topic, being able to create his own runes is enough for me to acknowledge this guy's strength. I didn't exactly create it. I just used Odin's rune language to make my own. Without, I don't think I would be able to create one myself. Is that blush I'm seeing on his cheeks? Weird, I must be seeing things. Whether or not you used Odin's rune language as a reference, learning runes itself is hard enough, not to mention making one yourself. I replied with a shake of my head. How about you then? You were able to decipher the equations I said on the evil piece, which took my months to come up with. Your own intelligence doesn't fall behind mine. Ajuka coughed and changed the topic, turning me into the main subject. To be honest, it's not that impressive. I'm just good at math and stuff. Ignoring the dull look he threw at my way, I continued by asking a question. So what does this evil piece do then? From what Seraphal told me, she used the bishop piece. This one seems a bit different. I asked, referring to the evil piece I'm holding on my hand. To be honest, I was thinking of discarding that evil piece. It's too strong and a bit unstable. I call it the king piece. Unlike the other pieces that can only be used on different species except for devils. The king piece can only be used on devils only, and what it does is increase their demonic power 10 to 100 times depending on their current class. Let's say, for example, a low-class devil uses this king piece. It could immediately promote them from low class to high class, while it could promote a mid-class to near ultimate class. As for high class and above, well, I don't suggest using the king piece. It's a 50-50. 50-50, yes. 50% chance they reach way beyond the ultimate class, and probably on the same level of the Satans, or 50% chance their body will overload and explode into pieces, causing an explosion that could possibly erase an entire city from the face of the world. As soon as he was finished speaking, I deadpan stared at him. Really? So in other words, the king piece is a bomb, with just a few benefits added to it. Yes. His answer just made my stare more deadpan. And here, I was thinking of giving him a favor in exchange for this king piece. Well, I'd certainly not take my chances of increasing my strength through this king piece. Maybe I should just create one myself. Solving it should be easy enough. I just need to reduce its effects, but in doing so, we'll also remove the negative effects. So instead of continuing the topic, I changed it to another. Say, you won't mind if I take a quick look at your research about the evil pieces? Please agree. Please agree. If you can understand them, then I see no reason to refuse. I placed all my research papers and materials on that shelf. Pointing his finger at a nearby shelf, I saw many things placed on each layers. Most consisted of folders and notebooks, while the rest are broken pieces of chess pieces such as bishops, rooks, pawns, and many other. However, what caught my attention was a certain chess piece that doesn't look like it was broken or ruined. The only thing that made it different from the evil pieces was that this chess piece transparent and not red in color like an evil piece. My curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't help but take it from the shelf. I can feel like this transparent chess piece is the same as the evil piece, except that it doesn't contain any demonic power nor any equations or runes. It's like an empty evil piece. As if to prove my theory, I used my magical senses towards it and sensed nothing from it, except that the material was something I've never seen before. Ajuka, can I ask what this one is? Dying of curiosity, I finally turned around and asked the creator himself. Ajuka cast a simple glance at the piece and explained, "Do you remember when you asked me if evil piece can be reversed and turn devils back to humans?" In which I nodded my head, prompting him to continue. I've thought about it and decided to see if I could do something about it. Unfortunately, not only I ran out of the necessary materials, but I also don't have any humans to experiment with. Ajuka shrugged his shoulders as he replied, "What do you mean? Can't you simply just kidnap a human and do the experiment?" Right as I finished my words, Ajuka stopped whatever he was doing and monotonously stared at my eyes. Really? Out of everyone who had asked me that question, I wasn't expecting it to come from you, who used to be a human. His words made me scratch my cheeks in embarrassment. Well, he's quite right. I sounded a bit harsh and cold there. As for why I didn't borrow a human from the human world, although I'm a devil and a scientist, that doesn't mean I'd forget about my own morals. I don't want to invent things that was only created through the blood and deaths of the innocents. Wow. I was not expecting to hear such profound words from a devil. Maybe I should start changing my perspective when it comes to devils in this world. I've been comparing the devils of this world back to the Marvel Universe. Maybe the devil race in different worlds are only similar in name, but different in personalities. So halfway through the research, I stopped and abandoned the idea of turning devils back to humans. Instead, I just focused on improving the evil pieces. With that, his explanation was finished. Like an NPC of a video game, the moment the interaction and questions towards Ajuka was done, he went back to his work table and resumed work. As for me, I was left staring at the empty chess piece on my hand. A revelation was slowly passing through my mind. Perhaps I might finally be able to find a way to turn myself back to human. With the bonus of retaining the benefits, of course. Wouldn't want to get nerfed now, do we? What are these evil pieces made of anyway? I can see that they're much more durable than a diamond. My questions once again gaining Ajuka's attention. Oh, you mean those crystals? Actually, I only found them through luck when I was visiting Agria's Island, a city from the Agar's territory. I noticed that they're peculiar and different from normal crystals. Not only that, they're also very compatible with demonic power. Most materials would either be corroded or break down once exposed to demonic power. For some reason, this crystal doesn't. Ajuka's explanation about the crystal made me remember a certain material from the Marvel world. URU metal, the same material that was used on Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and his future weapon, Stormbreaker. URU metal was famous not because of its durability, but because URU metal becomes more stronger and durable the more magic it had inside. Though it is unknown how much magic it could carry, but its feature alone is enough for it to be known as the metal of the gods. So basically, this chess piece-shaped crystal on my palm might be on par with the URU metal. So you found it first? Have you found it a name? My question seemed to make the scientist stop and think for a few seconds before answering. I can't come up with one for now. Maybe I'll name once the evil pieces are released to the public. Resisting the itch of naming it myself, I placed the crystal on another table and grabbed a few folders containing Ajuka's research about the evil pieces. It took me a few hours to read them all and understand them. By the end of the time, I was left with a single conclusion in my mind. Ajuka is terrifyingly smart, probably smarter than Tony Stark himself. I took an entire day staying at Ajuka's laboratory, and let me tell you this. I feel like I'm now as smart as Tony Stark. His laboratory is no doubt a treasure trove to people like Tony Stark and other renowned scientists. Thankfully, I'm a devil now, so a whole day without any sleep didn't bother me much. Now that I left his laboratory with a few experience and more knowledge under my belt, I'm confident to say that give me more time and I might find a way to reverse the effects of the evil pieces, all while retaining its effects. Maybe I should consider building my own laboratory once I'm rich enough. Did I also tell you that Ajuka gave me a few insights about magic circles and their properties? I just need time now, and I can start the process of creating my own magic circle. Instead of visiting the Citri family, as I'm certainly missing that short oddball, I decided to visit Grandpa Rad and the siblings first. Instead of using the portal, I used the teleportation circle instead. Why? You may ask. You see, portal consumes more demonic energy compared to a teleportation circle, which is understandable since portals can not only instantly transport someone, but also items, objects, and even energies. So portal is not only used as a transportation, but also as an offense and defense spell. You can redirect range attacks with the help of portals and your enemy's own spells against them. A few seconds passed, and the teleportation circle finally consumed me, and I reappeared to a different yet familiar place. Grandpa Rad's farmhouse. However, my eyes suddenly caught a small flash of light through the house's windows. What is that? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in my heart and rushed towards the front doors. Upon arriving inside the house, I immediately froze in tracks. Standing in front of me were Tam's sister, Belle, and Grandpa Rad, who was holding a pitchfork in his hand. There would seem to be blood on their faces and clothes that didn't look like they belonged to them. What truly caught my attention and made my blood run cold was the figure of little Tam lying on the floor, sensing no signs of life on him, which could only mean one thing. Tam was dead. That little kid whom I spent months chatting with and getting to know was dead. All because I was late. Master Chamber. Belle's face lit up in surprise before turning solemn as tears welled up in her eyes upon remembering her little brother, while I turned to look at the only stranger in the living room. It was a tall man, wearing nothing but a full black coat. The most distinct feature of his appearance was his red eyes, pale skin, and the blood on his mouth, which the man bared in front of me, showing his long fangs as a word suddenly appeared on my mind. Vampire. This man is a vampire, and knowing their nature, no doubt this vampire is the one who killed little Tam. You, sniff, sniff. As if recognizing my existence just by sniffing, fear appeared on the vampire's face as he backed away and shakily pointed his finger at me. Why, you're a high-class devil. W, what are you doing here? Despite questioning me, I didn't feel obliged to answer him as my eyes stayed on little Tam's fallen figure. Anger immediately clouded me as I slowly stepped forward, each step causing the floorboards to crack. Both Belle and Grandpa Rad immediately backed away. However, Belle didn't. Instead, she insisted on staying beside her little brother's corpse, mourning over him as I could see her teardrops falling on Tam's bloody body. As for the vampire, he immediately tried to flee by turning into a bat and flying out of the window. However, I was faster than him and managed to conjure a whip that wrapped around his small bat body and pulled him back inside the house. Where are you going? My cold voice reached his ears, causing the vampire to slowly turn his head toward my direction, and saw the demonic energy surrounding my figure, making the vampire's pale face go paler. W, why are you doing this to me? Vampires and devils don't have any conflicts. If you kill me, you're going to make the entire vampire race join the war against you devils. Do you want that to happen? This vampire not only killed someone precious to me, someone I consider as my family member, but he even dared to threaten me. Without replying to the vampire, I quickly conjured demonic bullet and spun it around before hurling it towards the vampire's throat. Whoosh! Splurt! The difference between their strengths was so vast. as the vampire was unable to react from his fast spell casting, causing him to clutch his throat in pain while his blood seeped through his fingers, trying to stop his bleeding. However, I didn't give him time to breathe as I followed up by smashing his face with my knee. Bam! Gah! The vampire used his other hand to clutch his bleeding face. Now he's covering his entire face down to his neck. What were you saying again? Vampires going to war against the devils? Do you think that scares me? Do you think you're important for them to risk a war with another race? I won't even mention how you vampires became a bunch of cowards upon the demise of your vampire lord, Dracula. I grab a handful of the vampire's hair and lean slightly while bringing the vampire's face close to me. The last sentence was true, as the history of vampires was included in my reading list during my time in Citri's library. I know about the war between vampires and werewolves thousands of years ago. Not only both sides suffered greatly from the war, but each side also lost their respective leaders. The vampire race lost their ancestor, Vlad Dracula, while the werewolves lost their alpha, Lycaon. This also proved the existence of the Greek gods, as Lycaon is the former king in Arcadia who killed and cooked his son, Nyctimus, and presented it to Zeus, trying to trick the lightning god into eating human flesh. However, Zeus knew this and turned the king into a wolf. More specifically, the first werewolf. "A mercy, please," the vampire begged. Thankfully, I brought him close, and I soon noticed that his broken nose was slowly healing while his neck had stopped bleeding. So vampires do have incredible regeneration capabilities. I muttered under my breath and decided to end this vampire once and for all. I don't want to underestimate his regeneration and accidentally let him escape. Before the vampire could beg more for his life. However, instead of decapitating his head, that would have just caused trauma to Belle and Grandpa Rad. So what I did was to open a portal to the other side of the earth, portaling to a place where the sun still shines. As soon as the portal was fully opened, the sunlight from the other side easily passed through and licked the vampire's entire body. Grapha. The process was shorter than I expected, as the vampire only managed to scream for a single second before fully turning into ashes. Typical vampire weakness. Closing the portal, I swiftly shifted my attention to the mourning Belle and wide-eyed Grandpa Rad. "Hey kid, what are you?" Grandpa Rad seemed like he couldn't hold it back anymore and asked the question. "All right, he doesn't know what my other side is. I'm nothing but a humble devil sorcerer." I properly introduced myself. "Devil?" So father wasn't crazy. I hear him muttering the last sentence to himself. That's interesting. It seems like the old man has a great story to tell. "Master Chamber, please, save my little brother. He's the only one I have. I'll do anything, please." My attention was then attracted to Belle, who kneeled in front of me with tears and snot on her face, bowing her head until her forehead touched the floor. Feeling an ache in my heart, I couldn't bear to see her like this, not when she was finally slowly recovering. Her appearance now is far more different than the first time I met her. She now looks like a very healthy young girl. However, right now, she looks exhausted and drained, as if at any moment now she'll pass out on the ground. "Belle." I wanted to tell her that there was nothing I could do about her brother. However, I was afraid of how she'd react. Will she hate me for not saving her brother? Will she become depressed and attempt suicide? Or will she turn into a vengeful girl who will swear to eradicate all vampires from this world? So many things could happen if I let her face the truth. Unknowingly, my eyes slowly trailed down to Tam, his pale face from the lack of blood, along with the 2 small holes in his neck, a testament to what he faced against the vampire. He reminds me of myself when I first arrived here, and also on death's doorstep. Only through Ajuka's evil piece, I was brought back to life. Wait, evil piece. My eyes quickly widened as I brought out a small red chess piece from my pocket. An evil piece, a pawn more specifically. Before leaving Ajuka's laboratory, I managed to haggle a few pawn evil pieces from him in exchange for owing him a favor. Hopefully, he'll forget about it in the future. Will this work? But little Tam is already dead, while my case is far from different. The evil piece was used on me while I still have a small breath of life. I nervously looked down at Belle, who is still kneeling and pressing her forehead on the floor. I don't want to give her hope only to snatch it away upon learning that the evil piece won't work. Caught between a rock and a hard place, I gritted my teeth and decided to risk it all. Belle, I think I may have a solution to bring him back. But don't bring your hopes up. I'm not sure if I dash. I didn't even manage to finish my sentence as Belle cut me off by standing up and staring at my eyes filled with an abundance of hope. Please bring him back, master. I beg of you. My lips quivered as Belle didn't seem to hear what I wanted to say about not bringing her hopes up. I'll do what I can, but in the meantime, I want everyone to leave the house for a while. With my words, Belle didn't hesitate to follow Grandpa Rad outside, while Grandpa Rad walked past me and muttered, "Giving someone hope will only result in two outcomes, either happiness or falling deep into the abyss so deep that no one would be able to reach them anymore." It seemed like Grandpa Rad also understood the importance of what I was about to do, so I simply nodded my head in reply. After he left, I am now alone along with Tam's corpse and the dead vampire's ashes. Please work. Muttering the same words under my breath for a few times, I crouched in front of Tam's body and pressed the pawn piece on the surface of his chest. I watched in amazement as the pawn piece dissolved into red motes of light and spread across Tam's entire body. My hopes, however, were soon crushed when nothing was happening, no heartbeats or any signs of Tam being brought back to life. My mind immediately wandered as to why it didn't work when suddenly I remembered what Ajuka told me about evil pieces. Sometimes there are some people whose strength is great and might take more than a single pawn evil piece to convert them into devils, was what he said at that time. Hoping that I was right about this, I took out 2 more pawn evil pieces. I placed each on Tam's chest and watched as the same process as earlier happened, except this time, something happened. Thud! It was a heartbeat. More specifically, Tam's heartbeat. I scanned around his body and saw that his face had regained its color and the vampire bite on his neck had disappeared. Only a blood mark was left. Resisting the urge to yell, "He's alive! He's alive!" I quickly called Grandpa Rad and Belle, who rushed inside almost as fast as a cheetah as she knelt on the side of her brother's body and rested her ears on his chest, hearing his heart beating back up once again. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Master Chamber." Belle didn't hesitate to bow her head towards me again, tears dripping down her cheeks, except this time, it was tears of joy. As for Grandpa Rad, the old man was also tears up, albeit only for a second, as he soon wiped it away after noticing my gaze. This old man, deciding to give the siblings some time alone and letting Grandpa Rad rest back in his room after assuring him that there will no longer be vampire attacks happening. As for me, I went outside and stared at the moon in the sky, sighing in relief that a disaster was solved. My mind then wandered to my original goal, which is to bring the masters of the mystic arts to life in this world. Previously, my main reason for doing it was just to establish a powerful force at my command in this world while protecting the humans from the supernatural side was simply the second reason. However, after witnessing and experiencing how defenseless the humans are compared to the supernatural beings, a sense of obligation welled up inside me. Sorcerer Supreme, calling myself one, while only wanting to have a powerful force to command feels like painting a huge shame on my back. Sorcerer Supremes are supposed to protect humanity from threats they cannot handle on their own. Turning around, I stared at the farmhouse and a decision was made inside my mind. I will establish the first sanctum in this place. Ever since that battle, the image of that devil kept popping up in my mind. I can't stop thinking about him. How can such a devil exist? Aren't devils known to be bloodthirsty and yearns to destroy everything in their path? My perspective and beliefs started shaking thanks to him. The angels taught us about the cruel nature of the devils. The Tarnished One, however, was different. It's like seeing a flame inside the ocean's body. That's what I'm feeling right now. Could it be that the devil was scheming? He was using kindness to let my guard down and go for the strike as soon as the opportunity arose. But if that's his goal, he doesn't need to go through such trouble. Scheming or not, he still helped me and saved half of my team of exorcists. I should be grateful for him instead of doubting him like this. Shaking my head, I turned my attention to the newcomer in the church. His arrival came from a bright light coming from above in which the figure stepped out of the light. His presence immediately caused everyone, including the Pope, to feel the incredible amount of holy power radiating from his presence alone. His appearance was so out of this world, his blonde hair that looked so bright like the sun itself, his upper body wearing a mix of armor and a deep robe-type fit robe, along with a cape that is connected to his golden pauldrons. His smiling face was radiating with kindness and holiness, just like how angels are supposed to look like. Without hesitation, I and the rest of the church members knelt on the ground, bowing our heads as we stared down at the floor, not daring to look at the person. Just his entry alone is enough for us to distinguish him as an angel who came from heaven. It is integrated deep within our teachings to treat every angel from the heaven with the utmost respect. Esteemed angel from the kingdom of heaven, what do we owe the pleasure to grace us with your presence? The Pope of the Church was the one who initiated the conversation, addressing the angel with deep respect and reverence. No need for such formalities, Pope Benedict. I am just here to talk with the chief exorcist who is on the mission of devil-worshipping extermination. As soon as the angel finished his words, the sweat immediately accumulated on my forehead as I could feel everyone's eyes staring in my direction. I bit my lip, as I knew that the angel must have come here because of my failure, not only failing to fully exterminate the Satanists, but also being forced to retreat due to the arrival of devils. Thankfully, I didn't mention the devil who miraculously extended a helping hand to my escape along with the surviving exorcists, or else I would have been branded as a traitor to the church and immediately get myself excommunicated. I didn't even wait for the Pope to call my name as I stood up and faced them. Your esteemed angel, I am the chief exorcist of the expedition. Please allow me to apologize for my failures. I should have known that the Satanists somehow managed to call the devils for reinforcements and caused so many casualties, then proceeded to bow my head and continued with a determined tone. Please let me atone for my sins. My deep belief and reverence for the religion seemed to have made the Pope smile in satisfaction. The angel, however, maintained his kind smile that looked so innocent and naive, as if his race was not currently at war with the devils and fallen angels. As I said, let's drop the formalities, just refer to me as Michael. As for why I call for you, it's not about your failure in the mission, no. I call for a whole different thing. Although the angel said so much, his first sentence was the one that caught not only myself but also the others' attention. We were expecting the angel to be some sort of principality or a normal angel. However, his introduction took us by storm. We weren't expecting to meet the leader of angels himself, the seraphim Michael, he who vanquished the Satan Lucifer to the depths of hell. A Lord Michael. Ignoring what the seraph Michael just said about dropping formalities and such, the Pope took the initiative to kneel on the ground once again, following his lead with the rest of the church members, excluding myself. I didn't want to risk angering the seraph by disregarding what he's been saying for the past few minutes since he arrived, so with an embarrassed expression, I just bowed my head in respect. True to my words, I saw Lord Michael's eyebrows twitching several times before sighing. Like I was saying earlier, I am here for you, but not for what you think it is. Lord Michael then snapped his fingers and a blue orb materialized on top of his palm. Our Father and Creator, God, has noticed you and decided to give you an entirely new mission. But before we proceed, God decided to reward you for your deep devotion and loyalty. I watched with my wide eyes as the blue orb that had been resting on his palm suddenly made a move, slowly floating towards me at an average speed. Knowing that the gift that Lord Michael was referring to was this blue orb, I made no resistance and simply allowed the blue orb to enter my chest. Lord Michael then proceeded to answer the curiosity that had been plaguing my mind. What you just saw that entered you is God's new creation, an artifact of some sort, called sacred gears. These gears will allow you to use abilities to fight against the supernatural beings and even the devil pillars themselves if you manage to use it to its highest potential. I froze. Yes, freezing up was my only reaction to that information. Sacred gears? Allowing me to fight devil pillars? Whose strengths are almost second only to the Satans themselves. Before I could recover, Lord Michael wasn't done yet and continued explaining. Each sacred gear can vary in terms of abilities. As for yours, it is a Longinus, a term for sacred gear that is considered as the top among its fellow gears. Your Longinus is called Incinerate Anthem. It was made with the same cross where Jesus Christ was crucified. It grants you the ability to create and control powerful purple holy fire, which is deadly against the creatures of darkness such as devils, vampires, ghosts, and many more. You can also use it on normal races that are not among the creatures of darkness I mentioned earlier. It is just as effective as using it against devils when you use the holy flame on your fellow humans whose sins are high enough. Lord Michael's expression then turned slightly dim as he continued his words, but this time, it was a warning to me. Although I don't suggest using it towards innocents, or else you'll be facing not only my wrath, but also God. His warning made me gulp my saliva hard, as the pressure he was radiating was enough to make my legs shake. I'd rather die than use it against the innocents, Lord Michael. After hearing my answer, Lord Michael's face turned back to his cheery self, while the pressure disappeared as if it was never there in the first place. That was scary. Seraphim are scary. I've been waiting outside for almost an hour now. Maybe I should go back. However, before I could do so, I heard a familiar voice behind me. One moment, you were still a devil who lost in his way, but now, you're strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the devil pillars in the underworld. I'm sorry, but am I seeing God again? And this time, he was shedding a tear. You're back, I said with a monotonous tone. I'm back. He grinned, crossing his arms as we looked at each other. Resisting the urge to use my magical sense on him, I breathed heavily. I can already imagine my eyes melting from the amount of God's holy power. What? Are we just going to stay here and keep staring at each other? Where's my hug? Spreading his arms wide, God expected me to hug him. Me? Hugging God? His entire presence radiates holy power. I'm afraid the moment I touched him, I'd be reduced to ashes. Seeing my hesitation, God grinned and quickly swooped in. I couldn't even react when I was suddenly in the arms of one of the strongest beings in this world. Haha, you silly little devil. Who said about reducing you to ashes when you touch me? You. Are you reading my mind, old man? Pointing my finger at him, I accused. Haha, reading your mind? That sounds more like something Shiva would do instead of me. Shiva? As in the Shiva? Thinking about the lore of that god, I shivered just by thinking about it. Now that he exists, I wonder which of them is stronger, the God of the Bible or Shiva. As if reading my mind once again, God chuckled and said, There's no such thing as who is stronger in the both of us. We're both gods of our respective religions and equal in terms of strength. So that means you'd lose? Nah, I'd win. I saw a smirk. And am I hearing arrogance from his words? Isn't arrogance a sin? What are you even doing here? Sighing, I finally asked the million-dollar question. What is God doing here? How can he manage to have so much time to waste when he's dealing with war against his sons and daughters? Nothing much. I just want to give you a gift. Huh? Am I hearing that right? A gift? You want to give me, a devil, a gift? I wide-eyed stared at God in front of me, who was once again bearing his usual toothy grin. Well, can a grandpa give his grandson a gift? Who's your grandson, you old man? Dodging my attempt to playfully punch God, the old man then proceeded to show me a green glowing orb. Nice trick, but I think I can do the same. My child, this is not a mere trick, but a sacred gear. His words caught my attention immediately. Sacred gear? I asked, hoping he'd shed more light about this sacred gear thing. It's my new invention. It's technically an artifact that gives you an edge against your opponents. An artifact? Like Mjolnir or Stormbreaker. Excitement immediately bubbled inside me, and like a child asking his parents for candies, I looked at God with almost a begging expression. Looks like someone's excited. Here, instead of explaining this, how about you take a look for yourself? Then the green orb flew towards my chest, making me remember a certain colorful orb that did the same thing before finding myself here. Closing my eyes, I suddenly felt something inside of me, resting and waiting to be summoned. Trying to will it out, a mysterious pocket watch suddenly materialized in front of me. Quickly catching it before it could fall on the ground, I pulled the pocket watch for a closer look. It's just a pocket watch. Although the design itself is majestic and almost resembles a Victorian-style pocket watch, I still have no idea how can this thing function as an artifact. I'm not the one to underestimate something just by seeing its appearance, as I know that this pocket watch was created by God himself, so it's pretty obvious it is bound to be something special. At the same time as I was contemplating, God spoke. That's a Longinus, a term to use when sacred gear is way above the other sacred gears. Does it have a name? Of course. I call it Chronos Requiem. Is it a tradition for all sorcerer supremes to possess an artifact that controls the flow of time? If so, then I fucking love this tradition. According to God, this Longinus that I have is called Chronos Requiem, and just by the name of it, it's pretty much obvious of what it can do. Time manipulation. A strong one at that. Obviously, there are downsides and side effects in using it, such as overuse can lead to a soul damage, or one mistake can cause the destruction of a timeline. Now, allow me to break down its abilities to you. Chronos Requiem gives me several time-related abilities. First is a passive ability it gives me. I don't know what else to call it, so I decided to name it Time Sense. It basically slows down my perception of time, allowing me to see everything around me in slow motion. You might think it is a disadvantage since it's a passive ability, and you might be thinking I have to watch everything in slow motion forever. No, you're quite wrong. Like I said, the name is Time Sense. It is basically like having an upgraded sixth sense. The second is an active one. I call it Temporal Lock. If someone I can sense, whether visually or through my sixth sense, I can immediately impose a lock on them, freezing their time. To their perspective, nothing happened, but to me, they're basically frozen, but instead of ice, it's time. This is an incredible ability, as I could just simply make all my opponents stop and escape, just in case I don't want to deal with them. Though the ability sounds overpowered, this however have its downsides obviously. First, I can't use it on people who are either stronger than me or have abilities and artifacts that can negate time manipulation. However, I could use it on those slightly stronger than me, except that it would lock them for only a single second before the lock breaks down by itself. It might not sound much, but when it comes to life and death, everyone knows how valuable that small little single second is. Second, it consumes large amounts of energy, or in this case, demonic energy. Perhaps I can use this ability for 5 consecutive times, and keeping it up for 30 seconds before passing out due by lack of demonic energy, which is quite understandable considering how overpowered this ability is. The last downside is that it can only be casted from a certain range before it would go off. So let's say I used it on someone and left them frozen in time while distancing myself. Once the distance between me and the casted being reaches a certain meter, the ability will disappear. 3 downsides doesn't sound that bad, right? The next ability is called Chrono Shift. It basically increases the time of my own body, in other words, increasing my overall speed. I still don't know how fast I would be if I cast it, but I'll try to find a place to test it sooner. Combining this with my Time Sense, I'll technically achieve the ability of Quicksilver where time slows down for him, except for himself. Thankfully, this ability only has one downside, and that is the consumption of my energy. The consumption depends on how much I'll increase the time of myself. The higher the amplification, the more energy it consumes. Simple as that. The last but not the least ability is also the one I like the most. Loop. Yes, you heard it right. It's kind of similar to the time spell that Doctor Strange did against Dormammu. What Loop ability does is to create a certain checkpoint in reality, whereas I can spawn as much as my energy can whenever I die. How this works is simple. I only need 2 things. The respawn point, which is the location where I will set where I want to respawn, and the spawn, which is a small-time energy planted inside me. If the spawn inside me detected the disappearance of my life force, and which means I died, the respawn point would summon back the spawn along with me during the time when I casted the respawn point. The only downside of this ability are the distance limit where I can't get too far away from the respawn point and the energy consumption. The energy consumption of this spell is actually a bit unique. It starts low in energy consumption and increases the more I respawn. Let's say, for example, I have 100 points of energy and I died before respawning for the first time. It only consumes 10 points of energy. However, if I died and respawned for the second time, the consumption increases from 10 points to 20. The third consumes double, which means 40 points. It basically just doubles the consumption for every respawn. Now, you might be thinking how I knew all of this, right? Well, you see, the moment the green orb of the sacred gear entered me, countless information immediately entered my mind, giving me the necessary knowledge to use the Chronos Requiem. And what's surprising is that the abilities I mentioned above are just the basic abilities of the Longinus. It still have other advanced abilities I can only use once I activated the upgraded form of Chronos Requiem, called Balance Breaker. Achieving Balance Breaker not only gives me access to the Sacred Gear's entire utilities, but the downsides I mentioned above will be reduced. That means I can use the Temporal Lock on almost anyone, even those much stronger than me, for much more longer than normal. Or even use the Loop ability without any distance limit and such. Such a broken ability obviously came with a downside itself. It exhausts me physically, mentally, and spiritually. That's right, it consumes the three concepts of our body, the physical, mental, and spiritual. I didn't get this information from the Sacred Gear. Instead, it came from God himself. And that should suffice it all. What do you think? God placed his hands on his hips and grinned at me. I know he was expecting a thank you from me. Considering what he just did, I don't mind putting my pride aside and thank him. So I sauntered forward and engulfed him in the biggest hug I've ever given someone since the death of my parents. Oof, quite a hug you got there. I hear God chuckle on top of my head. Yeah, the old man is almost 7 feet tall. Did I forget to say that when I first met him? For some reason, I felt warm hugging him like this. It's like hugging someone close to you in blood, like a parent or something. Realizing that the hug was going on for about more than a minute, I quickly separated from him and hid the embarrassment by clearing my throat several times. Ahem. Anyways, I appreciate the gift. Truly, if there's something you want from me, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll see what I can do. Obviously, it's only normal for me to return the favor for giving me such power up. Well, I'll hold you to that. Don't forget your word. Why do I feel like I'm starting to regret those words? Anyways, my time is quite constricted for now, so I won't be able to spend much time with you. Toodles. Waving his fingers at me, God disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hey, nice trick. Just in time, as God disappeared, I heard a voice calling for my name. Master Chamber. Thankfully, it was already past midnight, or else the neighbors might think I own some slaves. Turning around, I saw Belle breathing heavily as she stopped in front of me. However, despite having exhaustion plastered all over her figure, her face bore that of happiness and gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much, Master Chamber. Belle then bowed her head and said, Stop calling me Master in public. Belle, how about you continue thanking me once we get inside, okay? Although confused by my words, thankfully she bought it and gave me one last bow before entering. As for me, I stayed for a few times and waited for any signs of God coming back before sighing in disappointment. Well, the old man is busy, so there's no point waiting for him like this. Besides, it's not like he regards me as someone important. He probably knows about me being someone who came from another world and is just watching over me. With nothing left outside, I went back inside and saw that Belle were trying to pick up the dead vampire's ashes from the ground. Meanwhile, Tam was scrubbing the wooden floor with a wet towel and a bucket, probably cleaning his own blood. I immediately got their attention as soon as I got inside, with Tam's face lighting up upon seeing my presence. I used my magical senses on the kid, and oh boy, although his demonic energy reserves are only on the low-class devil, but it's more than Demeter Citri's reserves, and the latter is an army's commanding officer. Master Chamber. Dropping his towel, Tam proceeded to fall to his knees and bowed to the point his forehead touched the floor. Before I could stop him from doing so, I heard him spoke. Thank you for bringing me back, Master. If it wasn't for you, my sister would be sad. Thank you. I owe you my life, Master. As if this wasn't enough, Belle, who had been waiting for a chance, also did the same as her brother, and her forehead stuck on the ground. Like what he said, Master Chamber, we owe you our lives. Sigh. Please don't tell me I'd have to deal with this all the time. You too don't have to bow like that. And it's not like resurrecting you came for free. Seeing the confusion on their faces, I scratched my cheeks and continued, hoping this information won't shock them too much. Well, how do I say this? I didn't resurrect you back to human. Instead, you are now a devil like me. As expected, the moment I finished my words, their faces contorted from confusion to shock. It doesn't sound that bad. It has its benefits like you're going to outlive several family generations and such. God admit now I understand how Seraphal felt when she was convincing me when she turned me into a devil a few months ago. Cool. That's weird. I didn't know devils can also get sick. In her bedroom, Seraphal was lying on the bed while scrubbing her nose after sneezing. Feeling no after sneeze coming, she shrugged her shoulders and resumed what she was doing. If someone were to look at her work, they'd notice she was drawing on a paper. On the paper was a crudely drawn face of herself and Chamber, holding hands and flying in the sky. I wonder when will Cham get back? His talk with Ajuka is taking a bit longer than usual. Could Ajuka be destroying my reputation in front of my Cham? No, I won't let him. Realization took over her face as she quickly stood and prepared a teleportation circle. Don't worry, Cham. I'll save you from Ajuka. For some reason, she liked the feeling when stating these words. Achoo, something's wrong. I can feel it. In his laboratory, Ajuka squinted his eyes as his devil instinct tells him that something bad and grim will happen. He just don't know what it is. A few weeks passed, and for some unknown reason, the villagers started giving me treats, gifts, and even respect. At first, I thought there was some sort of holiday going on in the village. However, an entire week passed with receiving fruits and vegetables every day finally drove me to ask someone for the reason. Their answer, however, caught me off guard. You have saved our village from the boogeyman. Every week, at least 2 or more would vanish from the village, only to be found in the outskirts, dead and mangled. It only took me a single second to realize that the villager was talking about the vampire I killed a few weeks ago. Prompting the man to explain more, he happily continued. A few weeks ago, we noticed a dark shadow entering Old Rad's farmhouse. We knew that he would be the next target of the boogeyman along with his adopted kids. But for some reason, he and the children lived. Ever since then, the boogeyman never appeared again. We asked Old Man Rad about it, and he told us about you, a mystical sorcerer hailing from the land of sorcerers. You, who vanquished the boogeyman with his magical spells and rid of the filth that has been terrorizing our village. After the man finished, he grabbed his basket filled with fruits from the ground and pushed it into my arms before running off to God knows where. That old man, what has he been feeding these villagers with? I should have told him not to spread the word about the event. Still, hearing the man's explanation and how the vampire has been terrorizing a village filled me with a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. It wouldn't be a lie to say that the man's words just gave me more than enough reason to build the masters of the mystic arts in this world. Humans can't protect themselves no matter even if God created the sacred gears for them. Humans need protectors, and I'll be happy to fill in. I got back to the house and met up with Rad, whom I scolded for spreading the word about me. His explanation, however, was that he got drunk from the tavern, the exact same place where I met God, and accidentally spilled some information about me and what I did. Thankfully, he was still sane enough to refer to me as a sorcerer instead of a devil, or else I would find myself with hundreds of villagers carrying forks and knives. He also didn't say anything about me pulling little Tam from the dead. Suffice to say, Grandpa Rad just simply left with a few slaps on the wrist. I also made sure to tell him not to wander in the tavern or get anywhere near alcohol for a while. His reaction makes it look as if he'd prefer more than a slap on the wrist than letting him avoid alcohol that he loved very much. On the other hand, Tam's older sister, Belle, assumed the role of treating my personal needs. Not the kind you're thinking of, but more like a housemaid. Every day, I would wake up to see her cooking breakfast for me, Tam, and Grandpa Rad. Then, she'd also wash my clothes and robes. Sometimes she would go out to buy some necessary needs around the farmhouse. Although I appreciate what she was doing, however, I don't like taking advantage of a young lady of her age. So I told her about it, and instead told me that she insisted on doing those things, as she felt like having a purpose in life instead of being a burden. Well, what more can I say? So I decided to leave her be and do what she wanted to do. The next day, I was busy teaching little Tam about the proper way to guide his demonic energy inside him when suddenly I heard a knock on the door. Confused as Grandpa Rad was supposed to be away from the village as he was settling in some business deals concerning his horse ranch. So the one on the door shouldn't be him. Wary, I used my magical sense on the person outside and sighed in relief after realizing it was just a normal human. Opening the door, I was greeted with the sight of an old man wearing what seemed to be casual robes and garments. His kind smile radiated. "May I help you?" I smiled back, of course. It would be rude not to do so. "Good morning, great sorcerer. As the chief of this village, I believe it is only right for me to give you my gratitude and a few offerings for your great deed of eliminating the village's boogeyman." Ah shit, here we go again. "Chief, it's not like I don't want your gifts. In fact, I'm grateful for them, but you see, I've been receiving too many gifts, and don't you think it's already enough?" Although my words sounded a bit rude, the village chief simply laughed in reply. "Ah, I see what the esteemed sorcerer is talking about, but please allow me to explain first. The gifts I was giving you are vastly different from fruits and vegetables. I'm offering you a portion of the village's land. Ain't that convenient?" Here I was wondering, where will I get enough cash to buy a land and establish the world's first sanctum sanctorum, but with God's will, he gave me the opportunity, and it would be rude of me to refuse it, right? So I didn't hesitate to ask the village chief, "Where? When someone says the word big, how big do you think it is?" "Well, let me go first. So big." After following the village chief and resisting the urge to grab the old man and fly, because of how slow he walks with his cane, we finally arrived at the outskirts of the village. Not totally in outskirts, since the land was just behind the village chief's home. The only reason I call it the outskirts is because of how wide the land he gave me is, almost going past beyond the village's boundaries. If I were to measure it, I'd say it is as large as a football stadium. "Hey, are you sure you're giving this all to me? It's a bit big, don't you think?" My lips quivered as the old man shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, there's actually a reason why this land remained unused and untouched by even the next village nearby." My ears perked up at his words. I could smell something supernatural about this reason. As if sensing my interest, the village chief continued. "There is a rumor spreading around that wandering inside this forest will make you feel like someone is watching you. Some people even said that if you stayed long enough, you'll notice the trees moving, grasses reaching the height of a human, and even the howling of wolves can be heard. Since then, no one was brave enough to venture inside, whether alone or not." His words left me staring at the forest with a hint of excitement. Who wouldn't be? This sounds like something that came out of a fantasy novel. "So, the reason you decided to give this land to me is because you thought as a sorcerer I might know something about it?" I turned my head to the chief and asked, watching as he shifted and squirmed uncomfortably under my gaze. "Well, I didn't want to offend the esteemed sorcerer. If you want, I could offer you another one, without th-. Are you kidding me? Why would I need another one? This one's perfect for me." My answer seemed to have caught the chief off guard. Sighing in relief, the chief wiped off his sweat. He probably thought I was mad about it. I wouldn't blame him. Not every day you get to meet a sorcerer, and you have no idea what the said sorcerer thinks all the time. "Oh, really? I thought you were—" "Never mind that. Anyways, I'll be happy to give you this entire portion of land, and even recommend you to my men. They're good at building homes. Actually, they're the ones who built all the structures in the village." I can smell pride emanating from him. Right, I guess construction companies don't exist during this time yet. Shall I consider making one? There are so many opportunities to own and lead several industries in this world. I should think about it once I'm settled in. After bidding farewell to the old chief, who will handle the paperworks or whatever for officially giving me this land. As for me, I opened a portal back to the farmhouse and told little Tam to continue practicing controlling his demonic energy before going back. With no more problems behind me, I excitedly ventured forward and entered the forest. The forest itself looks pretty much a normal forget, except that the aura around feels a bit lively and more naturish. It's a bit hard to explain, but inside the forest, the trees and grasses feel more alive and greenish, as if nature itself originated in this place. True to the rumors that the chief told me earlier, I could feel several stares on me. Yes, several stares, not just one. I tried using my magical senses, however. I sensed nothing unusual except for the abundance of magical energy around this place. Now, that itself is the weird one. How can a forest in the middle of nowhere have such an abundance of magical energy? Unless it was made with purpose. As if proving my words, once I got deep enough into the forest, I felt the magical energy move. Wary, I heightened my senses and noticed that it was directed towards the trees and grasses themselves. In front of my eyes, I saw the trees move, their trunks extending forward, leaves enlarging. The same goes for the grasses. They also extended and slithered around like snakes. However, despite seeing all this, I stayed calm. Why? With the help of my magical senses, I could tell that these things were mere illusions. So I stood still and watched in amusement as the trees and grasses tried to attack me, but passed through instead. Nice trick. How about coming out now, whoever you are? I chuckled and yelled, knowing that whoever was doing this knew where I was. Exactly as I finished my words, the illusion shattered, returning the forest to what it looked like before. At the same time, my senses picked up a few presents approaching my location. Quickly fixing my appearance by spitting on my hands and using them to push my hair back, I tugged my robe a few times to remove the small wrinkles. I cleared my throat just in time as 5 figures finally arrived, standing in front of me with wary stances. Their slender arms hold what seemed to be bows with nocked arrows. Okay, they see me as a threat despite fixing my appearance. Great. I mean you no harm, ladies and ladies? Huh, now that I stare at them one by one, all of them are a bunch of ladies. Their faces are covered in simple wooden masks, covering everything except for their long hair that cascades past their shoulders along with their ears. Hold on, why are their ears pointy? Devil, what is your business here in our forest? State your intentions, or we'll shoot you with our holy imbued arrows. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a woman with long green hair, almost as green as the grasses around the forest. True to her words, I could feel a chill down my spine upon sensing the holy energy radiating from the tip of their arrows. Great, it looks like I just delivered my ass to death. Calm down, ladies. Yes, I am a devil, but not the devil you're thinking. I'm not a bad devil. I then raised my hand to prove I was harmless. However, silence ensued as soon as I finished my words. God damn it. What kind of a devil says that he's not bad? It's like seeing a devil praying in a church with a Bible. Hi there. My name is Chamberlain Blake, and I'm currently handcuffed with a tree's roots while being led by a bunch of women with bows and spears. Why does it feel like I'm a naive foreigner being led by a bunch of cannibals back to their tribe? Well, if the said cannibals are a bunch of slender and pretty ladies, I don't mind being eaten by them. In fact, I might as well eat them too. It's like an orgy, but cannibalism. Okay, that sounds a bit dark. A few minutes of walking later, I finally found myself passing through some sort of barrier, a familiar barrier. It's a barrier that not only keeps normal humans away, but even weak supernatural beings. Neat. The moment we arrived inside the barrier, my breath was quickly taken away by the sight of an enormous tree, 10 times bigger than normal. How come I didn't notice that? Its height alone is enough to gather not only my attention, but even the people from the village. Before I knew it, I am now standing in front of a woman. This time, this woman doesn't wear any masks, proudly showing her beauty and those pointy ears that has been bothering me for a while. Unlike the others, this one's hair was deep violet. Her eyes were light green as it stares back at me. While I was standing, she was sitting on her throne that looks more like a simple chair made from the roots of the huge tree behind her. After a few moments of silence between us, the lady finally broke it off by initiating the conversation. A devil. What is a devil like you doing wandering off in our forest? She asked. Would you believe me if I say that this entire forest is now my property? I said, watching as anger flashed within her eyes. Huge tree behind her brimmed in magical energy that even I couldn't help but marvel at. Even the ladies who escorted me flared their magical energies. Speaking of magical energy, I wonder how strong this lady is. Unlike the others, she was sitting on a throne-like chair, as if she's some sort of hidden boss. With curiosity in my head, I used my magical senses to peer through her magical energy. Great, it's empty again like a void. Note to self, be wary against the supernatural beings whose magical energies can't be sensed. How dare you, devil? You all are the same, nothing but a bunch of chaos incarnate beings. I blame your creator, the God of the Bible, for bringing your race to life. Wait, hold your horses, lady. What do you mean by blaming God about this? And also, don't compare to the rest of the devils. I already said this to your friends behind me, but I'll say it again, I'm not a bad devil. I firmly pressed, seriousness plastered across my face. Oh, not a bad devil, you say? Sure then, I'll humor you. Explain to me why you're not a bad devil. Smirking, the purple-haired lady leaned back on her chair and said, I can't just tell her that I used to be a human who turned into a devil, right? That might just worsen my current situation. Well, for starters, I love humans. That's something you won't find from other devils. Second, I've been living amongst the humans for months. I'm sure you've heard of the village just near this forest of yours. Last but not the least, I saved a pair of human family from a vampire a few weeks ago. Hopefully, these 3 reasons are enough. Vampire. Suddenly, the purple-haired lady dropped her smirk and shifted around her chair while asking. Yes, a vampire. I heard that he's been terrorizing that village for the past few weeks, so I put him out of his misery. I shrugged, as if what I did was a normal thing. Actually, back in the Marvel Universe, eliminating vampires are also part of the sorcerer's job. It's just a minor one, though, not a necessary job since we're more focused on dimensional and extraterrestrial threats. Can you describe this vampire to me? The lady voiced out with a bit of hesitation. That's weird. Why would she be interested in that vampire out of all the things I mentioned? No problem. Let's see if I can recall. Long black hair, very messy, pale skin, charred lips, red eyes, and pointy ears, more pointy than yours. He was wearing a plain dark robe. The more I explained, the more I can see emotions flashing within the purple-haired lady's eyes. As soon as I'm done, she closed her eyes. So what now? I asked. I'm not liking the silence. You are right. You're not a bad devil. At the gesture of her hand, the tree root that has been binding my wrist comes off, slithering away. I'm confused. What does a random vampire have to do in proving I'm not a bad devil? I don't mind listening to an explanation. That random vampire you've been talking about wasn't just terrorizing the village, but also ours. Every week, he would bring a human victim inside our forest, kill them, toy them, staining our forest, but we were powerless to deal with him. So this forest is where that vampire has been bringing his victims every week? But wait, how come they're powerless? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but powerless? I didn't even sweat when I killed him, much less someone like you, who is stronger than me. You are right. If it was me, I won't also sweat when killing that vampire. The problem is, you see, is the vampire's identity. At the mention of her last sentence, I noticed slight fear emanating from her eyes. That vampire is the son of a vampire elder from the Teeps faction, a faction of powerful vampires, currently the dominating force among the vampires even after their former leader, Dracula's death. What is this cultivation thing bullshit? So you're telling me, is that you are afraid of provoking the Teeps faction? I received a nod as a response, however I sensed a but coming. Yes, but that's not the only reason. If we still have the support of our queen, there's no reason for us to be afraid of a Marin leaderless vampire faction. What do you mean? Were you exiled from your kingdom? Before I answer your question, allow me to introduce myself to avoid confusion. The purple-haired lady stood before continuing. My name is Sylphie Greenwood, the former princess of Elfheim. Me and my friends performed a very dangerous expedition that could have caused not only war with another realm, but also lose the protection of the wise God King Odin. Hence, my mother, the queen, decided to exile me and my friends, and shall only come back after I learn my lesson. So in other words, you're like Thor from Marvel? I resisted the urge to show my lips quivering at the irony of the situation. So the multiverse decided to fuck up and make the princess of Elfheim experience the fate of Thor instead of Thor himself? So during your exile, you decided to settle in this forest? I asked and received a nod in return. And because you no longer have the protection of your mom, I'm sorry, your mother, you can't afford to be reckless anymore and cause your already worse situation to worsen? In which, once again, Sylphie nodded in response. Well, look at that. At least she's better than Thor during exile. Indeed. That's why I'm grateful for what you did, though I am also sorry for what is about to come to you. Sylphie then casted me an apologetic look, mixed with pity. Hey, why are you looking at me as if I'm already a dead man? I'm still alive, you know. Don't worry about it. Knowing those vampires, the moment Dracula died, they became nothing but a bunch of cowards. Devils might be hated by the entire world, but that doesn't mean we're easy to be picked on. I smirked confidently. Yeah, I know it's kind of weird to be proud of my race as a devil. I see. I'm glad. It seems like you're truly not a bad devil. I saw a smile on Sylphie's face, captivating my eyes for a moment. May I know your name? You've saved us from such trouble. I feel obliged to know the name of our benefactor. Chamber, just Chamber. Of course, it would be rude to not do such simple thing. Chamber, such a name. For doing us such favor, you may ask me of anything in the future, as long as it is within my capabilities. Oh, a favor from the future Queen of Elfheim? And besides, I also need to meet with Odin. I have a few questions I would like him to answer. Questions that might possibly bring me back to my home. I appreciate it. As for the favor, I don't want to sound rude, but is it possible for me to cash it now? I awkwardly smiled, watching as Slyfie's face twitched several times, probably annoyed at the fact that I'm asking for the favor right now. Well, I did say I'll grant you a favor. I wasn't just expecting it to be now. Just so you know, I'm a nobody for now. I have nothing to offer you. I can see her frowning. Then I can say the favor now, but cash it in the future. Sigh. You may. Sighing in defeat, Sylphie finally gave in. Finally, you want to get an audience with Lord Odin? Sylphie tilted her head in confusion, not expecting such a request from me. Yes, there are some things I'd like to learn about from him. I politely explained, hopefully, my request isn't too much for her. Well, it's not like I don't want to fulfill this request of yours. It's just that I don't think I'm capable enough to ensure you an audience with the God King, Odin himself. That is simply beyond my capabilities. After all, I'm just a princess, heir of the queen, not the queen herself. Hearing her answer made me quite disappointed. I should have expected it. Not everyone has the privilege to meet up with the wise god of Norse mythology. If it was easy, I wouldn't have bothered making such a request. Since I can't fulfill such a request, I don't mind if you ask for a new one. Hopefully, it would be something within my capabilities this time. Oh, thank God. I still have a second chance. I thought she'd be petty and say that I already gave my request. While sighing in relief, my mind was working on how could I take advantage of this favor. Suddenly, my eyes lit up with a smile on my face as I stared directly at Sylphie. I think I already know what kind of request I want, Lady Sylphie. Oh, that was fast. What is it? I heard elves are very capable of wielding magic, and even runes. If it is possible, I would like to learn magic spells and runes with Lady Sylphie. I'm sure this one is within her lady's child abilities, yes? I watched as a disturbed expression appeared on her face as she shifted on her tree root chair uncomfortably. Well, you're right, I could teach you, but my mind quickly went over the possible reasons why she was hesitant before voicing out after making a wild guess in my mind. Lady Sylphie, are you worried that I might use what you teach me against your kind or do bad things? As soon as I said my words, Sylphie's eyes widened in surprise as she covered her head. Are you reading my mind? Immediately, her fellow elves behind me raised their weapons against me. Whoa. Hold on, I'm not doing anything. I was just making a guess. I quickly raised my hand to show I was harmless. Sylphie squinted her eyes and looked at me warily. I gulped nervously as time ticked by before the wary eyes finally faded away. My apologies. It seems I was too cautious. She apologized. I'm fine now, ladies. Stand down. She then continued, but this time towards her subordinates. Although hesitant, the elves begrudgingly laid down their bows and spears, though their glares were still lingering on me. Once again, I apologize for causing such trouble for you. Anyway, you were right. I am indeed worried about those things you mentioned, but also about another thing. I was worried that you might share what I will teach you to your fellow devils. If such a thing happens, my mother will surely declare war against your kind, whether King Odin likes it or not. Her eyes then suddenly went cold as she finished her words. I knew it. I guess it's time to bring out the big guns. Do you ever wonder what devils are truly known for? Deals, contracts, etc., you name it. And it is one of the things I learned during my stay in the underworld. At first, I thought it was a useless thing since why would I divulge much in such a risky spell? Well, guess what? It turns out it would be useful in this kind of situation. Thankfully, I learned it back then just in case. Now, you might ask, what is a contract? It is some sort of formalized exchange between a devil and the other party. These contracts will allow the devil to fulfill any desire of the other party with an exchange. The exchange can be in any form, such as material items, or intangible services, such as loyalty. The worst exchange there can be is the other party's soul, which is very unlikely as in this world. Devils don't actually crave human souls. The only reason human souls have value to devils is for research purposes, nothing more. In my case, what I will be doing would be some sort of reverse contract, because I would be the one requesting something from the other party while the latter would provide what I will request. The conditions are merely add-ons. With this idea in mind, I wasted no time and spoke. Lady Sylphie, I think I may have a solution to this problem. I proposed getting her attention. My ears are open, Chamber. Have you heard of contracts? I said. Sylphie's eyebrows quickly furrowed at the mention of contracts. I do have heard of it, but not in a good way. Why are you asking me that? She asked confusingly, her fellow elves from behind me also sharing the same sentiment. Well, I was to propose a contract with you. Since I killed the vampire that has been harassing you, you gave me a favor, and I used that favor to teach me your knowledge about magic and runes. And some conditions will be written upon while I finish the contract. All right, but never, ever try to cheat me, because if you do, you won't be getting out of here alive. Unfazed by her threats, I simply nodded her head and prompted her to state her conditions while using my demonic energy to materialize the contract. My conditions are: first, you won't use the magic I will teach you to harm my kind and anyone I deem as an ally. Second, you won't share the magic I will teach you to anyone, especially to your fellow kind. Last but not the least, you won't use the magic I will teach you to do bad things or anything that is deemed evil. May I revise your conditions? I asked politely. Is there something wrong with my conditions? Sylphie frowned as she spoke. No offense, but yes, there are a few mistakes on your conditions. Surprised by my bluntness, I didn't give her time to respond as I continued. You see, those conditions you said not only benefit you, but also put me in a very bad condition. Let me explain. Clear my throat. I prepared for the long explanation. On your first condition, you said I can't use the magic you will teach me to your kind and ally. What if your kind and those allies of yours attack me first? I can't just stand still and allow myself to be attacked, right? A look of realization dawned upon her face, and before she could reply, I cut her off, continuing. So I shall change the condition to not using the magic you taught me to your kind and allies unless they attacked or harmed me and anyone I deem as allies first. Does this sound okay, Lady Sylphie? I waited for her response. Thankfully, she seemed to understand what I was trying to imply, so she nodded her head. Now, for your second condition. It's actually fine, but I would just like to ensure something. If I were to create magic, whether it is a spell or rune, and use your teachings as a reference, I want them to be out of the condition. So, if I were to create a spell and use your magic teachings as a reference, I would still be able to teach the others with the said spell that I created. Sylphie's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she seemed to be deep in thinking, probably pondering the meaning of my words. After almost an entire minute of pondering, she finally nodded her head, albeit hesitantly. Now for the final condition. Not being able to use your magic teachings to do bad or evil is fine, however. If doing the evil thing is necessary for the better good of myself or others, it would not be counted as such. What would be changed in this condition is that I should not use your magic teachings to do evil things that are unnecessary or deemed with nothing but pure evil intention. This seemed to be the nail to the coffin as Sylphie once again fell into thinking. However, this time, it was longer than just a single minute as her eyes also darted around her fellow elves, probably asking for their opinions about the matter before finally agreeing. I see nothing bad from the revision of the conditions, so I agree. Thank you for the trust, Lady Sylphie. And with that, the ball of demonic energy that had been swirling on top of my palm for the last few minutes finally took shape and started materializing. Much to the curious and surprised gazes of the elves, a small parchment appeared on my hand. This is the contract, Lady Sylphie. All it requires is a drop of blood from me and you. The punishment for not fulfilling the request and conditions shall be by transferring all the knowledge and magic power of the violator to the other party and vice versa. After stating these words, I used my demonic energy to punch a small hole in the tip of my index finger and watched as a small droplet fell on the surface of the paper. I offered the paper to Sylphie, who did the same. As soon as her blood dropped, the contract glowed in bright light before exploding into small motes of red light, indicating that the contract was now in effect forever. Now, you might be asking, why would I risk myself for such a thing? Well, you see, as the contract holder, I have quite a few benefits that only I know. After all, the contract I created isn't exactly the same contract that is being taught to the devils, but my self-created contract spell. How did I create it? It was when Sylphie was explaining her condition. During that time, I was both listening to her and creating the contract spell. Now, you may be wondering what was contained in the spell that made me so confident. Because only I know that there are no punishments in the contract. I just made it up by stating it out loud. Thankfully, Sylphie and her friends don't have any sort of lie detector, or else they might notice that the punishment one was a lie. Now that the contract is in effect, when do we start? I asked. When it comes to learning the elves' way of magic, it is very important to study in two environment conditions to maximize the learning. First is the early day and the nighttime. Only during those times can we maximize what you'll be learning. Not to mention, it is also during those conditions that our elven magic is at its peak. I didn't know such a thing existed. Good to know maybe I could develop a magic that doubles my demonic power during the night. Unfortunately, it is already past daytime, and it would be bad to study at nighttime by skipping the early daytime training. So come back tomorrow, and only then we shall start. Hearing her words, I saw no problem with it, so I nodded my head. After bidding farewell to Sylphie and the rest of the Lady Elves, I used my teleportation spell to bring myself back to the farmhouse, only to sense a fist coming towards my way. Alert and cautious, I quickly caught the fist and prepared to launch a spinning demonic bullet towards my attacker. How could you leave me hanging? Hold on a second. That voice is quite familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Seraphal. One of the gods' holy balls is Seraphal doing at the farmhouse again. So what you're telling me is that you just befriended a bunch of Norse elves with your sweet words? Sitting on the couch, Seraphal crossed her arms under her bosom as I'm unable to stay my eyes away from it. Not exactly sweet words. It was just a coincidence that I helped them with a thorn on their side, so they gave me a small favor. I corrected her. Yeah, and that favor is literally learning the magic of Norse elves. Do you know how big this is? Norse elves are known for their incredible compatibility with the magic itself. They even dwarf us devils in terms of magic spells, and not only you can learn the latter, but also even runes. In the entire world, you can only count the beings who can use magic runes in one hand. Why is she looking at me as if I'm an idiot? Ahem, I actually know that. I replied. Then you should already know that magic runes are an entirely different magic system compared to magic spells. What are you even planning to do with learning magic runes? Should I tell her the truth? That I want to go back to being human while retaining the benefits of being a devil? Do I trust her enough? As if sensing the trouble inside me, Seraphall's face softened and said, I won't ask about it if you're uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean I'll let you off the hook for leaving without telling me. Sigh. So what do you want then? There's this thing I heard that humans do, where they go around and visit places with each other. It sounds fun. Is she talking about dating? So it already exists during this era? Good to know, I guess. I think I know what you're talking about. Sure, let's do it. I nodded my head and agreed. Well, of course I'll agree. I've been through several dates in my past life, and considering Seraphall is new to this, it would be like a walk in the park. Seraphall then grinned as she launched forward and crashed into my chest. Let's go now. Wait right now. But it requires meticulous planning to pull one. I exclaimed. Planning? Why does it need plan? We'll just go out and roam around, right? Seraphall confusedly stared at my face, as if I'm the one who doesn't know what dating is. Resisting the urge to roll my eyes at her, I sighed in defeat and gave in. Fine, let's do it. Well, it's not like there's much to see around here, so we'll be quick, I think. Yay. After leaving the farmhouse to Belle and Tam's care, we finally went out to roam the village. For starters, the village itself is very large, to the point that you can almost call it a small town. The village already have everything to offer for daily life, such as a blacksmith, small market, and even a small motel, though in this case, the motel was a tavern, just like how it was described in history. Look, what's that? Seraphall excitedly pointed at a horse. That's a horse, Seraphall. Don't devils have him too? I sighed. I should have expected this. Well, how about him? He looks too huge for a human. Now that she pointed at him, we both chuckled and found the huge man funny. His breasts are way too huge for a man. Take a look at her. She have a mustache. I then pointed at the woman drinking on a cup, having a thick mustache. We both stifled out laughs as to not gather their attention. After that, we went around the village and discovered more about its history. It turns out this village also have its share of supernatural side. During the creation of this village, nearby villages wanted to harm it, to prevent them from establishing the village. In retaliation, the ancestor chief of the village prayed to God to give them protection from other villages. God, being God, gave the ancestor his blessing, empowering the man with great strength to defy the other villages. The ancestor was successful, finally establishing the village as one. Getting devout and thankful for the blessing, the chief offered to build a church on his village. God, however, refused, reasons unknown. Still thankful for his blessing, the ancestor chief decided to name his son after his most powerful angel, Michael. Grateful for this, Michael decided to also give his blessing by making each and every villager living in the village to always live a happy life until death, as long as no supernatural thing occurs. And until to this day, only the vampire who stumbled upon the village caused trouble for the village, which was soon resolved by your one and only me. I didn't know Big G and Michael was chill like that. Seraphall muttered to herself as we finished reading the history book of the village. I guess there's a reason why they're currently the dominant religion around the world, even surpassing the oldest ones. I replied, making Seraphall turn her head to look at me in curiosity. How so? Well, for starters, unlike the other pantheons who only helped the humans at the beginning, and once they started getting worshipped, they saw no benefit helping them anymore, expecting their initial help towards humans to last a lifetime. But God didn't see it that way. Despite growing his religion to become the biggest, he still offers help towards human, solidifying his image as a benevolent God. Hence, why God is the most famous and worshipped God in the entire world, and will continue to do so in the future. Of course, there are others who are on par with him, but we're talking about God here, not them. I finished, expecting Seraphall to come and praise me for my intelligence, being able to analyze such a prospect. I wonder, confused by her reply, it was my turn to look at her, and saw that she was squinting her eyes at me. Why were you looking at me like that? I awkwardly chuckled. I wonder how you were able to mention Big G's name without spasming on the floor right now. The moment she dropped her words, I quickly stopped in my tracks, sweat forming on my forehead as I just realized my mistake. Can you blame me? For all my life combined, I always say the word God and not Big G, so it's almost like a muscle memory for me. Still, I need to make my way up from this situation. I do still feel the zaps, but I grew immune to it. Liar. You're lying again. Seraphal loudly accused while pointing her index finger at me, as if she was proud that she caught me lacking. And why are you shouting? We're in a public space, Sarah. I'll explain it once we get back home. Looking around me, I quickly noticed that every adult man and women were whispering to each other with an amused smile on their faces, as if they're watching a drama between a wife and husband. God damn it, how troublesome. Ignoring the cries of Seraphal, I quickly swooped in and carried her in a princess carry, making her stop running her mouth and instead blush like a tomato. What are you doing? P put me down. Oh, so now you're whispering? Instead of heeding her words, I brought her to a secluded alley before dropping her gently. What's wrong with you? I was just asking you how you can mention Big G's name without getting electrified. Well, I don't know, maybe because someone was shouting and calling me a liar in front of so many people? I'm not sure. Sarcastically replying, I shrugged my shoulders. Oh, my voice was loud? Seraphal tilted her head in confusion. So you're telling me you can't gauge the volume of your own voice? How is that even possible? It's like a blind person being blind and thought it was normal and everyone else is also blind. Yes, it was. Despite the frustrations inside my mind, I answered with a simple but monotone voice. Oh, my bad. T, what do you mean by T? Sigh. Look, I don't mean to hide this from you, but I was just afraid you'd overreact if I told you. Well, to be honest, there's nothing wrong telling her that I met God, as long as I kept my reincarnation a secret. However, I could tell her that I came from a different world and make it so the Marvel world was my original world. Because I'm 100% sure this kind of secret is something I won't be able to keep for long. Overreact? I don't overreact. She defended herself, which just prompted me to stare at her in silence, my dull expression making her retract the words she said. I do overreact sometimes, but only sometimes. Sigh. All right, now whatever I'm about to tell you, keep it between us and don't overreact. Hearing my words, Seraphal excitedly nodded her head, acting as if an adult was about to tell her, a child, a secret that not even fellow adults know. When I first arrived at this village, I met God. What? You met God, Zap? Before Seraphal could finish her words, God's curse thankfully stopped her from attracting nearby attention. Seriously, I just told her not to overreact, and she does exactly just that. She's like a child. Wait, she's 16, so she's indeed a child. Should have known that. Are you okay now? Seeing that she's recovered, I helped her stood. What do you mean you met Big G? Like, did he show up in person? Yes. How? Not everyone can just meet Big G in person. Let's just say I'm a bit of special. You know, I used to be a human, remember? My situation is quite special, so it must have caught his attention somehow. I shrugged my shoulders. Actually, this was also KY theory as to why God was interested in me. Either that, or he knows about my origin being from another world. Hopefully, it's not the latter. Maybe. It seems like Seraphal also agrees to my theory. Still, that doesn't explain how you managed to become immune from saying his name. Oh, right about that. He kind of gave me a pass. Maybe because I used to be a human and I might be uncomfortable being unable to say his name or something like that. That doesn't make any sense. Either you're someone special to him or he's just too free to give you something as simple as that. Seraphal felt like her head would explode. Everything that she hears from me was the exact opposite of what she learns from what was taught to her. To her, Big G is supposed to be some sort of stingy god who favors the humans more than his own perfect creation, the angels. Lucifer, on the other hand, is a benevolent angel who just wanted the best for his kind, so he decided to confront Big G and make him regret choosing mankind over them, the angels. Well, whatever's the reason, we'll never know unless we ask him ourselves. Come on, let's go. We still have a date to continue. Holding her hand, I pulled ourselves out of the alley. What's a date? You mean the date today? I didn't even answer her question as I simply started walking without any sense of direction. Where's my son? I've been letting him roam free for almost a year now. Why isn't he back yet? While the main character finds himself busy having the first date during the 14th century, a certain pale man with scarlet red eyes gripped the metallic wine cup on his hand, containing red liquid, as he growls at the younger pale man kneeling in front of him. I don't know, venerable elder. We've been searching around Europe for an entire month. There's no sign of him, as if he went out of the Europe's borders. Upon finishing his words, the pale man in front of him growled heavily. So you're telling me that he went against my words and went to somewhere out of our watch? He asked, squinting his eyes at the kneeling man in front of him, who is now shivering out of fear. That seems to be the case, venerable elder. Then you all are a bunch of incompetent fools. I ordered you to watch over him, and now you're just telling me that he's no longer at Europe? Throwing the metallic cup containing the red liquid, the elder growled once more, his fangs extending from his mouth while nails grew longer. Please forgive me, venerable elder. I'll find him before the blood day. I don't need empty words. Do it. The elder raised his arm, and the kneeling man's very own shadow moved and tangled itself on his ankle before dragging him out of the hallway. Stupid fools. The elder clicked his tongue and leaned back to his chair. That stupid kid. Once he's back, I'll steal his human slaves right in front of his eyes. The next day, I found myself back at the enchanted forest. Yes, that's what I'll be naming this forest from now on. After finishing the date yesterday, whereas Seraphol went back to the underworld fully satisfied, I hit the bed and woke up the next morning. Perhaps it was excitement which brought me here very early. I mean, who wouldn't be? I'm about to learn a new system of magic and also magic rune from species known for their magic capabilities. Although the demonic magic of devils that is powered with only imagination is broken, that doesn't mean others will fall short to it. Sure, I'm creative, and I've already created a bunch of low to mid-tier magic spells and a few high-tier ones. But as I'm still working on my very own magic circle, I'm still a bit hesitant to use them when battling. I was hoping that this lesson with the Norse elves will give me insights about the creation of magic circle. You finally arrived. My thoughts were interrupted when the same green-haired elf from yesterday landed in front of me, still wearing that recognizable wooden mask. Am I late? I joked. No, you're too early. We were still hunting for something to eat this morning. However, the blunt reply of the elf made me realize that perhaps humor might not be that established yet during this time. So I just reeled the next part of the joke I was about to continue. Maybe I can help. I offered. I wasn't expecting the elves to be meat eaters. I thought that with their love for nature, they're a bunch of vegans. We don't need help. We can handle it ourselves. Just follow me and I'll lead you to the princess. I can see the elf squinting her eyes at me as she exudes the aura of those women who identifies themselves as independent and doesn't need men. Why are you acting like you're the world's first feminist? My mouth twitched at the aspect before shaking my head from such absurd thoughts. It's not like feminism will start affecting an entire generation of a country until the modern era. With her leading the way, I quietly followed and arrived at Sylphie's quarters. I didn't saw this wooden hut yesterday. I muttered to myself as the green-haired elf told me to wait for her as she went in to inform Sylphie of my arrival. A few minutes later, she got out and told me that I'm now allowed to get inside to start the magic lesson. Nodding my head in gratitude, I politely intruded Sylphie's home and noticed the huge touch of nature surrounding the interior. Elves are truly attuned to nature. Step. Hearing footsteps coming out from a room, I turned to see Sylphie wearing her usual dress from yesterday, coming out with a refreshed face. I see you have finally arrived. Shall we start our lessons? She asked. If it doesn't bother you, then yes. I smiled and nodded my head. Good. We shall proceed with the basics and fundamentals of mana and how nature produces them. Did Cham really thought I'll go back to the underworld without following him to where he'll meet those Norse elves? Heir of the Citri family, Seraphol is signing off. Time for the great spy Seraphol to take over. With the help of my transformation magic, a magic circle was formed above my head and passed through my body, changing my clothes in the process. My usual battle dress was no more and instead replaced by a long dark robe that covers my entire body. I'm not sure if this is right, but I've seen some spies wear this kind of outfit. So, this should be how they look. After assessing myself in front of the mirror and making a few poses, I used my teleportation magic to teleport back to Chamcham's farmhouse. Exactly as I appeared, the sun was just about to set, and I could already see Chamcham leaving his home, taking a jog while greeting the humans that passes by. Seriously? I know he's on his way to train, but isn't it a bit early? Not even my magic teacher would allow me to study magic so early in the morning. Excitement filled me as my thoughts began to wander at what will Chamcham's reaction be after I show myself in front of him. Will he be shocked? Oh, I can't wait. Unfurling my wings and taking the sky, I followed him until he arrived at the village's nearest forest. Okay, totally not weird of him to wake up in the morning and jog to the forest. Is this the place where they'll train? A forest of all things? I've never truly heard much about Norse except that there's supposed to be a bunch of beautiful creatures and excels at magic. I continued my chase after him, and when I saw someone landing in front of him, it was a green-haired elf wearing a wooden mask. They talked for a few minutes until he followed her inside the heart of the forest. I was about to continue my chase towards him when suddenly, my senses went haywire and I was forced to dodge a speeding arrow from my behind. Whoosh! Dodging successfully, I turned to look at who dared to attack me. Much to my surprise, I saw 3 figures standing on the branches of the trees, wearing the same wooden masks as the green-haired elf that Chamcham followed. How did they catch me? I swear, I was high up enough to not be caught. Devil, state your intentions, or I'll knock you down with my arrow. With threat laced in her words, I saw her knocking the string of her bow again. Just as I began to wonder why there is no arrow, a green arrow materialized on the string, carrying immense magical capacity enough to pierce through my defenses. My senses told me that this purple-haired woman was as strong as a high-class devil, while the other 2 were simply around mid-class. Although my strength far outweighs the 3 of them, the battle between us 3 won't end good for the 4 of us. Not to mention, these are the same elves that Chamcham talked about with me yesterday. If I fight them now, and Chamcham caught a wind of it, I'm afraid I might cause him trouble and worse, break his relationship with these Norse elves. So instead of fighting back, I just sighed and raised my hands in defeat. I surrender. I'm not a bad devil, you know? I saw the purple-haired elf's eyes twitching out of annoyance, as if my words irritated her. Not again. I hear her mutter. What's going on? While Seraphal got herself in trouble, I was oblivious to what was happening outside, and instead shifted my entire focus on what Sylphie was doing. In her hand was a ball of green light. According to her, the color of a mana is unique to a few races. For example, Norse elves have a mana in the color of green, while us devil, our mana or demonic power is red in color. The same goes to the others such as dragons, humans, etc. Now, this ball of light is my mana. In order to achieve an advanced form of control over it, you must learn how to shape it to your desire. I know the devils and how their magic spells are powered by imagination. But we're not making a magic spell here, but we're simply using the most raw form of our mana to shape it to out desires. Sylphie explained, and much to my amused eyes, the green ball of light on her hand started changing shapes. First it turned into a tree, then a rabbit, a bird, and finally an elf. There are no features on each shape, but instead, they look more like the outlines of those I mentioned. Now, your turn. The green mana that has turned into an elf dissipated, and she nodded at me, giving me the helm. Nodding my head back, I extended my hand forward and brought my demonic power out. It took me only a few seconds before a scarlet-red ball of demonic power was formed on top of my palm. Bringing this ball of demonic power didn't even make a dent to my reserves, an evidence to my huge reserves as a high-class devil. How raw and powerful. I hear Sylphie mutter, I guess this must be her first time seeing the demonic power in person. Then, I started changing the shape of the ball of demonic power. This time, it took me quite a while to at least turn it into square-shaped. Very good. You learn much faster than I expected. Sylphie nodded her head in satisfaction as she showered me praise. For some reason, I felt proud. Perhaps it is because Master Kaecilius never truly gave me praises whenever I do something surprising, only receiving a nod from him. I shifted my attention back to the now square-shaped demonic power and once again willed it to change shape. Thankfully, this time, it was faster and the box-shaped demonic power turned into a long and hard stick. Tempted, I used my hand and grabbed the stick on its end, feeling its warm yet cooling sensation on my palm, and I waved it around. Damn, this is awesome. This would be like a dream come true to my child self who imagines with sticks as swords. That's a great way to form your demonic power. Maybe if you're skilled enough, you can create a sword out of only your demonic power. Keep it up. I nodded my head once again and was about to resume shaping the demonic power to my wishes when suddenly we were interrupted by someone knocking on the door. Knock. Lady Sylphie, we have a bad news for you. Both me and Sylphie's attention were caught by those words. Bad news? What happened? Don't tell me some naughty kid decided to set fire into the forest? I'll be outside. We'll resume our session after this. Sylphie looked at me seriously and said before leaving the house. Me being as curious as ever, decided to dissipate the demonic power and followed after her. I wonder who would cause such trouble to these Norse elves? Following Sylphie outside, I was quickly met with the rest of the Norse elves surrounding something, or more specifically, someone. Upon our arrival, the elves noticed her presence and quickly parted to give her way. However, that's the moment I finally saw who they were surrounding. Hey, didn't I tell you guys? I told you, I'm not here to cause harm. I was just looking for my friend. It was Seraphol, bounded by wooden cuffs while throwing a tantrum like a child. At the same time as I saw her, the same goes for her. Oh, Cham, it's me, Seraphol. Look, see? I told you I'm here for my friend. Exactly as her face beamed up while calling my name, everyone's eyes landed on me. I have no idea who she is, I answered while looking away. Cham, Camcham. Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt the pain of betrayal. Cham, how could you do this to me? I thought we were friends. She cried once more. Meanwhile, I noticed Sylphie was also staring at me, her eyes telling me that she was confused by the situation. Giving her an awkward smile, Sylphie sighed and shook her head. Fortunately, she seemed to have understood my smile. Let her go. She's clean, Sylphie announced, earning doubtful looks not just from the elves, but even from Seraphol herself. Really? I'm clean. But Lady Sylphie. One of the elves wanted to complain, however, seeing her shaking her head, she decided to zip her mouth. I'm finally free. Right exactly as she finished her question, the answer came in the form of her wooden cuffs loosening. Looks like we'll be having a talk, right, Cham? Sylphie turned her attention to me with an amused expression, using the nickname that Seraphol just used earlier. Hey, only I can call Cham that way. You have no right to call him that. Once free, Seraphol pointed her finger at Sylphie while accusing her. Sigh. Seraphol, you're smarter than this. Oh, really? Then what's the difference between us on why you can call him as such and I'm not? Crossing her arms under her bosom, Sylphie looked at Seraphol with a provocative smirk plastered on her face. It's obvious. I'm Cham's one and only best friend, and you're not. She answered with a condescending tone. Best friend? So you're just a friend then? Unlike you, I am his teacher, so I believe he has more respect for me than yours. Sylphie replied with an air of superiority surrounding her. Oh, come on, you're the older one here. Why are you playing along with this? Screaming in my mind, I was tempted to yell at them to stop when suddenly, Seraphol grinned and answered something unexpected. Oh yeah? Just a teacher? Guess what? Cham will soon be my fiancé. So you lose. As Seraphol was basking in victory over her opponent, silence ensued in the vicinity as Sylphie and the other elves stared at Seraphol with awkward smiles on their faces. As for me, how I wish I could just dig in the ground and bury myself there forever. This is too embarrassing for me. Where in God's name did the word fiancé come from? As for Seraphol, it took her quite a while to notice the silence around her, and finally realized the gravity of the words she just said. Unable to bear it anymore, her face became as red as a tomato as she scoured away with a flushed face. Watching her leave the forest, I sighed in relief. At least she's finally gone for now. Whatever happened here, I'll talk to her about it. There's no way she would just say that out of her desire to win the argument. I can smell a conspiracy from it. Well. Now that your fiancé has left, shall we resume our magic lesson? Or should I give you some time for this revelation? Turning around to face me, I could see a teasing smile on her face as she made fun of me. No need for those, teacher. Gritting my teeth, I resisted the urge to get back at her for such harassment. However, as she is my teacher, I won't be able to do so. However, that doesn't mean I won't get my revenge on her. Once I finish learning under her, I'll make sure that my revenge will be remembered by her forever. This is for the future of humanity, I muttered to myself as a form of coping. And so, the elves resumed hunting for their morning breakfast while me and my magic teacher, Sylphie, went back to her hut to resume the session. I can't believe I just said that. Back at the underworld, Seraphal wasted no time getting on her bed and covering herself under the covers. Her face was still beet red from the words she uttered earlier. I'm too embarrassed to face him now. What would he think of me? Wanting to go back in time to punch her past self on the head for revealing such a thing, Seraphal sighed and finally calmed down. She remembered the words that her father told her after the anti-Satan faction meeting. No matter what, we'll ensure that Chamber stays in our family. It doesn't matter how. I noticed how Zekrom Bale holds that boy in high regard. I don't know what it is, but the reason should be important enough. Was what her father told her during their talk. So I plan to engage you to him, Sarah. I know you like him, and hopefully he likes you too. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. You don't have to worry. This is for the sake of our family. Then came the revelation which shocked not only her, but also her mother, Emilia. However, during that talk, for some reason, she didn't feel any anger towards her father who just forced her into marriage. In fact, she feels grateful for him. Her heart kept skipping a beat whenever her thoughts began to wander at herself and Cham Cham standing side by side, no longer as best friends but as husband and wife. Before she knew it, she yawned and fell asleep on her bed. While Seraphal had fallen asleep, Sylphie was teaching me a new technique called mana field. Basically, it is a magic technique where the caster would use their mana to form a circular field around them. The larger the radius, the more it consumes mana. What this does, however, is similar to expanding one's senses. Once you cast mana field, everything and everyone inside the mana field will be felt by the caster, effectively giving them some sort of limited sixth sense. It's like forming a domain. Maybe I could expand this mana field and improve it. Eager to test this. Thankfully, we had break times in order to restore our energies. Fortunately, my demonic energy recovery is almost 10 times faster than average. So instead of resting to recover, I searched for a secluded place around the forest and decided to put my idea to the test. First, I created my mana field, or in my case, demonic field, and expanded it to 10 meters in radius, enough to cover several trees and grasses. The next step took me a few trials and errors before finally succeeded. Right in front of me was a demonic bullet. Nothing sounds special about it, except for the fact that I didn't conjure this on top of my palm or doing gestures. Instead, I cast the spell a few meters away from me, far from my figure but still inside the domain of my demonic field. I can't believe it worked. I couldn't help but yell excitedly in my mind. Who wouldn't be? This thing might seem average, but when it comes to combat, especially a critical one, being able to cast spells anywhere I like would be very devastating to my opponents. Just imagine casting the same demonic bullet, but instead of my palms, I cast it behind their heads, effectively killing them with ease. Ho ho ho. There's no way I'm going to let this magic technique slip up. I'll try to continue improving this, and who knows, maybe someday in the future, I would be able to cast more than a single spell at the same time. After testing my new technique for a few more times, I went back to the hut, and Sylphie, sensing nothing wrong, resumed the session. Maybe, just maybe I could also use this for pranks. Before I knew it, it was already midnight, and it was time for me to go back. I've never met a student as talented as you. Not even the great mages from Alfheim. You're exceptional, Chamber. Before leaving, Sylphie didn't hesitate to shower me with praises again. Talent, huh? Of course, I know about my talent. There's a reason why I was deemed as the youngest sorcerer back in Kamar-Taj. Because before me, it was my former master, Kaecilius, who was known as the youngest sorcerer, being able to become a full-fledged sorcerer under Ancient One's guidance within just the age of 28. As for me, I stole that title after becoming a full-fledged sorcerer at the age of 15. Now, before you ask a question, let me clear things up. I started learning sorcery when I was 13, while Kaecilius started learning when he was already 23. It took me 2 years to graduate from student. On the other hand, Kaecilius took 5 years. You can already tell by this about the gap between the two of us. I'm much more talented than him. However, let's not count the future Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. I'm not sure how many years or months he studied at Kamar-Taj, but all I know is that guy is simply cheating by wielding an ability called photographic memory. If I had such ability, I'm confident I could become a sorcerer in just a year. Thank you, teacher. Thanking her, I bowed my head in respect. Good manners, Chamber. Now remember a few things before you go back tomorrow. Since you have already grasped the basics and fundamentals, it is time for you to learn more advanced techniques and ways to use your demonic power. And among them is being able to hide your demonic energy. Gradually, once you conceal your demonic energy, your devil smell will also start to fade and disappear. Hearing her words made my eyes gleam in excitement. So it has finally arrived. The chance to become a novel's hidden boss has finally arrived. Hidden bosses in novels are sometimes known for two things. First is an old man that the protagonist accidentally bumps into that turns out to be a long-living relic of the past that decided to live a carefree life until death. Lastly, a being so strong that their energy inside can't be measured by others. Like there's an endless void of energy situated inside them. The next day, I wasn't in haste to go back to the Enchanted Forest. Instead, I took some time and spent it teaching Tam the basics of demonic power. Thankfully, the kid was smart enough to at least learn them at an average pace. I can't say Tam is talented, but let's just put him somewhere around above average in terms of magical talent. I was also tempted to train him in physical combat, but upon realizing that he's practically 10 times stronger than an average adult male, I decided to postpone it for now and focus on his magical studies. Now, the kid knows how to form a basic mystic whip. Of course, I didn't spend my entire time teaching Tam, as I dedicated some time to myself, trying to see if I could somehow replicate some of Kamar-Taj magic spells through the demonic power's imaginative-based spell creation. My first on the list is obviously the Mirror Dimension, one of the most advanced spells in Kamar-Taj that only master sorcerers are able to learn. This spell is kind of like a graduation spell. By learning it, you'll be recognized as Kamar-Taj Master Sorcerer. Although this isn't official, but with how hard and time-consuming it is to learn Mirror Dimension, it became a stepping stone for sorcerers to become masters. So now, it will also become my stepping stone to fully acknowledge myself as a master sorcerer, and perhaps once I successfully establish the masters of the mystic arts in this world. I feel like I'm near creating the Mirror Dimension spell. I muttered to myself as I stared at the small shard of broken space in front of me. The broken shard of space looks small and obviously not large enough for a human to enter. During the creation of the spell, I have to study dimensions first and how they came to be. Thankfully, I was granted easy access to the Citri library, so a simple portal spell was enough for me to gather the books I need without getting Seraphal's attention. Piling the books in front of me, it took me quite a while to finish them all. However, upon completion, I didn't resume studying Mirror Dimension. Instead, I went to the Enchanted Forest to continue my magical studies with Sylphie. You're late. I've been waiting since this morning. Crossing her arms, Sylphie tapped her foot on the ground as she furrowed her eyebrows. I apologize. I've been busy self-studying. Self-studying? How diligent. All right then, let's resume our yesterday's studies, and, as I promised last night, I will teach you how to hide the presence of your demonic energy, making you appear as if a normal human in front of other supernatural beings. I assume being a devil has its downsides, such as smelling like one. Sylphie smirked, knowing one of the bigger problems that devils like me experience. That's why this technique will be very important to you. With that being said, the magical studies resumed, lasting until nighttime. At this time, I finally decided to tell her about my sanctum proposal. You want to establish a sanctum in the forest? For what exactly? Sylphie confusedly asked. I can see her contemplating if I have hidden intentions for it. No, I'm not planning to expand the territory of devils in the human world. Remember when we first met and I said that I love humans? Yes. So what you're saying is that they're real? I thought you only said those because you don't want me to kick your ass. Sylphie suddenly smirked. Oh great, now she's using the same words as I am. You know how you can't swear in front of children because they would copy you? Guess what? That's the situation right here. It seems like my vulgar words have influenced the future elf queen of Alfheim. That's not the point here, teacher. What I'm trying to say is because of my love and tender care for humans, I realized that they can't protect themselves from us. As soon as I finished my words, the surroundings grew quiet. Sylphie went silent as her mind processed my words. As much as I hate to disagree with you, but you are right. However, why humans? Why do you love them and even go as far as protect them from the supernatural side of the world? This time, it was my turn to go silent. She was right. Why'd I even want to do this? As if sensing that I'm troubled inside, Sylphie nodded her head at her fellow elves, and they've both left me alone to contemplate, which I'm grateful about. Now that I'm alone to register her words, I went deeper about the question. Why do I care about humans? Why do I want to protect them? Is it really because I love them? Or because I used to be a human? Or maybe I just want to walk the same path as the Ancient One back in the Marvel Universe? Or I just want to have a purpose in this world? Looking back at my journey ever since I came here, I felt loss. As if I'm walking on a path that has a blurry destination. God damn it. I muttered to myself. You called me, grandson? Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice behind me, surprising me. God. Turning around, I saw the same familiar old face grinning at me. It is I. He spread his arms and basked in the moonlight. I hear you call my name, so I'm here. What's the problem? He then placed his hand on his hips as he asked. Yes, I have a problem. I knew it. Well, state it. I'm God. I might have a solution to it. He then winked at me. Sigh. Well, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Like I want to know the purpose of what I'm trying to do. I feel like I have no destination in life. Sighing again, I dropped down on the ground and sat, ignoring the dirt sticking on me. It seems like you're truly having a hard time, my boy. You have a destination in life. It's just that it's too far for you to see it yet. God sat beside me. Despite his extremely white robe, he ignored the dirt sticking to it. God then patted me on the shoulder as he smiled. This time, it was no longer that toothy grin of his, but an honest, kind smile. Look at me, my boy. Hearing his words, I adhered and stared at his eyes. If you think you're lost, then just think that you're not. Because the more you think you are lost, the further your true purpose strays from you. He then pressed his finger on my chest. Trust what your heart says. Why does this sound so generic? I muttered to myself. Which is true. I feel like I heard this lines many times in movies. Thankfully, God didn't take offense to it and laughed along. Ha ha. You can't blame it. It sounds so generic because it is the truth. God shrugged his shoulders and said, So if you think being the protector of humanity is your calling, then do it. No one's stopping you. Before I could reply to him, he interrupted me by looking at his wrist. Oh, would you look at that? I should be home by now. See you later, boy. Without saying more, he disappeared in a flash of white light. This old man, sighing in defeat, I felt no energy getting mad at God. After all, the guy just gave me an advice that will probably change my life forever. At the same time as he disappeared, the elves along with Sylphie came back. Sweat and fear covered their faces. What was that aura, Chamber? It's too much. We froze without being able to move. Sylphie shivered as she stuttered, giving me a gist of what happened. God damn it, couldn't you just lay low? I shook a head at the trouble the old man just gave me. It's nothing. Nothing? You call that kind of energy nothing? I feel like kneeling and being choked when I sensed it. Damn, looks like he really did a number on these elves. With an apologetic tone, I decided to apologize on his behalf. Look, I can't tell you who he is, but let me apologize for him. He probably just doesn't want anyone interrupting us. He's kind of a bit eccentric. Eccentric? Sylphie repeated confusedly. Oh, right. That word probably haven't been invented yet during this time. He's a bit weird, but not beyond weird. Hopefully, she'll understand that. What are you talking about? Do you mean abnormal? Yeah, something like that. If only she knows who she's calling abnormal. Anyways, I'm sure you have a fair share of experience when it comes to really strong people, so you should know that they're a bunch of strange people. Listening to my words, Sylphie couldn't help but nod her head, along with the rest of the Norse elves. Look, earlier you asked me if I love humans, right? Then I stared at her in the eye as I continued, because I used to be one, and I'm proud of it. Without waiting for her reaction, I portaled myself out of the enchanted forest. Before the portal could fully close, I heard her yell, "Wait, ZZIP." Back at home, I sat on the couch and stayed still. Will Sylphie agree to me establishing the first sanctum on her forest? Hopefully she would. In the meantime, I should finish some of my pending spells, especially the mirror dimension one. Standing up, I was about to go back to my room when suddenly I stopped and stared at the window. Outside the window was a flying bat. A bat? What's it doing here? Curious, I decided to open the window and catch it. I mean, I used to be a fan of Pokemon, and catching animals like bats would give me a sense of playing Pokemon. So I went forward and was about to open the window, when suddenly, as I got closer, the entire image of the outside became clear, and I could finally see the strange sight that would send chill upon the spines of many. Outside, there wasn't only one bat, but hundreds of them flying outside, still yet their eyes staring at the farmhouse, or more specifically me. Oh shit. Just as I became alert, the bats made their move. One by one, they started landing in the ground and turned into human-shaped figures. As soon as my eyes went towards one of them, one thought immediately passed on my mind. Vampires. And a lot of them. That's him. That's the human who killed the young master. Suddenly, among them, one pointed his pointy index fingernail at me and yelled, "Young mass what?" Before I could reply the vampire with a question, they all burst in speed, rushing towards the window. My sorcerer instinct quickly went haywire and conjured a portal just outside the window, bringing the first ones to arrive to space. Yes, I have access to space. It's basically the easiest thing to image when conjuring a portal. Unfortunately, only a few of them fell for the trick, and the rest quickly stopped in their tracks. However, this didn't dismay me, as it bought enough time for me to bring the fight outside. Jumping out of the window, I weaved my hands and brought upon an entire cyclone that blew them off far from the farmhouse. Whoosh! If I could, I should bring them outside the village. Now that I swore to protect humans from the supernatural side of the world, this should be a good stepping stone for me to start off. Unbeknownst to me, the small pocket watch hanging from my neck started glowing in green, the light escaping through the gaps of its cover. From now on, humanity is my responsibility. My thoughts immediately went to the previous vampire I killed. No doubt these vampires in front of me are connected to them. God damn it. I should have expected this attack to happen. I was just not expecting it to happen so soon. If I have known about it, I could have been more prepared about this. Kill him. Avenge the young master. After recovering from the large cyclone, I blew at them. One vampire yelled as he pointed his pointed finger at me. I can see that some of them are bleeding from their heads. However, thanks to their vampiric trait, their wounds regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, I saw some humans peeking out of their windows before hurrying back inside and closing their curtains out of fear. I should take them out of here. Well, since they're out for my blood, then they would obviously make sure I wouldn't escape. Much to their surprised eyes, I activated the ultimate technique invented by humans. Running away. He's trying to escape. Chase him. If outside perspective were to this scene, they would see a bunch of pale humans with long nails and sharp fangs chasing after a human wearing an orange robe. Come on, catch me if you can. Unbeknownst to me, a grin can be seen forming on my face as my legs brought me as far as it can go. Outside the village, when I noticed that I'm finally far away from the innocent humans in the village, I stopped. Looking around, I noticed that I'm actually near the enchanted forest. Hopefully, the upcoming fight won't disturb the Norse elves too much. You have nowhere to run now, human. As soon as the hundreds of vampires arrived, they all grinned, thinking they finally had me cornered. What they didn't know is that they're the ones cornered by me instead. Is it really? I grinned and dashed towards the nearest vampire. Surprised by my sudden movement, the vampire widened his eyes as he tried to raise his arms to defend against my attack. Unfortunately for him, two Tau Mundalas was formed in my two hands. Although this spell was most known for defense, its edges are sharp enough to cut through steel. With its convenience to both defense and offense, this spell is one of the most versatile spells a sorcerer can use. Slash! The vampire's eyes widened in surprise as a small line of scarlet red slowly formed on his neck. Cack. Normally, the vampire would just wait for it to heal. However, much to his surprise, blood continued splurting from his neck. Surprised? Smirking at the vampire, the Tau Mundalas on my hands flickering in bright light. Of course he would be surprised. I wasn't just learning the spells of this world, but I'm also upgrading my sorcerer spells. With the power of creating magic spells through nothing but imagination, no doubt I would obviously spam the hell out of it. The Tau Mundalas that I used are more like an updated version of the original one. This updated one contains a few properties, and anti-regeneration is among them. It started when I heard about one of the famous, wealthiest, and powerful pillars in the underworld and their clan trait. The Phoenix clan and their bullshit ability of nigh immortality. So, using their ability as a reference, I managed to apply the anti-regeneration effect to the Tau Mundala's spell. As a matter of fact, if I have more time, perhaps I could apply the same effect to my entire arsenal of magic spells. Imagine the shocked faces of those who thought that they're unkillable just because of their regenerative capabilities after being hit by a simple demonic bullet with anti-regeneration effect applied. Damn, I can't wait to use this on those Phoenix butch. I heard they're a band of arrogant fools, especially in the battlefield since they're too confident and reliant on their healing capabilities. But before that, I should solve these vampires first. What's going on? One of the vampires from behind noticed the commotion happening and couldn't but pinpoint the severe injury on the vampire's neck that wasn't healing like usual. Thanks to him, the rest also noticed this and realized what it meant. Suddenly, a bunch of scared eyes stared at me, their previous bravado suddenly being replaced with fear. Come, I'll take you all on. Since they no longer want to approach me first, then don't blame me for doing it instead. Kicking the bleeding vampire away from me, I conjured a whip that wrapped itself around his ankles before pulling very hard. Bam! Falling heavily on the ground, the bleeding vampire tried his best to close his bleeding neck using his bare hands. However, I wasn't giving him the space to do it. A simple kick to his face is enough to knock him out and let himself bleed to death. In the meantime, I shifted my focus toward the other vampires. He's alone. Don't be afraid of him. An old vampire, older than the rest of them, yelled with a frightened expression, hoping to use their numerical advantage against me. Too bad for them. I have a fair share of experience battling against groups. Like a majestic warlord, I jumped into their fray and danced around the battlefield, my bright orange Tau Mundalas serving as both my defense and offense against the vampires. Slash! Slash! Boom! Without even being able to touch the hem of my orange robe, the number starts to dwindle. Their previous horde of vampires decreased from 100 down to almost 20. There's no way he's this strong. What is he? Thanks to learning how to shroud my devil smell and demonic energy, the vampires were confused as to what they were fighting. Perhaps they thought I was simply a human, a race known to be the weakest. Your worst nightmare, I answered after appearing right in front of him, my eyes staring back at his stunned expression. Slash! One beautiful slice later, his head fell from his shoulders, and soon I disappeared and reappeared around the battlefield. I'm not using any teleportation skills. The logic behind my sudden disappearance and reappearance can be contributed to my immense speed, almost reaching the speed of sound. If being only a high-class devil is enough for me to dismantle the entire Avengers, I wonder how strong the devil Satans are, and most especially, God himself. I can't wait to reach their level soon. Perhaps once I'm as strong as God from the Bible, I won't have anything to worry back in the Marvel Universe. Retreat. Inform the Elder about this. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to realize that they were no match for me, as their numbers could already be counted with only a single hand. As for letting them retreat, if they were humans, such as those exorcists, then perhaps I might be able to spare them. But since they're a bunch of vampires, a race that is fully integrated into the supernatural side of the world, it would be crazy of me to let them go. Not to mention, I am humanity's protector, whose sole duty is to protect the humans from the supernatural beings, such as these vampires. I won't let these vampires escape from here. Run, as if sensing my intent to eradicate them all right here and right now. Their already pale faces turned even paler as they started running away from me, ignoring their dead fellow vampire corpses on the ground. Some of them even accidentally stepping on their bodies. When it comes to life and death situation, a person's true colors will show up. And this scene is enough to show what it looks like. I feel like a Death Reaper as I wield by two trusty mystical spells, the Town Mandalas and Whip, killing all of them one by one. By the time only one of them are left, I wave my whip and it entangled around the last standing vampire's body. Please spare me. Sensing that his doom is near, the vampire dropped on the ground and his face turned to face me, his expression full of fear and fright. Spare! Smirking, I approached the fallen vampire and crouched in front of him, staring him directly in his eyes. Mercy for creatures like you is like shooting myself on the foot. Without waiting for his response, I forcefully extracted his memories from his brain. As much as he tried to resist me, his physical exhaustion along with his mental was easy for me to break down completely. Guard! Yelling in pain, the vampire felt like his brain was being melted by molten lava. As more and more memories are being extracted, the painful it is to him. Finally, after what seems like an hour, the vampire laid on the ground with a drool on his face, his eyes staring at nowhere as he was unmoving. Seeing such scene, one word was immediately brought into my mind. Brain dead. I killed the vampire through his brain. Now, he's like an empty husk, waiting to be killed by me, which I did so gratefully. Slash. A single slice from my Tau Mandalas was enough to decapitate his head, putting the vampire out of his misery. Standing up, I looked around and finally noticed just how many vampires I killed. It would not be wrong for me to call myself a true vampire slayer, putting even Blade to shame. I'm not sure how many vampires that man killed, but surely mine is much more, right? Either way, I need to clean his shit up. Sending all the corpses to the sun should be enough. Just as I was about to compile all the bodies and send them all at once, my senses suddenly told me that I was being watched. Staring up at the night sky, my brows furrowed after seeing nothing but the moon. What? They're dead. In a secluded area, a tall castle stood with a gloomy atmosphere. Why, yes, Elder. I saw it with my very own eyes. Our death squad was annihilated by that man. Kneeling once again in front of the same Elder, the man sweated profusely, feeling unlucky to be the bearer of bad news. Fine then. Tell me the location. I'll do it myself. Bunch of useless fools. Growling in anger, the Elder clenched his fist as he bare his fangs towards the poor messenger. You understood, Elder. Bowing his head, the messenger proceeded to spill the location. Good. Looks like I'll be having a good dinner today. Killing my son and even my own death squad? This human is looking for death. The Elder vampire growled. The countless wrinkles and scars on his body tells the tales of his long years of living. Upon solving the matter of vampires invading the village, I went back to the farmhouse quietly. Seeing that the sun was about to rise, and I haven't even gotten a single wink, I sighed. Looks like I'll have to spend the rest of my sleeping hours in studying magic spells. As soon as possible, I should learn the mirror dimension spell. With it, my safety will not only be guaranteed, but it would also give me a huge advantage against beings that are slightly or even more powerful than me. 3 hours have passed, and the sunlight finally licked my skin, passing through the gaps of the curtain. In front of me were broken shards of the space itself. I have successfully mastered the mirror dimension. All that's left is to test it myself. But first things first, the most important rule before entering the mirror dimension is to always keep your sling ring to yourself at all times. Because once you enter the mirror dimension, it is nigh impossible to get out without any means of teleportation. And I'm not talking about the normal way of teleportation, but the one that could jump cross dimensions. Such a perfect example is the portal of Sling Ring. Phew, all right, time to test it out. Standing up, I snapped my left arm forward as if touching the very fabric of space. Crack! And in front of my very eyes appeared a large broken shard of space, enough to fit an entire truck inside. Amazing. Even as the caster, I couldn't help but marvel at the scene. This is my very own mirror dimension, created with the help of my demonic power. Walking forward, I first used my hand and inserted it inside the large broken shard of space, watching as it sunk inside without any signs of halting. After the hand came my arm, and soon my entire shoulder, and finally, my entire body entered through. Once I was inside, I looked around and saw nothing had changed, only that the broken shard of space where I just walked through is nowhere to be found, disappearing just as I entered. Rushing outside the farmhouse, I searched around and noticed that nothing really changed, as if I had entered some sort of parallel reality. However, if it wasn't for the villagers passing through me like I'm some kind of phantom, is enough to tell me that I'm truly inside the mirror dimension. I should be able to manipulate everything around me, right? Having already experienced this during my fight with Kaecilius, I waved my hand around, and the small homes started flipping and folding like they were made of cardboard. The ground is the same, and they started forming different kinds of shapes. I continued waving my hand around and kept manipulating my surroundings until everything became deformed. The village no longer looks the same, and instead, it looks like it is glitching in reality. This scene made me recall those certain videos that were made by AI back in my original world. Going forward, I touched one of the geometrically shaped walls, and upon contact with my fingertips, formed a small wave that expanded across the entire wall, like a drop of water to a pond. Suddenly, my breathing became a bit hitched. Sensing the rapid depletion of my demonic reserves made me realize that the longer I stay in the mirror dimension, the more it siphons from my demonic reserves. From the looks of it, the mirror dimension uses my demonic energy to support itself, and the more I manipulate my surroundings, the larger the consumption becomes. Destroying the mirror dimension brought me back to the real world, and instead of finding myself back in my room inside the farmhouse, I was out in the village, the same exact place where I shattered the mirror dimension. How wonderful! I could literally use this spell to both escape or spy on my enemies. Of course, I'll only spy on my enemies, I swear to God. Looking up at the sky and seeing the sun burning brightly, I stretched my body and proceeded to open a portal to the enchanted forest to resume my magical lessons with Sylphie. Unbeknownst to the main character of the story, the creation of his mirror dimension spell caught the attention of a certain figure. Flying in a large space kaleidoscope, a huge red flying dragon that could dwarf an entire city was flying around. It squinted its eyes. This energy and new dimension? Someone's meddling with space again, I see. The dragon huffed and resumed, minding its own business. My day in the enchanted forest was the same as usual. After absorbing everything that Sylphie threw at me, she decided to finally teach me the magic spells and runes of the Norse elves. Normally, this would have been illegal for her to do this, but since it was her choice and there were no prying eyes, it was fine for her to do it. As for her companions, they're extremely loyal to her, and although they're a bit hesitant when it comes to teaching an outsider elven magic, their loyalty towards her outweighs their obligation to follow the rules. The first magic spell I learned was obviously nature magic. This magic spell will allow me to have some sort of communication with the nature. According to her, nature magic isn't about manipulating the nature, but communicating with it and establishing a tacit connection with one another. Kind of like making nature your familiar or something. So that means just because I learn nature magic doesn't mean I can already manipulate trees and grasses. I first need to gain the trust of Mother Nature. As for how to gain it, Sylphie left it for me to solve. When I first used nature magic and tried to communicate with nature, what I received was a fierce attack of the trees slamming their branches hard down on me. Seriously, I thought nature was supposed to be all about peace, nonviolence, and stuff. What's with these bloodthirsty trees hellbent on squashing me dead? I tried inquiring Sylphie about this, but she just laughed at my predicament, saying that I wasn't the only one who was experiencing this. Okay, looks like Mother Nature is some sort of a wolf in sheep's clothing. For the rest of the day, I kept trying to communicate with Mother Nature, and the only progress I made before night came was that the trees are no longer trying to squash me to death. Trust me, after almost hundreds of dodging all those tree branches, finally being able to communicate to them without those violence is considered a big leap in progress. After the night came, I decided to resume communicating with them tomorrow. Just as I got home, my senses immediately went tingling, announcing that there is danger, and I immediately dodged to the side, just as a black shadow flew past me. Boom! Quickly casting 2 tau mandalas on both of my hands, I swiftly turned around and cautiously eyed the shadow blur that just tried to ambush me, only for me to hear that familiar voice. Ouch! Why did you dodge? Followed by a ball of water being thrown at me. A simple lift of my hand, and a portal appeared and swallowed the entire ball of water before being followed by the sound of a splash. Splash! What in the Satan's name? I swear I threw it at you. Finally, the dust settles, revealing the form of Seraphol. However, she looked like a mess as her hair was wet and dirt covered her face and cloth. Sarah, what the hell are you doing back here again? My eye twitched several times as I knew my senses tingling were right. A danger has indeed appeared. Haha, it is I. Do you miss me? Crossing her arms under her bosom, which attracted my attention, which was short-lived as Seraphol then pointed her finger at me. I came here to announce something. Stop yelling first. It's already midnight. I yelled back at her in a hushed tone. However, her next words made me stumped and almost forgot to breath. Cham Cham. From now on, you're my fiancé. She's even proudly declaring it with a huge smile on her face. Though the look on her eyes was evident to me that there's really something warm brewing within. So all this time, I was oblivious to the fact that there's a devil maiden that is falling for my charm. I'm not even that handsome. The last time I looked into the mirror was back in the world of Marvel, and when I stare at myself in one, it reminds me that sometimes God is a little unfair to his creation. There's a reason why I'm still single even now. Until this happened. Fiancé. Sarah, are you drunk? You can't just tell someone that they're your fiancé without his knowledge. And besides, how D-dash before I could continue my words. My senses went tingling once again, but this time the danger is no longer Seraphol in front of me. Seeing the look on Seraphol's face that turned serious, I knew I wasn't the only one. We both raised our heads at the same time, and there in the night sky were bats. Bats once again, and from the looks of it, their number is a few times larger than the previous one. What's with these vampires and their tendency to attack me every night? Do I look like some weak maiden waiting to be bitten on the neck when sleeping? Chamber, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I heard Seraphol ask. I do. Foes. Yes. Suddenly, a grin was formed on Seraphol's face as she conjured another ball of water from her behind that separated into tens of long but small spears which soon turned into solid ice, effectively giving her 10 spears that could penetrate even steel. Meanwhile, the bats started diving toward us with killing intents. Fighting such a large army would no doubt cause havoc and many innocent casualties to the village. Looks like learning the mirror dimension just in time came in handy. Ever since I met Chamber, my life seemed to have taken a sudden turn. My dull and boring life circulating around the interests of my family and the entirety of the devil race as a whole were suddenly replaced by him. Chamberlain Blake. For some unknown reason, or perhaps destiny was playing with my life, I started to form feelings with him. I asked my mother about this, and instead of helping me, she just laughed at me and told me that I'll finally maturing. Maturing? Seriously? I'm already matured. And what does it even have to do with forming feelings with Chamber? It's just love, right? I've heard about it from those snobby clan heirs like me, how they express their love for one another. Seriously, love is so lame like it doesn't even benefit you in any way, right? How wrong was I? Ever since Chamber started to live in our place, Though he mostly stays at the library, I couldn't help but sometimes cast a camouflage spell on me just so I can sneak inside library and take a peek at him. That continued for days, and despite almost being caught by him a few times, my heart just can't seem to let go of him. As if my heart wanted to be by his side at all times. It is so complicated. I can't explain it in a better way. You know how babies are too attached to their mothers? That's what it feels to me right now. Unfortunately, yet fortunately, I was taken away for a mission whereas I fought against an archangel, a step below the highest class of angels, seraphims. It was a very hard-fought battle that almost got me killed several times, but my unwavering determination to go home in one piece kept me alive and successfully killed the archangel. Not only my feat became famous and further elevated the status of my Citri family, but I also graduated from a high-class devil to the ultimate class, the second highest class among us devils, just a step below of the Satans. I immediately told Cham about my mission and revealed how I got stronger out of excitement, which made me fail to notice the strange glint on his eyes during that day. Then when I heard that my dad just assigned him in the Citri's personal army, directly under the command of that idiot Demeter who could do nothing but simply rely on his Citri bloodline to at least have an authority to command a small army, I was flabbergasted. Why did Cham agree to join the Citri's personal army? That's when realization struck me on the head. It was me. It was my fault that forced Cham to join the army, because of my words that had an effect of encouragement towards him. I tried to tell my dad to pull him back from that idiot's army of command and instead put him under mine, but unfortunately, it was already too late as Cham was already out on mission. I tried my best to calm myself and hope that Cham will finish his mission alive, especially since it was my idiot cousin from far relatives is his commander. Instead, I shifted my focus on the next meeting with the head of the Baal clan, Baal, and his crazy ambition of overthrowing the rule of the four Satans and their clans. I don't even know why my dad agreed to this, as he was risking our entire clan. As if my life was not crazy enough, by the time we arrived at the meeting place and met up with my friends, I noticed someone familiar standing side by side with the crazy man, Baal. Cham. During the entire meeting, I kept glaring at him. Why shouldn't I? He just disappeared and joined the army without informing me, or at least sending me a letter. And now, all of a sudden, I'd find him surprisingly affiliated with the man I kept calling as crazy and will cause the downfall of our family. Afterwards, the topic of this meeting just further solidified the fact that this devil is indeed crazy and a lunatic. Killing Big G of the Bible using some unknown beast you randomly found in the dimensional gap, who is coincidentally stronger than the Infinity Dragon God and Great Red combined? It sounds too good to be true, and not to mention, even if it was, how would he be sure that Big G would be weakened and not directly be killed? If that happens, who in this universe will be able to stop that beast? Finally, just when I had enough of the lunatic's ramblings, the meeting was adjourned, and only the adult ones were left talking with one another. He approached me. Did you really think approaching me like this will make me forgive you for leaving me hanging? No way. I'm angry at you, Cham. Super angry. What are you thinking? He went to my side and asked in a hushed tone. What do you think? I lashed out at him and saw the apologetic expression on his face. Would you stop glaring at me if I apologize? He then said, his eyes staring back at me, making me entranced by some reason. Why do I feel like I want to forgive you? In the name of the Satans, I forgave him and decided to let bygones be bygones. I mean, it's not that of a big deal, right? And besides, he apologized. That's enough. We continued chatting with each other, in which I accidentally discovered that he grew immune to the zaps when muttering the Big G's name. I didn't know you could grow immune to that, because if it is, then everyone would be immune to it by now. He's definitely hiding something. I can smell it from miles away, and I believe it is my right to uncover it. Unfortunately, the topic shifted into my cousin, and before I knew it, Ajuka snatched him away from me. Damn you, Ajuka! I curse you and your future inventions to be broken. Unable to chase after them, I was left in the meeting, waiting for it to end as my father was still busy discussing future plans for the faction with Zekrom. Sigh, I wonder when will this madness end? Back to the present. Raising my arms upward, I casted the mirror dimension spell, forming a very huge shatter in space that is much larger than the previous cast. Thankfully, one of its useful functions is that I'm able to manipulate the movement of the shattered space, moving it around so it could smoothly swallow every vampires that just try to tower dive us. Seeing the crack on the space itself, along with swallowing all of the vampires, Seraphol grew confused by it. "What did you do?" she asked me, referring to the mirror dimension spell. Instead of answering her question, I smirked at her and slowly opened a portal while replying. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" Without waiting for her response, I jumped inside the portal while leaving it open for her to follow suit. Seraphol grumbled, and yet she also ran forward and jumped into the portal, only to find herself being in the exact same place as before. "What the? Did the spell fail?" Just as Seraphol wanted to laugh at my expense, she stopped and realized that her surroundings not only grew silent, but she couldn't sense any living beings near her except for the vampires and me myself. Surprised? This is a new spell of mine that I've been working on. Ignoring the vampires who kept glancing around in confusion and cautiousness, I focused on Seraphol's reaction. "New spell? What does it do? Why do I feel like I'm in the same place yet I'm not?" Seraphol asked out of curiosity. "I call this mirror dimension. It is the exact same replica as the real world where I casted the spell, except that it's just mere replica. It's like what the name says, this dimension mirrors the real world. Nothing here is real." Actually, Seraphol wasn't the only one I'm telling this to, but also the vampire bats floating in the air. "A replica of the real world? Are you telling me that this is a real dimension?" Suddenly bursting in speed, Seraphol appeared in front of me and shook my shoulders repeatedly. Yes, yes. Stop shaking me." Thankfully she did. "Are you serious? Do you know what you just did?" Seraphol couldn't help but exaggerate. "What do you mean?" "I just took advantage of my demonic power and constructed the magic spell. It's not like it's a big deal, right?" Instead of answering, Seraphol simply stared at me as if she was staring at the done best person in the world. "Right. You've spent so many hours in the library, and yet you don't know how only pantheon gods and great gods can create their own dimensions." "Wait, really? How come I've never read that before?" Before Seraphol could further exaggerate my greatness and charm, we were interrupted by the vampires. "You mere human. How dare you lock us up? And how did you create your own dimension?" At this moment, the vampires one by one started landing on the ground and turning into their human forms. In the middle of them was a very charming middle-aged man with a pale face and red eyes. However, his clothes was vastly different from the rest of the vampires I encountered. Unlike normal vampires who usually wear dark robes or thick shirts, this vampire was wearing a very regal armor. His 2 pauldrons from each shoulder bears an intricate design, as it was also made with gold. From the looks of it, he was the leader of this vampire and the previous bunch I killed yesterday. How are they even finding me so fast? It only took them a day to find me. Talk about being one step faster than those pizza delivery guys. "Look, I've had enough encounter with you vampires. Are there other ones besides you? I heard your rival are the werewolves." Hearing the specific word from my last sentence seemed to have gotten the attention of all the vampires. Smiling at this, I continued. "How about calling them here?" Seeing vampire faces from yesterday up until now urges me to donate my blood to you all, considering how pale your faces are. Oh man, I could still remember the good days of trash talking in online games. How dare you speak ill of our royal blood? We vampires are 100 times more powerful than you, mere humans. Even if you brought that devil slut with you, nothing can save you from us." As soon as he finished his words, the entire surrounding was suddenly engulfed in a pressuring aura. The vampires who felt it, including the elder himself, couldn't help but fall to his knees as he tried his best to stabilize his breathing. Their already pale face turned even more paler upon realization at the gap of strength being shown. Seraphol remained standing in her place as confusion settled in her face. She was about to go angry at the vampire elder, calling her such vulgar word, when suddenly someone beat her to it and has forced the vampires to eat the dirt on the ground. And that certain someone is me. Without saying a word, the necklace hanging from my neck glowed brightly in green as I immediately casted Temporal Lock ability onto all of them, leaving them unable to move and even realize the situation they are in. At the same time, my demonic reserves were burning very fast at not only maintaining the temporal lock ability on them, including the mirror dimension, but I was also creating an enormous amount of spinning demonic bullets behind me. I've just decided to name this upgraded demonic bullet. Soon, tens of Hellspires behind me launched forward with fiery vigor, the sound of whistling penetrating through my ears. Fwoosh! 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 The vampires, halted by the power of Temporal Lock, was unable to resist and could simply watch as the Hellspire bullets swirled around them, piercing through their foreheads like homing missiles. Unfortunately for me, this was my first time using the ability of my sacred gear, so it didn't take long for my control over the Temporal Lock to diminish, allowing the rest of the vampires to move again. Still, despite this, the bullets were relentless, despite trying their best to avoid it. Some of them were still killed by the bullets. This is burning through my reserves too much. I muttered to myself after sensing that almost half of my demonic energy has been depleted. Maintaining the 3 spells in which each consumption is very high wasn't something I could do with ease. And so, seeing that the Hellspire bullets were no longer able to kill their targets, I deactivated my hold over them, cutting off the connection between the bullets and my demonic power. Much to the relief of the remaining vampires whose numbers could be counted in 2 hands, the bullets that were restless on chasing them faded away. On my side, I noticed Seraphal looking at the scene with wide eyes, as if she couldn't believe that such simple spell that is considered basic would have such devastating effects once used effectively. "How's my performance?" Smirking in pride, I asked her, "How did you do that? Those are just demonic bullets, right? How can they be so lethal? They can hardly pierce through the skin of a mid-class devil. But yours is like cutting a knife through butter." Facing me, Seraphal barraged me with several questions, signifying her sheer curiosity. As much as I'd like to answer you now, we're still not on a proper situation to do a Q&A. "What's Q&A?" I heard Seraphal mutter to herself. The question itself sounds more like she was asking herself. "Human, you kill my brethren. Do you know what you have just done? You're declaring war to our Teeps clan." The previous regal and composed elder vampire now looks disheveled, his clothes covered in mud mixed with the blood of his fellow vampires who, unfortunately, are dead. "And your point is? You want me to just stand here and let you all kill me? You vampires are honestly dumber than I expected. Those novels I read didn't give you enough justice." Throwing them an insult, though the last sentence was more to myself, I grinned as the elder vampire fumed in anger. "You must be weakened now, right? This mirror dimension you speak of, combined with those weird flying arrows. I don't know how you managed to kill so many of us in a single second, but in the end, you're out of mana." So they don't know they were suspended in time. Neat. I'm starting to love my sacred gear more and more. Thankfully, I resisted the urge to monologue like a cliché villain by telling them that I stopped their time, hence they were unaware of what happened. "You're right. I'm indeed out of mana. What's it to you?" Smirking, I lied through my teeth, confirming his suspicions. "Wait, what? You're really out of demonic power?" Even Seraphal beside me couldn't believe it, so she asked me in a hushed tone. I'm just going to let them take the initiative this time. I'm too bored to be the one rushing towards them. I answered back in the same manner. My answer made Seraphal look at me with a dull expression, not expecting that the reason behind it was just because I don't feel like the one initiating the fight. Grinning in confidence, the elder vampire pointed his pointy nail at me and yelled at his companions. "Get him! I want to see his blood sucked and limbs mangled. Fail to do it, and none of you will live to attend the blood day." As soon as he yelled, the remaining vampires, regaining confidence over the fact that I'm out of demonic power, launched their figures towards me. As for me, I was occupied with the last sentence that the elder vampire just said. "Blood day? What kind of holiday is that?" I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Stepping back, I dodged the first vampire's claw and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Bam! With my enhanced strength thanks to being a devil, the vampire I kicked was blasted across the forest, colliding with some of the vampires. Then I shifted my formation in a form of waving my 4 fingers at them, challenging the vampires to come at me. I'll deal with you myself. So easy to provoke. On the other hand, I wasn't the only one being harassed here, as Seraphol was also conjuring countless water and icicles that hurled towards the vampires, piercing through their bodies, injuring them on the process. Unfortunately, her spells weren't like mine, and it doesn't have any anti-healing properties, so she could only outpace the vampire's regeneration speed and kill them. I could also sense that she was holding back. Those icicles weren't probably her strong ones. As an ultimate class devil, I knew she can end all these vampires in a quick manner. Back to me, unlike Seraphol, I wasn't using any magic spells or such. Instead, I am maintaining the persona of running out of mana, resorting to using only my fists and kicks. Bam! Bam! Whether they attacked me from the left or right, or even from my behind, my fist would always find its way on their faces. This is mostly thanks to my time sense, the passive skill given by my Longinus. Time sense basically enhances my perception of time, allowing me to experience the world in slow motion. This ability activates instinctively in moments of danger or when heightened awareness is necessary, such as my current situation. The vampire's claws that were rushing towards me may look very fast and almost a blur to a normal human's eyes, but to me, it is moving in a snail's pace. I feel like I could even solve several mathematical equations while the vampire's claw is moving. Time sense combined with my incredible speed as a high-class devil. The vampires that were onto me were no match. Each and every single one of them faced death after cracking their heads open. Literally. Before I knew it, only one vampire was left. And since it's the only one left alive, I decided to break the mirror dimension, or else it would continue to siphon my reserves and suck me dry. How about you? Are you coming or not? I displayed my impatience on my face as if to insult him, which did its wonders as the elder vampire growled in anger. Do you really think you two have one? This isn't over yet. I haven't used my ultimate ability yet. While speaking, mist started to come out of his nostrils and ears, his skin slowly transforming into mist as he continued, but this time, a victorious grin on his face. I mostly refrained from using this, as it consumes too much of my life force, but now, you force me. No one has ever survived an encounter with this ABI dash. Dude, I'm not interested in whatever you're saying, so stop yapping and get on with it. To be honest, I'm actually really annoyed right now. Do villains really have a knack of monologuing and revealing their trump cards? Arrogant fool. Clicking his tongue, the elder vampire's entire body has already turned into a mist, spreading around me and Seraphol, blinding our vision. His head, which was the only thing left in his body that's still complete, also became a mist. So, turning into smoke is your ultimate ability? Can't say I'm not impressed. I said out loud, bearing a dull expression on my face. I think I've heard of this ability of vampires before. It was Seraphol beside me who spoke. Really? What does it do? I asked. It's nothing much really. It's just that we would be having a very hard time killing the elder vampire now. Not to mention, during this state, they could still use their racial ability, which is manipulating darkness and shadow. As if to prove her words right, tendrils made of darkness suddenly pierced through the mist, heading towards us. Thanks to my time sense, I was able to grab Seraphol and jumped out of the way, watching as the tendrils of darkness smashed on the ground. Boom! So, it's powerful enough to create a large crater? This would be troublesome. I'm not sure if I have spells that could deal with this mist. While muttering to myself, I was already thinking of whether I should create a spell that could perhaps allow me to kill the elder vampire. Suddenly, I was interrupted by a tug on my robe. What is it, Sarah? I turned to look at her out of curiosity. I have a way to deal with this. It's actually quite easy, but it would take me a few seconds to cast the spell. So, I just need to buy time for you to cast your spell. I asked for confirmation. Yes. And also, I can't be moved or I'll be distracted. After all, I just created this spell a few weeks ago during my fight against that archangel. You fought an archangel? Wait, hold that thought. Answer it later once we're finished here. Nodding my head, I sensed another tendril of darkness rushing towards us. With Seraphal already working on her spell, I wore my sling ring and started conjuring spells wherever the tendril attempts to hit us. Every time a tendril of darkness was about to hit either me or her, a portal would intercept the tendrils, and even if tens of tendrils came from different location, my portal would always manage to intercept them. With my upgrades, creating multiple portals was no longer a problem. Heck, I'm not even sweating from the constant creation of the portals. Not to mention my unique capability of having rapid demonic energy regeneration and being able to recover while using it. I can confidently say that I can maintain this activity for an indefinite amount of time. Are you ready? After almost an entire minute of constant back and forth of portals and tendrils, Seraphal finally spoke, creating another portal to stop a tendril. I turned back to look at her and saw a huge magic circle bearing the mark of the Citri family, floating above her, the size being 10 times larger than an average magic circle. Is that it? I asked despite the obvious. That's right. I call this spell Frostfall Cascade. The next thing that happened made my eyes widen in shock. What do you think mists are made of? Water. They're made of tiny water droplets suspended in the air. Now what will happen when a near absolute zero temperature comes in contact with the mist? It freezes. This is what I'm currently seeing as the moment Seraphal casted her spell, the entire surroundings, including the trees, grasses, and even the large boulders, turned into ice sculptures. I'm afraid a small touch towards them would cause them to break down piece by piece. Feeling the coldness of the surroundings, even as a high-class devil, I could still feel the ice biting my skin. If I stay here any longer, no doubt I'd get frostbites under a minute. As Seraphal, is he dead? I asked with a small shiver. My view towards this girl whom I thought was just a simple, strong devil was changing. Damn, for some reason, I felt jealous after seeing this kind of power. The power to literally freeze an entire forest. Hopefully, Sylphie won't scold me for having her territory frozen due to the battle. I think he is. The last time I used this spell, not even the Archangel survived. Not even the Archangel survived. How could she talk about it? As if it's the most normal thing to do in the world. Well, I most certainly hope it killed him. Say, can you melt your ice? It's a bit cold. As if to show the proof of my words, I hugged my body and shivered several times. All right, although doubt appeared on Seraphal's face, but even if I didn't ask her, she would still melt the ice. After all, the Citri family is known to have shown care towards nature, so she naturally wouldn't dare to destroy the large forest. A few minutes passed, and the forest returned to its usual scenery. Except for its damp and wet appearance, the forest doesn't look like it's ruined. I'm surprised they didn't turn into ashes. Looking down on the bunch of vampire corpses, I realized that their weakness, which is the sun, is the only one that might have an effect of turning vampires into dusts. What are you planning to do with them? Said Seraphal after approaching me. If I were a bona fide scientist like Ajuka, I might keep these corpses as research materials, but unfortunately, I don't see any benefits for me in doing it. So I'll just keep one and send it to Ajuka, while the rest will be buried to the sun. After answering her, without hesitation, I used telekinesis to drag all of the corpses except for one and conjured a portal that leads to the sun. Whoosh! Crack! Feeling the sun's heat coming from the other side of the portal, I hurriedly disposed of the corpses before closing the portal. You know, even now, I'm still amazed at your portals. They seem very convenient. Seraphal said from my side as she watches me finish my job. I had a great teacher. I answered with a small hint of melancholic look on my face. He must be great then. Noticing the look on my face, Seraphal continued. Used to. I corrected before exhaling loudly and changing the subject. I don't want to dwell on my past any longer. Master Kaecilius is irredeemable. Sometimes I wonder to myself why the Ancient One, who boasts to have the ability to see the future, didn't bother correcting her student that is being guided into the wrong path. Was she using Kaecilius merely as a stepping stone for Doctor Strange's future greatness as the next Sorcerer Supreme? If I get back to the Marvel Universe, I'd like to have a short talk with her. Anyways, it seems like our business here is done. Though I don't think the vampire race would just let this go. Sooner or later, they would investigate this and trouble me in the future. Hearing my words, Seraphal shrugged her shoulders. Then just tell them it was me who killed the vampire elder, and they wouldn't dare to investigate this matter. What do you mean? Don't tell me you know these vampires. My face contorted into shock. Not exactly, but my name is famous across the supernatural beings. Didn't I tell you about how I just killed an archangel? The Great War isn't exactly unknown to everyone. In fact, I heard some pantheons are making bets on which side will take the victory. Shrugged Seraphal before continuing with a teasing tone targeting me. What? Are you scared of a few bats? No, it's just a bit too troublesome to deal with them when I could just avoid them altogether. Well, if they come for you, just use my name and hope it would deter them, replied Seraphal. Just as she was about to continue, I decided it was the perfect time to address the current issue between us. Putting the vampires aside, I'm now more curious about what you said earlier before this. How and when did I become your fiancé? As soon as Seraphal heard my words, she froze in her tracks as her neck slowly turns towards my direction. I don't know. She then smiled awkwardly after answering. Sarah, are your parents forcing you to do this? Like an arranged marriage. Suddenly, a thought appeared in my mind. This kind of thing should be common, especially to the wealthy families who desires to expand their influence and wealth. Knowing my identity as the future representative of humanity and my strength that was said to be on par with Ajuka and that red-haired guy, no doubt Gideon might want to take advantage of my relationship with Seraphal to secure my loyalty towards the Citri. Unfortunately for him, I won't be seeing myself being loyal to the Citri family. Maybe I can consider being their ally or partner, but not serve under them. Even if my research on turning myself into a human fails and I stay as a devil, that doesn't mean I'll completely align myself to the devil race and see myself as one. For instance, it would be better if I could become more than just a human and a devil. A nigh impossible feat of combining several races into one body. Shaking my head from these kinds of thoughts that would just keep me awake every night, I shifted my attention back to reality and on Seraphal, who is flustered as she tries to explain. No, you misunderstand. Dad and Mom was actually against this at first. It was my idea. I'm not sure if she's just trying to defend her parents. And why, of all people, would you come up with this idea? Please don't be what I'm thinking of. I know the answer is pretty obvious by now, but I still hope it's not what I think it is. Because tapping the tip of her index fingers together several times, Seraphal was looking anywhere but my eyes. I'm waiting, as if to pressure her to reveal the truth. I tapped my foot on the ground, coincidentally matching the rhythm of her hastening heartbeat. Finally, after what seemed like an entire hour of waiting, even though only 5 minutes have passed, Seraphal finally couldn't help herself and broke down, bowing her head and expressing her true feelings towards me. Because I think I'm in love with you. I fucking knew it. Thankfully, Seraphal was bowing her head, or else she would have seen the ugly look on my face. Now, don't misunderstand me, all right? I'm not saying I don't like her. Seraphal is very beautiful. Throughout my entire 2 lives combined, she's the most pretty girl I've laid my eyes upon. Such person would be the girl of my dreams, and I would cut my head off if I refuse her confession. The only problem here is our current situation. Seraphal is the heir of the Citri family, one of the most prestigious devil pillars in the devil race. She's destined for either greatness or great trouble. Me, on the other hand, isn't also normal. I'm a reincarnated person who traveled the multiverse not just once but twice. Not to mention, my identity as a former human and now a devil will also complicate things a little bit. Then there's the fact that I want to go back to being a human, rejecting my devil side. If the two of us were to get together, it's like 2 typhoons combining and turning into a very chaotic super typhoon. We're bound to cause chaos and countless problems around us if we get together. Is there a problem? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I just noticed now that tears were forming under Seraphal's eyes as she stares at me with distress and disappointment in her eyes. Do you not like me? At this moment, her eyes turned puffy and her nose became red, sniffing constantly, taking my silence as a sign that I'm rejecting her confession. Don't tell me this girl who boasted that she killed an archangel is about to cry because of me? Sarah, don't cry. I'm not declining your feelings. In fact, I'm also in love with you. Finally, I confessed, unable to bear seeing her like this. And for some reason, I know why. Because I feel the same about her. I mean, who wouldn't? Aside from having the beauty that could make even the most beautiful woman in my previous worlds look pale in comparison. But she is also my savior. If it wasn't for her, then perhaps I would no longer be living in this world. Oh, really? You mean that? Seraph's face quickly lightened up. The previous gloomy expression was nowhere to be found. Sigh. Yes, Sarah. You're not the only one who feels RHE same. Sighing in relief, I answered her. Before I knew it, I was engulfed in a hug. Her two large mounds burying me in between. I can even smell her scent, a scent that smells like I'm standing in front of beach. Right. Has perfumes already been invented during this time? If not, then maybe I can profit from it. Shaking my head from these thoughts, which coincidentally, shaking her two mounds as my head was still buried between her bosom. I heard her moan out of pleasure. I was about to stop and apologize to her, when suddenly, her next words stopped me from my tracks. That feels good, Cham. Hee, do it again. What the fuck? Sarah, are you even hearing yourself? You're blushing heavily. Immediately, I pulled myself away from her, thinking she was probably drunk in pleasure. After all, knowing her and her family, this must be her first time feeling this kind of pleasure from her body. It's normal, but I don't intend to take advantage of it. Let's go back to the farmhouse. Sarah, you need some rest. No. Touch me there again, Cham. Ignoring her antics, I carried her like a sack and conjured a portal back home. I should educate her about this kind of things. Feeling the sunlight touching my skin, I groaned and moved around my bed. However, my hand soon landed on something soft. What's this? Curious yet unwilling to open my eyes, I capped my hand around this soft feeling. Why does it feel like I'm holding something soft covered by a fabric? On Cham. However, soon, my senses were tingling as my ears heard a soft moan beside me. Slowly opening my eyes, while fearing for the worst, it didn't take long for the said fears to come true. It was Seraphal sleeping soundly with drool spilling from her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her clothes were the same, revealing a small skin of her abdomen. I could see her cute belly button heaving up and down. What happened? Did we do something last night? My mind quickly went over to recall the events last night. After killing those vampires, with Seraphal ultimately being the one to end the vampire elder's life herself, Seraphal accidentally discovered a way of pleasure through touching some parts of her body. With the intention of educating her about this kind of thing, I brought her back home, and the next thing that happened became a bit blurry. What the fuck happened? I don't remember drinking any alcohol or something. Sighing, I decided to address this issue later, but for now, I should leave, or else if Seraphal wakes up, things might escalate further. And besides, I still have my daily magic lesson with Sylphie. Slowly untangling myself from Seraphal's limbs, I swiftly left the room through a portal. Of course, I locked the door first so no one from outside would stumble upon her sleeping. Thankfully, as a sorcerer, I don't need to bother about clothing and such. A simple transmutation and transfiguration is enough. So, it was you and that lover of yours who caused trouble near the forest last night? Standing in front of me was Sylphie, crossing her arm after listening to me recall last night's events. Well, it's not my fault. Those vampires just came out of nowhere. I wanted to place the fight away from innocent humans, so I thought near the forest would do just fine. Though I was just not expecting the fight to escalate that far. I explained with a hint of truth in my words. I wasn't lying. I was truly not expecting Seraphal's spell to be such a large-scale and devastating one. Though thankfully, she can reverse the ice and turn it back to water, causing no permanent harm to the forest. Fine. Anyways, before we resume our lessons, I'd like to tell you of my decision about your plan to build your sanctum in my forest. The change of topic was not only welcomed, but also caught my undivided attention. So how is it? If it worries you about the forest, I'm planning to implement several nature magic runes that would make sure the forest stays as it is without any harmful affecting it. Sylphie perked up after hearing my words. Oh, really? You have something like that? Of course. I mean, I have a great teacher. I answered, winking at her. That was weird. Stop doing that. However, the outcome was the exact opposite of what she's supposed to react to the wink. Stop doing what? I asked. Please don't tell me winking at women doesn't exist here yet. I should have known. That closing one of your eye thing. You look weird. Sylphie replied with a disgust in her tone. My bad. Anyways, let's go back to the topic. Coughing to clear my throat from the sheer embarrassment, I continued. Combining the magic runes you taught me and the devil capability of forming spells through the use of imagination, I managed to create rune containing a passive spell that will constantly feed the forest with nature magic. Stopping for a bit so she could register my words and keep up, I continued. In order to maintain the rune for a very long time, I decided to use the mana from its surroundings to power the rune. We all know trees are one of the best sources of mana energy, so what the rune does is kind of like a loop. It gives birth to trees with the use of mana, and then the said trees will produce mana for the rune. The more I said, the more realization starts to settle in Sylphie's face. Once I'm done, she was already looking at me in a different light. You're good at runes, that I thought. Not only you learned runes in a single day, but also managed to create your own. I won't be surprised if someday in the future, you'd make yourself your own rune language. Sylphie said, not shying away from showering me with praises. I simply nodded my head in appreciation. This rune isn't exactly the main topic of our discussion, so, thankfully, Sylphie was the one who initiated to resume the original subject. Now, let's get back to your sanctum. Yesterday, I contemplated about this and decided to allow it. After all, my exile is just temporary. Sooner or later, me and my companions will go back to Alfheim, leaving this forest. So it would be better to let you manage it during our absence. Hearing her answer, I mentally made a victory pose. But on the outside, my face remained impassive, displaying only a small smile to show my satisfaction with her agreement. You won't regret it. I answer back. I know. Now, how about we resume our magical lessons? Since you seem to be managing well, with only the basic runes to the point of being able to use one and improvise, I think it would be the best time for you to learn more advanced ones. While Chamber was busy in his magic lessons, let's go back to the farmhouse. More specifically, his room. Groaning slightly, Seraphal slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them slightly to diminish the blurriness. Feeling the soft fabric blanket covering her body, Seraphal, still oblivious to her current situation, slowly sat on the bed while stretching her limbs. I think I just had a good dream, she muttered to herself, still a bit hazy of her surroundings. However, a minute had passed, and slowly but surely, she started to realize that her surroundings looks a bit unfamiliar to her. This isn't my room, she muttered to herself once her vision cleared up and noticed the unfamiliar room. At the same time, last night's events flashed through her mind. Her chamber touching her body and feeling quite good about it, drowning in pleasure and begging for more. And finally, when they got home, and she immediately attacked Chamber by kissing him on the lips before falling asleep with their mouths still connected. What have I done? Once the flashing of memory finished, Seraphal couldn't hold back her embarrassment and covered her reddish face with her hands. Did I really kiss him last night? We aren't even adults yet, and it's so lewd. After taking a breather, Seraphal's fingers slowly crept up to her lips, tracing it with her fingertips. But it felt good. Unbeknownst to her, a smile was formed on her face. The last night's events replaying in her mind. Wait, where is he? What do you mean dead? In the middle of a forest, several naked individuals with muscles on their bodies spoke to one another. The most distinct on their appearances are their hairs that resembles a wolf's fur and their large, protruding canines. I receive a report from one of our spies. The vampire elder, Lazarus Teeps from the Teeps clan, is dead, along with his son and personal army. This is good news, Wallace. We can now attack them now that their strength has diminished. One of the men grinned, showing his large canines as he excitedly spoke to another guy in front of him. Hold your paws, Lupus. Let's be cautious. Those vampires are cunning. This might be a fake information, so we could attack them first and pin the blame on us. We must verify this news first. Gather the twins and have them sniff around. Yes, Alpha. All of them nodded their heads respectively to the man whose build is much larger than them. One can already tell who among them is the leader and the Alpha. What? Lazarus is dead. How did this happen? Inside a large but gloomy castle, a very pale man with deep scarlet eyes stood from his throne with shock on his face. Yes, Lord Damien. I see. Ha ha ha. That old cunt is finally gone. The pale vampire sat back on his throne, but his reaction was not within expectation. He laughed, as if the elder vampire wasn't his fellow vampire. As should we do something, Lord Damien? After all, an elder just died, and the werewolves must be taking advantage of this and try to attack us. Should I increase our defenses? Defenses? Attack? Are you an idiot? We won't let them attack us. We will attack them instead. That elder has been thwarting my plans to attack the werewolves and the humans, but now that he's gone, no one is left to go against me. The kneeling vampire in front of him paled even more, realizing the madness of his master in front of him. Attacking the humans? If you are a god, then it's fine, but they're just lowly vampires, a bunch of race that is only slightly superior to humans. They don't have any rights to attack humans like gods. Prepare my army. We'll attack the village where that idiot elder died. Damien ordered. Frenzy and bloodlust can be seen plastered on his face. If someone were to see his face and hear his words, they would call him crazy and a lunatic. Why, yes, Lord Damien. The kneeling vampire shivered and was about to leave the room when Damien stopped him. Stop calling me with such a weak name. From now on, refer to me as Lord Dracula. I'll finish what our ancestor has failed to complete. Lord Dracula. The vampire gulped his saliva hard. This young master of his is indeed a lunatic. No one, not even a single one vampire dares to slander their progenitor, even if the said progenitor is already dead. How can such a disrespectful and imbecile vampire rise through Teep's faction and become a king? The vampire's face turned ugly as he bowed his head and left the throne room, leaving a cackling madman that will drive the Teep's faction to extinction. On the other hand, the main perpetrator of all the current discussions happening around the world were too busy sketching on a piece of paper. I could barely remember what the Sanctum Sanctorum looks like. I've been staying and training in Camartage for almost my entire life. Scratching the back of his head, Chamber decided to keep sketching for his ideal appearance of the first sanctum. After what seemed hours of sketching, he finally came to a conclusion. You know what? Why am I even thinking of making the sanctum as big as the one in London when I could just create something small and go big after? After calling himself an idiot for a few times, Chamber was finally able to sketch the perfect look for his sanctum. Building the sanctum without any knowledge about carpentry and such is kind of a bit hard. Even with the help of transmutation and transfiguration, so I won't need to find the necessary materials to build, it is still proving to be a bit difficult for me. Thankfully, though, at least my Minecraft knowledge is helping a bit. While I was busy building the foundations for the building, I taking inspirations from the original look of the Sanctum Sanctorum. From what I could remember, sanctums have a bit of a Victorian-style appearance, so there's that. He doesn't know what he's doing. I hear Sylphie mutter from my behind, followed by a series of agreements from her companions. My face turns a bit red after hearing them. Maybe they're right. I should probably take the village chief's offer and hire those people he recommended to me. It took me a minute to find the village chief who was busy tending to some village affairs before presenting to him my blueprint for the sanctum. This one reminds me of something. May I ask, Master Chamber, but do you hail from Europe? I don't mean to invade your personal information, but this one has a bit of a touch from those northern white people. The Brits, I said with a hint of surprise in my tone. Is that what they're called? Yes, yes. This drawing reminds me of their structures. So, can your men do it? I asked with a hint of hope in my tone. I have trust in my boys. I'm sure they can do this, but there will be a problem. The village chief said after a bit of hesitation, his eyes hovering towards mine. Immediately understanding what he meant, I assured him, if it's about the materials, you don't have to worry. They can just build it with wood and iron. Are you sure? I know quite a few people who can get you expensive materials for this sanctum of yours. I can introduce you to them. The village chief insisted. It'll be fine, chief. Don't worry, I have my ways. I replied with a confident smirk on my face. You know, having transmutation is actually some sort of cheat. Once the sanctum is built with wood and iron, I can just use my transmutation spell on the said materials, transmuting them into the expensive and better materials. See, being a sorcerer has its perks. Okay then, your choice. I'll call my men and show them this sketch. Knowing them, they'll know what to do. The village chief confidently said. I'll leave it to you then, chief. I replied before leaving. Glad that the matter of my sanctum is done, I returned to the farmhouse and saw my little apprentice, Tam, practicing with his whips. Slap, snap. Like a ballerina, Tam danced around the ground. His footwork needs some work, but his way of handling the mystic whips are fine enough. Though I believe his speed should be refined. He's a bit too slow compared to a full-fledged sorcerer back in the Marvel Universe. Sure, his devil constitution is already helping him enough, but he's still a child, so his strength isn't that strong compared to an average low-class devil. Standing around him were Grandpa Rad and his sister, Belle. Well, since I have nothing much to do today, I might as well as train him and strengthen my upcoming masters of the mystic arts. Master! Upon seeing me, Tam's face lit up as he dispelled his whip and rushed to hug me, his speed far surpassing the speed of kids his age. Crouching, I accepted his hug. If he were to hug a normal human, he would break their bones, no doubt. What's up, little man? I ruffled his hair and said. At the same time, Belle and Grandpa Rad arrived behind him. I already learned the mystic whip spell you told me. Also, look at this. Backing away, Tam waved his hand, and a small Tau mandala appeared, albeit it was flickering for a few times before disappearing. Although I haven't got the hold of it yet, but I know I'm near. I can feel it, Tam excitedly said as he jumped around me. As for me, I could only say wow, like literally. Tam's talent is definitely above the average if he were in Kamartaj. It's only been like a week since I taught him those two techniques he showed earlier, and he already learned one and near learning the other one. Looks like there's a reason why it took me 3 evil piece pawns to revive him. If I have time, I'll talk to Ajuka more about this and see what it fully means. All I know is that the stronger they are, the more pieces it takes. What I want to know is the specific strength makes it so more pieces are needed to turn someone into a devil. Like, is it soul strength? Magical strength? Physical? Mental? I have so many questions about the evil pieces, and I can already see its immense potential. The fact that you can make someone as strong, if not stronger than even Captain America, along with a few boons with just an evil piece, is enough for literally anyone to know how massive the potential of the evil pieces are. My only theory for now is that the stronger their latent magical potential is, the more pieces it takes. Of course, this theory isn't permanent and simply a temporary one because Tam, before I turn him into a devil, has large reserves of mana. And now that he turned into a devil, only then I saw his talent in magic. With these two combined, I theorize that the reason why it took me 3 evil pieces to reincarnate him. Are you going to teach me more magic spells, Master? Tam asked with a hint of hope and eagerness in his voice. Behind him, Grandpa chuckled softly while a look of slight envy appeared in Belle's eyes, which immediately caught my attention. I can see that she's trying her best to hide this feeling from her brother and just support him from the sidelines. But, you know, it's pretty much hard to hide the fact that your younger brother is more special than you, that he seemed to be favored by the gods, and yet, you're just normal. I knew this would happen sooner or later. I muttered to myself. Thankfully, I was prepared for this and knew this would happen. Of course, I'll teach you more later, but for now, I'll talk to your sister. I smiled and patted his head. Belle, surprised by my words, blinked her eyes out of confusion. Tam, also confused but nodded his head obediently. Well, you youngsters go do what you want. I'll go out and drink in the tavern with my friends. Without waiting for our response, the old man waved his hands goodbye and walked away. Tam, keep practicing your town mandalas. Later, I'll guide you if you're still having trouble about it, okay? After that, he rushed back to the clearing and started training. As for Belle, she stayed with a little bit of fear on her face. Why you need me? Master Chamber? Did I do something wrong? Belle stepped forward and asked, stuttering out of trepidation. Don't worry, Belle. You did nothing wrong. I just noticed something out of you. Me? Belle blinked her eyes in surprise. Of course. You know, the masters of the mystic arts, doesn't require any talent or knowledge if you want to learn our way. All you need is drive and determination to learn, not in a bad way, but for the goodness of others. While speaking, I couldn't help but sit in a lotus pose. Belle, albeit confused, did the same, and we both sat on the ground whilst facing each other. To learn the mystic arts, you must first have an open mind. Accept that not everything can be explained in a scientific way. You must learn how to accept that this is the reality. Belle, I said, after noticing that she's losing focus on me. Yes, Master Chamber, she replied. I want you to open your eyes. Before she could react, I already placed my thumb on her forehead and casted the illusion inside her mind. Belle POV. I don't know why Master Chamber wanted to talk to me like this. His words was a bit confusing. What does he mean by having an open mind? Do I need to break open my head? But won't that kill me? I wish I could have been educated. I barely know anything in this world, and my knowledge is lacking. Suddenly, while I was deep submerged in my mind, Master Chamber surprised me when he placed his thumb in the middle of my forehead. What does he dash? Before I could register the meaning behind his movement, I suddenly found myself being pulled back, as if my very own being is clutched and pulled harshly. I can see the surroundings blurring due to the sheer speed of the pull. Before I knew it, I found myself floating a very colorful space. A weird sight of different shapes and sizes floating around me. Then, I was whisked away again, and the surroundings have changed. This time, there was a being staring at me. He was purple and made of nothing but sheer darkness. I can see him trying to tell me something, but before I could try to hear him, I was once again in a different place. This time, I was surrounded by a dark space again, but with little lights that looks like the stars during the night. In front of me was a huge ball with a mixed color of greens, blue, and hazy white. What am I even staring at? What is this? The next thing I saw was a bunch of hazy figures with white wings rushing forward and colliding with red-skinned people with horns and armors. Are these angels and devils? I've heard about them from the next village's church. Angels are supposed to be the good guys, while devils are bad, right? Before I could finish my thoughts, I was pulled again, and now I'm standing in front of a massive being made of pure white light to the point that my eyes start to hurt. I can't even fully see its appearance due to the intense white light. During all these events, I try to scream out of horror and fright. After all, this is the first time I've experienced this kind of thing, and will probably be the last one. Once again, I felt the same pulling sensation for the last time, and before my eyes could register my blurry surroundings, I realized I'm back sitting in front of Master Chamber. What was that? Master Chamber. Despite sitting on the ground, I felt exhaustion on my entire body, and I couldn't help but slouch my back and place my hand on the ground to support myself. It's the world, Belle. The world that we're living at. Was his answer. Am I qualified? I asked with expectations plastered in my face. More than qualified. We're this. While standing up, Master Chamber conjured a mix of black and dark brown robe. Welcome to the masters of the mystic arts, Belle, he said with a smile on his face before sauntering toward my brother, who was busy training with his whips and Tau mandalas. Looking down on the robe in my hand, I couldn't help but form a soft smile on my face. Thank you, Master Chamber. I need to find a way to forge my own sling rings. Now that the members of the Masters of the Mystic Arts, or simply Mystic Society for short, increased with Belle joining, I'm going to need more sling rings for each member to have. Currently, Belle and Tam, including me, have our own sling rings, but that's all I have left. Either I find my way back to the Marvel Universe to fetch more, or I create one as a substitute. At this moment, I could only choose the latter considering I haven't found a way to go back home yet. Master, what is this? Standing in front of me were the two siblings, looking at the sling rings on their hands with confusion. Those are called sling rings. Wearing them will allow you to conjure interdimensional portals that would allow you to cross throughout the entire universe. Universe. They both tilted their heads, unfamiliar with the said word. You can think of it as a large marble. Inside this marble are the stars and planets. and the one we're stepping on is a planet. The universe is very wide. You can pretty much call it infinite considering how the universe is ever-expanding. Listening to my explanation, the two nodded their heads like chickens pecking their heads. Now, with this sling ring, it doesn't matter how long your destination is. As long as you can imagine the place in your mind, your portal will lead you there. To demonstrate, I wore my sling ring, showing how it is worn on the index and middle finger before creating distance between me and them. To conjure a portal, simply wave your fingers like this all while planting the image of your destination in your mind. Pushing my arms forward, I wave my hand wearing the sling ring in a circular motion. Much to their excited expressions, orange sparks start to form in front of me. A few seconds passed, and there's now a circle portal sparking in front of me. Belle and Tam extended their necks to take a closer look at the portal and saw the different view on the other side. Why is it so cold? Belle couldn't help but hug herself after feeling the cold air coming out of the portal. As for Tam, he was feeling unbothered by the coldness thanks to his devil physiology. Beyond this portal is a place called South Pole. It is so called that a normal human without any proper clothing will freeze to death within minutes. I explained, watching as horror appeared on Belle's face, while on the other hand, interest was on Tam's. Now, this is just a demonstration, of course. We're not going to cross this. While saying this, I dispelled the portal and continued. Now, how about you two show me how much you learned? This is harder than I expected, Belle muttered to herself while waving her hand in the air. However, unlike what their master chamber showed earlier, she was causing only sparks. Unlike her brother Tam has already conjured a portal that leads to the farmhouse. Come on, sis. You can do this, he encouraged. However, instead of being grateful to him, I couldn't help but feel like he was mocking me, establishing the fact that he's superior to me. Something's on your mind, Belle. Suddenly, Master Chamber appeared behind her, placing his hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Master. It must be my talent. I'm not like Tam. I'm just a dash. Is it talent that is hindering you, or something else? Something that has been occupying your mind since the lesson started. Master Chamber suddenly interrupted her. Belle felt the words she was about to speak stuck in her throat. Talk to me, Belle. What's bothering you? Hearing his words, Belle couldn't help but ask herself the question. What has indeed been bothering her lately? Before she knew it, her gaze unconsciously went towards her little brother. That's right. It was him. All this time, she felt jealous of her brother, and yet she couldn't afford to let it out. Because it was this same brother who saved her from her sickness. She would be selfish and rude if she lashed out at him, just because he was special and she wasn't. Before she knew it, tears started to well from her eyes. I am sorry. She choked, confusing Tam as to why his sister was looking at him while apologizing. Sis, what's wrong? Tam worriedly stepped forward to comfort his sister, his innocence and naivety making Belle more emotional. How could she resent her little brother? She's the older one. She should be mature. She was the one who their parents asked to take care of little Tam before they died. But now, all because of envy and jealousy, she was destroying her relationship with her brother. Don't cry, sis. For some reason, Tam, still at the tender age of 10, hugged her sister and cried. You too. On the side, Chambers sighed softly. At least now the problem of Belle has been solved. After confessing what she felt and what has been occupying her, Belle finally found herself being clear-headed. Resuming their practice, it didn't take long for Belle to finally conjure her very first portal, which leads to the stables, causing shock and unrest among the resting horses. Thank you, Master Chamber. Approaching me, Belle bowed her head and expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it. You're my student, Belle. I smiled and replied before shifting my attention to Tam. Tam, I'll be gone for a short while. I want you to teach your sister the Mystic Whip and the Town Mandalas. Yes, Master. Tam, excited to take the lead this time, nodded his head several times. As for Belle, with how she finally felt, agreed without any problem. Satisfied with their response, I turned to leave. As for the reason why I'm leaving, during the training with Belle and Tam, I received an audio-visual communication spell from Zekrom stating the time for the upcoming meeting and the hidden location. Want to know more about the plans of Zekrom? I obviously agreed, especially since the lunatic was planning on weakening God and helping the Satans to kill him. To me, I'm aware of how much chaos will happen in this world if Zekrom succeeds and God dies. The next time I meet God, I should tell him about what Zekrom is planning. He should be aware of it. Still, at the same time, I'm quite a bit afraid of exposing myself as a traitor to Zekrom and the others. As I'm still weak, I would be lying if I said that I don't need the help of those devils. To establish myself and the masters of the mystic arts in this universe, I knew I was going to need a strong backer and assistance. My plan is quite similar to the Ancient One. How she pretended to be obedient to Dormammu after borrowing energy from him, then proceeded to stab him in the back. I, on the other hand, will take reference to her, but instead of stabbing the devils in the back, I'll just establish my own set of rules that would bind not only the devils but the entirety of the supernatural world. You see, the 3 Sanctum Sanctorums back in the Marvel Universe have a huge purpose. Each sanctum serves as a huge rune that puts a shield over the entire earth, forbidding those from beyond to enter through normal means. In this way, Ancient One was able to barricade the earth from beings with malicious intentions, such as dimensional lords, evil gods, and even devils. As for Asgard, the only reason why they're able to freely enter Earth is because they're aligned with the Ancient One and her purpose to defend Earth as the said planet falls under Asgard's protection. This would also be my reason for building the sanctums. However, unlike Ancient One, I plan to build more than just 3 sanctums. My goal is to build around 5 Sanctum Sanctorums throughout the world. Their purpose would of course be the same, to barricade Earth from supernatural beings residing in their own dimensions such as the devils, gods, and many others. As for retaliation, I'm already expecting such a thing to happen. Hence, like Ancient One, I would partner myself with a strong faction, and it's not Asgard. Who else in this world I can partner with but God and his kingdom of heaven? This is the reason why I'm going to snitch, telling him about the apocalypse beast, so the old man would know what's coming for him and prepare himself. Shaking myself from these thoughts, it's time to focus on the current matter at hand, which is attending the meeting. Conjuring a portal to the said location, a circular spark appeared, showing a relatively bright room residing on the other side of the portal. This is the meeting location that Zekrom showed me through the audio-visual communication spell. The place looks a bit old and dirty, with only the candles and burning fireplace illuminating the room. It doesn't even look like a meeting room, but more like a living room with red couches and shelves containing wrinkled and dusty books, enough for others to know its age. Sitting casually on one of the couches facing the burning fireplace was the lunatic himself, Zekrom Bale. Ah, Chamber, you're the first to arrive. You know, I'm quite jealous of your mode of transportation. Not only it is more convenient than a teleportation spell, but it could also bypass my space lock restrictions. Zekrom said with a cheery attitude before casting an envious look toward the sparking portal. Thank you, Zekrom. I nodded my head and replied. Though to me personally, I prefer their teleportation spell because of the fact that it doesn't require any sling rings to cast. Come sit. Zekrom patted the empty seat beside him. However, instead, I sat in front of him. No way I'm sitting beside a crazy man who's ready to risk his entire life for his ideals. Zekrom looked like he didn't mind and proceeded to initiate the conversation. I've heard about what happened in your village. Those vampires are truly audacious enough to attack a random village full of innocent humans. As he spoke, Zekrom bore a solemn expression on his face, as if he truly felt bad for the humans. If it wasn't for me knowing him, I might have thought he was really sympathizing with the humans. Well, fortunately, it was me that was their target, so the humans are fine. At the same time as I finished my words, we heard a knocking on the door, followed by the opening. If it isn't my favorite nephew. Come, come. Zekrom grinned as he gestured for the newcomer, who turned out to be Surzex, to come inside. Wait, nephew. So they're relatives? I muttered to myself while eyeing the red-haired man in front of me. Unable to resist the urge to peek at his reserves, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in surprise as a single thought passed through my mind. This guy grew strong again. How many weeks, or maybe months since we last saw each other, and the guy's strength almost doubled. Just how strong is he going to become? Suddenly, a wild guess appeared inside my mind. Is he perhaps this world's chosen one? The universe's main character? I mean, I'm quite a bit right. Born as the heir of one of the most prestigious families in the underworld, having a monstrous talent, joins a secret organization dedicated to overthrowing the current satans of the underworld, and not to mention, he's handsome. All of these are the main traits of a story's main character. For some reason, I grew a bit wary of this man. If there's anything negative about him, then it should be that, as the main character, he must be a certain attraction of trouble. No doubt being with his existence will pull me to his problematic situations. Nope, not today. From now on, I'll do my best to stay away from this red-haired man. In a wide expanse in the sky, a large floating island can be seen surpassing even the clouds, adoring beautiful yet large buildings with white structures that can mesmerize even the gods themselves. Inside the largest structure on the island, a meeting was being held. 12 large beings with various genders and appearances can be seen sitting at round tables. So what's with the meeting, Dad? Sitting casually on a sleek white chair with gold trims was a blonde-haired man with a calm yet impassive face. Hermes is right, Zeus. Normally, whenever we convene meetings, it would either be your childish tantrums again or shocking us with the news of a new child, though with how many children you already sired, it's not considered a shock anymore. The next one to speak was a red-haired woman with a delicate face and a playful expression on her face. If someone from outside were to hear her words, no doubt it would cause a shock, as the man she was speaking to was Zeus, the Olympian king of gods. Sigh. Hestia, it's neither of those, and it's not my fault those humans are so easy to trick. A single flash of my mighty manhood would make them start stripping in no time. Zeus, with his glorious white beard and electric blue eyes, retorted her words quickly. So if it's not about children, hopefully it's not about you losing your master bolt again, brother. His brother, Poseidon, shares the same appearance as him, except that Poseidon's beard and hair color is brown instead of white. The man spoke with a grim look on his face. All the gods in the room, minus the king of gods, suddenly turned quiet after hearing Poseidon's words. Everyone knew what happened the last time Zeus lost his master bolt. Please tell me you didn't lose your master bolt again, Zeus. Hera, the queen of the gods, and also Zeus's wife, looked at Zeus in horror. Everyone then stared at Zeus, hoping to get his response as soon as possible, because if the man indeed lost his master bolt, no doubt there might be another war again. The last time Zeus lost his master bolt, he declared war against the Norse gods, practically because he thought it was Thor, the Norse god of thunder, was the one who stole his master bolt. After all, Zeus and Thor share almost the same divinity about lightning and thunder. Angered at being accused of a crime he didn't commit, Thor almost responded with the same intention, to declare war against the Greek gods. Fortunately, the wise king of the Norse gods, Odin, who is thankfully much wiser than Zeus, managed to step ahead in time to prevent a massive catastrophe that would destroy either of the two sides. As for the Olympian gods, they scoured the entire Olympus and finally found out that it was Hades who hid the master bolt out of spite of their troubled past. Now, if Zeus were to lose his master bolt again, who knows which pantheon he'll declare war against next? I haven't said anything about losing my master bolt. Zeus angrily yelled at them after seeing how almost everyone was certain that he lost his master bolt, causing silence to ripple across the meeting room. If it's not about the master bolt, then what's with the meeting? Aphrodite broke the silence and said with a slightly annoyed tone. She was on the verge of stealing another wife's husband when she was called to an emergency meeting all of a sudden. Now all she wants is just to finish the meeting and go back to her own business. It's about our father. After calming himself down, Zeus finally revealed, drawing stunned looks from his siblings and curious looks from his children. You mean Kronos, the Titan Lord of Time? Ares, the god of war, said with a slight excitement in his tone. His fiery eyes turned scarlet red as small flames appeared, replacing his eyes, which Zeus nodded his head in response. However, Zeus's next words caused everyone to jump from their chairs. Yes, I'm talking about him. Just this morning, I received a report that Kronos is missing from the Tartarus. What? Kronos is missing? How? Isn't Tartarus impossible to escape from? Where's Hades? What is he thinking? Isn't he supposed to watch over him? Countless reactions, comments, and even ancient Greek slurs were thrown towards Hades, taking advantage of the fact that he was not part of the meeting. Silence. Zeus, the only one who remained sitting, grew angry once again and shouted, causing a clap of thunder to be heard from the sky. Boom! Everyone stopped in their tracks and sat back in their respective seats, not daring the anger the king of Greek gods. Zeus might be lacking in his brain department, but his strength is established and undeniable despite being the youngest sibling. It was Hades who told me the news. He was just as shocked as you all are. Currently, he's visiting Tartarus to investigate more about this. If Kronos has indeed escaped, then we must be prepared. What if he didn't? At the same time as the voice appeared, another being walked inside, his appearance being so out of place that instead of having flesh, the man who entered was a skeleton wearing regal and expensive clothing. Hades, Poseidon muttered with a slightly annoyed tone. He always hates Hades, not because of their past, but because Hades' presence reeks of death, in which he can't be blamed as death is part of Hades' divinity. What do you mean by that, Hades? Zeus asked confusingly. I just got back from Tartarus, and I have news that would either be celebrated or cause another war. Hades smirked as he slammed the butt of his tall cane on the ground, causing his aura to ripple around. Kronos didn't escape Tartarus. Instead, he was killed in Tartarus. Chamber POV. As I eyed the red-haired guy in front of me warily, my mind suddenly went into my Longinus, the Kronos Requiem, my trump card of some sort. No doubt that as long as I develop this Longinus, I will fear nothing in this world. God himself already told me that the Longinus isn't limited by its power, but only by its wielder. This means if I'm capable enough, I can not only unleash Kronos Requiem's full potential, but even go beyond what it normally can. Hopefully, Kronos Requiem wouldn't give me much trouble. After all, I'm still not sure where or how God managed to get the power of time and imbue it as a sacred gear. Hello there. I believe I haven't formally introduced myself to you yet. My name's Serzex Gremory, heir of the Gremory clan. Suddenly, while I was deep in thinking, lo and behold, the man whom I swear I'll stay away from appeared on my side with that virtuous smile on his face. Nice to meet you, Serzex. My name's Chamber. I shook his hand and replied, Say, I'm quite a bit curious. What does it feel like to be a devil after being a human your entire life? Bearing curiosity on his face, Serzex asked, Is this an interview? I mentally furrowed my eyebrows and muttered to myself, I'm not sure. I feel nothing much changed. I feel like devils and humans have some similarities with each other. You're right. A thoughtful look appeared on Serzex's face as he muttered, I see you two are getting along. Now, the others are already here, so it's time to start the meeting. Just in time as he finished speaking, the door to the meeting/living room creaked open, followed by several figures entering the room. Cham. Just as I was about to wave my hand to the newcomers, the black shadow suddenly smashed against my chest, almost causing us to tumble on the floor. Sarah, Gideon, who just entered, couldn't help but scold her. Ha ha ha. Falbium's father, the muscular man, laughed haughtily as he enjoyed watching Seraphil's childish antics. Meanwhile, Serzex just smiled wearily for his friend, thankful that his energetic friend had finally found someone who could endure her. Zeki, are you thinking something bad about me? After smashing her face on my chest, Seraphil suddenly bore a scary look on her face as she stared at Serzex with cold eyes. And no, Sarah. Serzex gulped hard and said with an awkward expression, Don't call me Sarah. Only Cham can call me that. Seraphil said before pouting as she deepened her hug on me. WL, Seraphil. Serzex smiled, not daring to refute Seraphil's words. For some odd reason, I felt a swell of pride in my chest at seeing Serzex being so awkward when it comes to Seraphil. Well, no matter how strong you are, when you're socially pathetic, then you're weak unless, of course, Surzex is someone who likes to flaunt his strength and let power speak, but he doesn't seem to be that kind of man. Now that everyone is seated, let's start this meeting. Zekram's voice interrupted their small session of conversation and attracted everyone's attention to him. Earlier, I was invited to join the meeting with the four Satans as Lucifer had something important to announce. Upon hearing the word Lucifer, everyone quickly perked their ears up as they wanted to know what their leader wanted to announce. It seems that Lucifer has grown arrogant and decided that by the first day of next month, the four Satans will finally make their move and finish the great war that has been plaguing the world for thousands of years. As soon as he dropped the bomb, everyone shifted uncomfortably in their seats, including even me. Everyone knows what this means, as it means that once the final battle between God and the four Satans started, their plan to weaken God and make sure the five perish in their battle would be executed. Looks like I'm going to have to meet God later. While I was deep in my thoughts after Zekram's announcement, I failed to notice the worried look that Seraphal gave to me as she happened to sit by my side. Vampires, Satans, angels, God. Goddamn it, this world is no less bad than the Marvel Universe. I'll put all of our plans in motion. As for the four of you, once the final battle comes, don't do your best. Zekram's last sentence caught the four heirs off guard. What does he mean by not doing their best for the war? What? If you show your might during the war, the death of the four Satans would amount to nothing. Instead, the Satan's clans would try to put the four of you in front once they see what you're capable of. Zekram leaned forward and said, "We can't have the war continuing after the Satan's deaths. So we need to show the rest of the devils that we're weak and unable to continue fighting in the war." Knowing the angels, no doubt they would likely think the same thing. As for the Satan's clans, let me handle it. I have my people inside them, and I'll make sure to move them all out of the picture. Once Zekram was finished speaking, everyone was silent, registering the weight of his words. But wouldn't that mean more devils will die? Seraphal said with a hint of uneasiness in her tone. Seraphal, sometimes sacrifices are necessary to avoid further conflicts. This is what we're doing here. If you foreshow that your strengths are almost near the strength of the Satans themselves, not only this will reignite the flames of war in every devil's hearts, but the Satans might place you in unfavorable situations, such as facing Big G himself. We'll never know what goes in the minds of those four. Zekram replied, while shaking his head. Okay, although Seraphal wanted to say more. However, after seeing the father's expression that tells her to stop, she stopped. Thankfully, Chamber by her side as he managed to place his warm hand on hers, keeping her from being uncomfortable. Unfortunately, as much as Chamber dislikes the idea of sacrificing others for the future, he couldn't help but see it as being the most ideal solution in the devil's current situation. They have to sacrifice the little to gain the big benefits. Even the capitalists would agree on this matter. After all, how do you think they managed to reach the position they have if not for sacrificing small things? Now, for the others, Zekram continued as he refers to the current heads. We're going to need as many allies as possible to join our cause. Hopefully, some of you might know a few who would gladly like to end this war. No problem. I heard the Bune has been suffering great loss over this war. I doubt they'd refuse to help end this war. Raising his hand like a school student, Zeoticus answered. The same goes for the Vapula clan. They've been complaining about how their lions are being used as cannon fodders in the war. Gideon said next. While the heads are giving suggestions and out potential allies among the devils, Chamber and the four heirs talk to one another. From what I know, these runes are quite a bit similar to the Norse king of gods Odin. Ajuka, the devil scientist, said while examining the rune on Chamber's hand. Can I learn it? Ajuka asked curiously. It's a secret. I can't disclose it due to a contract. Chamber shrugged his shoulders and replied, much to Ajuka's disappointment. Then why did you even bother showing it off to me? Chamber heard Ajuka mutter to himself, almost causing a snort from Chamber. That is so cool, Cham. Seraphal, on the other hand, despite not knowing much about runes, as long as it was Chamber who knew them, it would be cool to her. Thank you, Sarah. Ruffling her hair as he patted her head, Chamber earned a slight chuckle from Seraphal as she remained hugging his abdomen. Why are we still here? The three unfortunate heirs could only swallow their bitterment as they couldn't help but feel slight envy from Chamber and Seraph's interactions. Unbeknownst to them, they weren't the only one whose feelings are complicated as Chamber felt a sharp glare piercing through his skull. Raising his head in confusion, Chamber noticed the glare belonging to Gideon, the father of Seraph. Waving his hand at him, Gideon harumphed and looked away with a sharp turn of his head. What's with this guy? Chamber's lips quivered after receiving such a reaction. After wrapping up the meeting, everyone left the room with determination, goals, and purposes in their minds, including Chamber, who, after separating from Seraph, who was reluctant to let go of him, returned to the farmhouse. Since the meeting only lasted a few hours, the sun is still set and his students are still training with their whips and town mandalas. Master Chamber, seeing him back, the two siblings excitedly run off to him, eager to show off their progress to their master. Look, master! Unfortunately for Belle, Tam ran off a little faster than her and managed to show off first. With a flick of his arms, two small town mandalas was conjured on each of his hand, flickering slightly, but Tam successfully stabilized it. After that, Tam shifted his attention back to Chamber, a look of expectation plastered on his face. Good job, my dear student. Knowing what the boy wanted, Chamber showered him with praise. And Master Chamber. This time, it was Belle who finally caught up. Without saying anything more, Belle simply showed her progress by conjuring a whip on her left hand and a town mandalas on her right hand. Her face beamed up after success. Why does she look like Wonder Woman with the lasso of truth and her shield? Looking at the scene, Chamber couldn't help but recall a certain Amazonian princess. Nice job for you too, Belle. Chamber patted her head, though he couldn't help but notice that Belle managed to catch up with Tam's progress, which is a surprise. Could it be her talent is higher than her little brother, but because of her sickness, I didn't notice it back then? No point pondering over such a matter now, especially when he has a special mission in his mind. Now, how about you two wait for me out here, and I'll teach you more advanced spells. Patting their heads at the same time, Chamber left, and instead of entering the farmhouse, he decided it would be better to have a chat inside the stables. After all, God said he liked horses, right? So maybe the horses would calm the old man down once he broke the news to him. Once he's settled, Chamber cupped his hands together and made a silent prayer in his heart. God, if you're hearing this, I need to tell you something dash, just as Chamber was about to end the prayer with an amen. He was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Heard ya. Surprised to see God standing in front of him, Chamber wasn't expecting God to actually listen. So fast. What can I say? Being fast is in my nature. So what's wrong, my little grandchild? Did those devils bully you? The old man said while poking Chamber's cheeks like a doting grandfather. It's not about me. It's about you, old man. Resisting the urge to slap his hand away, Chambers sighed to calm himself and said, Me? What's wrong with me? God raised an eyebrow. There's a beast residing in a place called Dimensional Gap. It was said to be stronger than the Great Red and the Infinity Dragon God. For the next few minutes, Chamber wasted no time telling God everything, ensuring the old man knows what and who will he be dealing with. My suggestion is to lead the apocalyptic beast to your upcoming battle with the four Satans. That way, not only your burden will be at ease, but the four Satans would also find themselves weakened. Hold your horses, my child. God raised his hand in front of Chamber, putting his ramblings to a halt. What's wrong? Chamber asked with confusion. I know, God simply replied. What do you mean you know? I know about the apocalyptic beast, I know about that Zekrim's plan, and I even know the name of this beast. She's called Trihexa, and she came from beyond our world, just like you. Although Chamber was shocked by the reveal that God knows about his origin being from another world, but he already expected it. What shocked him, however, was the fact that this beast that was supposed to be stronger than even the strongest in this world actually shares the same situation as him. Being an otherworlder, that's why we met in the first place. I wanted to know if you belonged to the same world as Trihexa, but after seeing your reaction about her, it looks like there are more than a single world from beyond. The more God spoke, the more it stunned Chamber. So what will you do? Do you need my help? Obviously, as someone has helped him tremendously after arriving in this world, Chamber wouldn't hesitate to offer his hand to him. I appreciate it, but no thanks. I have my own way to deal with it. Thanks for telling me, my child. Smiling, God crouched to meet Chamber's eye level and patted his head. I'll be fine, trust me, God said with confidence, making Chamber stare at him for a long time. Just don't die, please. Chamber sighed in defeat. I won't. If you die, I'll kill you, okay? Huh, child, it would take you years just to put a scratch on me, but sure, I'll accept your challenge. After being assured that God would be fine, only then did I sigh in relief. Now, child, just like what you said, those children of mine are making their move, so I don't have much time to waste. I need to get Michael and the others ready. With a pat on my head, God bid his farewell and disappeared in a flash of light. Goodbye. I waved my hand at no one. With a sigh of relief, I left my room. At least this way, God should be aware of the plan against him and must have some kind of plan in mind. Once I was outside, my eyes turned to my two little disciples, training hard to satisfy their master, which was me. Maybe I should go and practice too. I muttered to myself after a moment of contemplation. It's been a while since I improved my strength, as I spent most of my time expanding my knowledge about magic and such from the Norse elves. Now that I almost learned everything there is to learn from them, it's time to focus more on myself and what I have, which is the demonic energy, and to improve them. Last time, I managed to improve by putting myself in a life-and-death situation, but now, I'm not sure if the same thing will work. Then I recalled the book I read from Citri's library. It was stated in the book that aging is one of the easiest ways to improve demonic energy, considering how devils are practically said to have 10,000 years of lifespan, even though it hasn't been proven yet, since no devil has died of old age yet. However, this passive increase is quite a bit slow for my taste. Not to mention, I don't plan to stay idle for thousands of years. Who knows when this world will face a great catastrophe and I will die due to being weak. I don't want to rely on something like this. Maybe I should try the same method again, putting my life at risk and coming out alive. I'm not sure if it'll work again, but Seraphal managed to climb to ultimate class through this method. Now, the only question left is how? It's not like I can just go around the world, challenging beings far stronger than me, and expect to come out alive, right? Not to mention, I don't want to be known as someone who provokes people without any reason. If possible, I want to be provoked first and be given a reason to fight back. Unfortunately, there are no opportunities for such things to happen yet, so I could only resort to manual training instead. Are we there yet? Sitting on a prestigious carriage filled with luxury and gold, a pale man with scarlet-red eyes sat with a bored expression. Yes, Lord Dracula. The village where the elder and his son perished is just a few kilometers away from us. An older man with wrinkles that tells his long age and experience spoke with a respectful manner, despite having a tone of reverence. The eyes say otherwise, as the old man knew that by proceeding with what the wannabe Dracula in front of him. Sure, Lord Dracula, or previously known as Damien Teeps, is the current head of the Teeps faction, but that is only because he is the grandson of the true Dracula's granddaughter, hence why he succeeded on the throne. In front of the old vampire's eyes, there are far many vampires in the Teeps faction that are stronger and more capable than the child in front of him. For example, himself, of course. Even though he doesn't possess the blood of the Teeps family, he has been loyal to the family ever since the true Dracula was still alive. As a matter of fact, he's the most loyal servant of Count Dracula and currently the strongest vampire after his death. Unlike him, Damien Teeps was nothing more than a failure. The only reason he wanted to go against what the previous head had said about blindly attacking other races that the elders had been supporting was because he wanted to curb his ego, to satisfy himself despite knowing the fact that he lacked true strength and could only rely on his blood relation to Teeps' family to make himself matter in the faction. If it wasn't for the old vampire's loyalty to those who sat on the throne, he would have long slit Damien's throat and feed his remains to their enemy werewolves. The smart ones are the only one who knows that this expedition that Damien has started would risk the entire Teeps faction's existence. With the church being so active and without their true leader, Dracula, a single archangel is enough to obliterate them all. Maybe I could escape if that happens, but that would just put shame on my back. A few kilometers? Good. Then tell the others to hurry up and bring me there already. You already know our plan, right? Damien silently whispered to the old vampire, making sure others weren't eavesdropping to their conversation. Hearing his words, the old vampire rolled his eyes, knowing what Damien told him earlier. Once they arrive at the village, he, as the current strongest vampire, will face against the rumored sorcerer that killed the elder vampire, Lazarus, and weaken him, and then buy enough time for Damien to deliver the last blow and bask in the glory. As if I'll let you do that, the old vampire muttered to himself. Why else would he help a weakling solidify his position when he himself could just do it instead? That way, the Teeps will start to see more on who is the true, capable leader for them. A few hours have passed, and the old vampire once again informed Damien. We've arrived at the village, Lord Dracula. The old vampire still grimaced at the thought of using such a sacred name on a weakling. Good. I want everyone on the village dead. Leave no one alive. Damien went outside the carriage and was met with thousands of flying bats, their red eyes piercing through and illuminating the darkness of the night. This is the Teeps family's current personal army. If it wasn't for the elder dying along with his own army, their numbers could have been more than this. The vampires said nothing in response, but the hunger and greed in their eyes is evident that they're not against the reckless decision of their young leader. After all, they wouldn't be the one bearing the consequences, but the leader. That is one of the disadvantages of being a leader. They might hold the power and authority, but without proper handling, the consequences will be more powerful than the power itself. Soon, one by one, the vampires landed on the ground, turning into their human figures. Scanning his eyes around, the old vampire noticed that something was wrong. There should be at least 1 or 2 humans wandering around the village right now. But instead, the entire village seems to be empty, devoid of any life. Could it be that our movement has been known in advance by the rumored sorcerer? So they managed to evacuate the village in advance. The more the old vampire thinks about it, the plausible it starts to seem. Damn it, it's all because of that Damien. If only he agreed to use our bat foreign to flies, it would be faster, but no, he wanted to ride the royal carriage instead, making us almost an entire day late. Resisting the urge to walk to Damien to choke the life out of him, the old vampire issued the command. Search the houses. There must be some of them inside. In fact, the old vampire doesn't smell any humans inside. An old vampire like him has long enhanced his senses of smell, so he can distinguish the unique scent of humans. But right now, there are no humans in the village, and it seems like it has indeed been evacuated. There aren't even any guards patrolling or guarding the gates. It's just empty. The old vampire suddenly felt an odd and unsettling feeling around this. Could it be because he's been so used to be seeing villages filled with bustling human activities? Now that he has seen one that looks very natural, and yet at the same time, it isn't? Tisk, where are the humans? The sorcerer? Nothing. After waiting for almost an hour, every structure in the village has been searched, and yet, not a single human life can be snuffed. The old vampire went forward and explained his theory, how the sorcerer has known about them in advance and managed to evacuate the village. This is all your fault. If the carriage had been faster, we could have prevented them from escaping. Much to the old vampire's surprise, Damien placed the blame on him and then continued. We'll look for other villages. I want to taste human blood tonight. With Damien's order, he went back to the carriage, and the vampires started turning back into bats to match the pace of the carriage and leave the village. However, as soon as one of the vampires was about passed by the village's boundary walls, a golden translucent barrier suddenly appeared that not only stopped him, but also pushed him back, as if there was a repulsive force. The old vampire's eyes suddenly widened in realization upon witnessing such a scene. It's a trap. Everyone brace yourself, dash. Before the old vampire could finish his words, it only took him a single blink of an eye before half of their army was now lying on the ground with large holes on their foreheads and chest, piercing the brain and the heart, effectively killing them. What just happened? The old vampire became frozen in shock, unable to believe that such a thing just happened. One moment they were fine, but the next thing he knew, hundreds of vampires, whether in their human forms or bat forms, are laying on the ground with holes on their heads and chests. That's when everyone, including Damien, who just got out of the carriage, suddenly heard a voice from their surrounding. It seems like you vampires never truly learn your lesson. This is the third time you disturb my peace, and I'll make sure it'll also be your last. Unbeknownst to the vampires, their presence has long been known by Chamber, who have already made plans against them. While they're still a few kilometers away from the village, Chamber had discreetly brought them all to the mirror dimension without any of them noticing. How'd he do it? You see, what's fantastic about mirror dimensions is that creating them is silent and produces no sound. So Chamber sneakily created a large crack in the space and manipulated the crack to engulf them all one by one, but not through their front, instead from their behind. In this way, Chamber achieved the effect of silently bringing them to the dimension without causing a reaction from them. Except for their sense of smell, which can easily be hidden with a simple magic spell, vampires don't have any means of detecting their surroundings. And now, upon their arrival at the village, Chamber kept his eye on them, and upon arriving inside the walls of the village, he activated the rune he created inside the village. It is basically a prototype barrier that blocks everything that contains magic or mana from getting in and out. It is a double-purpose barrier, as it can be used for defense, but also to trap enemies in a single place without letting them escape. This is the current rune he's been practicing creating, as it is similar to the large barrier that surrounds the Earth from the Marvel Universe, with the 3 Sanctum Sanctorums serving as the nodes to power the barrier. As he said earlier, this is just a prototype rune, and its function is less effective, especially in range, as it can only cover the entire village. For now, once he developed it far enough, he could cover continents with just a single rune, and with his plan to have 5 Sanctum Sanctorums to be built, it'll take no time before the entire supernatural world is barred from entering the human world. You see, what's funny about all the existing gods, whether major or minor, is that they all live in their own and separate dimensions. Not only them, but most supernatural beings, such as the angels and devils, also live in another dimension. Only weaker supernatural races, such as vampires, werewolves, and such are the only ones who live in the human world. The purpose of the barrier rune, or as he named it, Aegis of the Eternal Veil, is to prevent the gods and powerful races from entering Earth, while he and his mystic society will be the ones to handle the vampires and alike. It's kind of like keeping the strong ones away while personally watching over the weaker ones. After all, no matter how strong he becomes, it would be impossible to directly and personally keep the gods away. Even if he does become strong enough, or the strongest one in this world, it would be quite a hassle to personally watch over everyone. Chambers suddenly snapped back to reality when he noticed that the vampires were preparing to leave, only to be repelled by the barrier he created through runes. It works, Chamber cheered in his mind. Although the barrier is designed to repel only those who can magic in their bodies, it's not as easy as it seems. All living beings in the world, whether humans or even animals, have magic in their bodies, albeit weaker and smaller compared to an average supernatural being. There are only a few cases such as Tam, who has twice as much mana as a normal human. And so, he sets up a limit on the barrier. Let's explain it in numbers. A normal human has an average mana of 5 to 10, in rare cases going up until 15. So, the barrier is programmed to only repel those whose mana and any other kinds of energy, such as demonic energy, are numbered 16 and above. Everyone, it's a trap. Hearing the old vampire's warning, Chamber raised an eyebrow and immediately made his move. The pocket watch hanging from his neck immediately glowed in green light as Chamber cast the temporal lock ability on every vampire inside the village. He's been training with his Chronos Requiem, and so far, he managed to improve it to the point that he can now put a single being into a temporal lock for an entire minute. As for these vampires, Chamber would only be able to lock them for 5 seconds at most. It might not sound much, but when it comes to battle, even a millisecond mattered very much. So the fact that all these vampires are unaware that they're locked in time for 5 seconds is enough for Chamber to cast demonic bullets that penetrated deep into their foreheads, slowly dwindling their numbers. However, despite gaining an advantage, It was impossible for Chamber to fully eradicate the vampires and only managed to eliminate 1/10 of them before he lost grip over their temporal locks. The old vampire's eyes widened in surprise mixed with cautiousness and fear, while the younger one beside him was shivering slightly upon seeing so many of his brethren dead on the ground. I should learn some AoE spells that could kill hundreds in a single area, Chamber thought to himself. Unfortunately, he's going to need a magic circle to fully maximize the large spells. Where are you, wizard? Show yourself. Damien, knowing who they're up to thanks to the old vampire's reports, raised his finger and looked around frantically. The other vampires around him started sniffing the air, searching for the perpetrator. Unfortunately for them, vampires aren't exactly made for scouting. They're rivals. The werewolves have much stronger smell capabilities and can distinguish different kinds of smells, even if they're mixed in the air. So unless they have a werewolf among them, which is highly impossible, the vampires won't find even the scent of his foot if he wanted. Chamber, standing on the roof of one of the houses in the village, was covered by an illusion spell. Although if he wanted, he could remain unseen by the vampires for as long as he wanted, but unfortunately, he doubted he could remain this way and just throw demonic bullets at them. Looks like he's going to need to personally kill these vampires one by one. Scanning his eyes across the army of vampires, Chamber managed to deduce who among them was the weakest and the strongest. The weakest should be that wealthy-looking vampire, and how ironic, the weakest and strongest among them is standing side by side. Chamber chuckled to himself as he squinted his eyes at the old vampire standing side by side with the noble-looking vampire. His aura is quite strong. He should be around high class in strength like me. Knowing this, Chamber wasn't nervous. Why should he? The vampire elder he fought last time also belonged to the high class, and look where he is now, mud on the dirt in the enchanted forest. And besides, he also has his Chronos Requiem. He's been wanting to test one of its abilities that is supposed to give him speed equivalent to Quicksilver. The Chronos Shift, casting this ability on himself, will accelerate his temporal flow, and combined with his passive ability of Time Sense, he could practically slow down his surroundings with him being the only one who can move normally. So without hesitation, Chamber dispelled the illusion he cast on himself and jumped on the ground, catching everyone by surprise. I wasn't expecting you to actually show up. What an idiot. Damien sneered while looking at Chamber as if he were an imbecile. Everyone, take him down. Damien pointed his finger at Chamber and gave the order, making the bloodthirsty vampires, whose anger has been piling up due to the losses of their fellow vampires, launch themselves towards Chamber with reckless abandon. Looking at all of them with an indifferent expression, Chamber silently cast the Chronos Shift to himself, and soon his entire surroundings started to slow down to the point that the vampires, whose speeds are 10 times faster than a normal human, became so slow, almost looks like they weren't moving. Casting a whip on his left hand and a town mandala on his right, similar to what Bell showed him yesterday. Waving his whip, Chamber snapped it forward and watched it clasp itself into one of the vampires' necks, who until now remained unaware that his life was hanging on a thread. With a tug of his left arm, he pulled the vampire towards him, and with a shift movement of his right arm, Chamber walked past him. At first, one might think that the vampire survived, but after 5 seconds, a small dot of red line started to fade in on the vampire's neck, and as time passed by, the small started to expand into a line that continued for several more seconds until the entire neck of the vampire is covered in a single line of red. Back to Chamber. After passing by the first vampire, he continued the same routine, his glowing whip and town mandalas dancing around the battlefield, taking life after life without anyone noticing. Only after 30 seconds had passed in Chamber's perspective, only then did the old vampire's eyes widen in surprise, causing Chamber to smile. While the other vampires are still oblivious to the fact that Chamber is hurting them like chickens, the strongest among them has finally reacted. I'm not even using my entire speed. I'm just casually moving, Chamber muttered to himself, slowly starting to like the Chronos Shift ability. With this, he felt like he was the god of time, stopping time and leaving everyone at his mercy. Alaric / old vampire POV. I kept my eyes on the boy in front of me. He looked like he was around 15, and yet, looking at what he could do, I couldn't believe my eyes. This boy is not only hundreds of years younger than me, but he's also several times stronger than me. How can this be? I've honed my strength for years, only to be surpassed by a 15-year-old boy whom I've never heard before in my entire life. Why is the world so unfair and unjust? Just as I watched him intently while the others rushed towards him, intending to see what this boy was capable of, my already cold blood suddenly went cold when the boy disappeared, and what replaced him were hundreds of vampires dead in his wake. This continued as more and more vampires started falling on their ground, meeting the same fate as the first hundreds of vampires that died first, which is decapitation. As I was the first to react, the rest of the vampires were a step too late, and before they realized that their enemy was gone and their allies were dying, their vision started to darken. Without hesitation, I quickly grabbed the foolish leader beside me and pulled away from the crowd, throwing ourselves out of the way as the thousands of vampires finally reacted and tried to fight back. However, despite it all, my fellows never had a chance to fight back. Their heads continued to pile on the ground. It's his speed. He's way too fast. Faster than even Lord Dracula. As realization dawned upon my face, I finally registered the fact that we weren't bringing ourselves to kill Lazarus's murderer. No, we just brought ourselves to our graves.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.